And hello again and welcome back. Today we're having a look again at Vengeful Heart. Now, I was under the false impression that I already completed this game, and it just kind of came to my attention that I did not. I did not play what I believe to be the last chapters, that being a split chapter of Chapter 8 between if Norbert dies or if Rani dies. And yeah, I'm just going to do that today then, just going to record these episodes. So we had Blood and Water Supply if, I believe, Rani died, and Deserted Peace if Norbert died. So I'm going to do the one where Rani dies first, because that was the first choice I did. Christ, that was a match. I have not played this in a very long time, it seems. But yeah, we're going to complete these two little storylines. I'm assuming that these are going to be kind of short, because it's like the final chapter and you probably get a choice at the end, something like that. So we're going to do that. We're going to do Blood and Water Supply first, and then we're going to do Deserted Peace later. Josephine didn't remember much of their hasty escape. She wanted to cross Rani's arms and say a few words, but she knew there was no time. Norbert was crying too. That at least gave her some comfort, that she wasn't alone. They'd hopped over the gap, quickly descended another ladder on the other building, and fled along some back alleys. Josephine didn't feel any pain in her hand. She didn't feel much at all. Rani was dead. Her strong arms were now limp and lifeless. Her brilliant smile was gone forever. Just thinking about it made Josephine's chest scream in agony. Josephine kept telling herself that it was just her battery running low. She lost track of time, but she couldn't have much left. Oh right, she's that was the thing that was in the last chapter, wasn't it? They don't have the charger for her heart. Norbert seemed to know this too. He was constantly eyeing his watch. After running aimlessly for a while, Norbert stopped dead in his tracks. Where are we going? What do you mean? The house has been attacked. We have no base to go to. If Francis spoke the truth, then we can assume Bob and Amy are gone too. Oh shit, really? No, I couldn't live with myself if they got hurt. We have to focus on getting you energy, and we should avoid the house. No, we're heading there. If they're dead, I have to know for sure. Alright, do you hear sirens? She did. Ambulances. Of course, they have to pick up the bodies by ambulance to make it look like the authorities were trying to help. And what better sign of a strong official response than loud sirens and flashing lights? Say, would those ambulances have a power cord for me? If they're real ambulances, then yes. Oh dear. The swarm of ambulances wasn't hard to locate. All they had to do was double back to City Hall, where dozens of cars were already waiting. They quickly made sure that there were no armed guards in the vicinity. Then they walked to the closest ambulance and Josephine knocked on the window with her gun. Oh, so they are going to recharge her heart then, I guess. A few moments later, Norbert was driving them back to the house as Josephine plugged herself in. Her heart was beating, but her chest still hurt. My chest hurts. You're not having a heart attack and your heart is beating. I don't think this is the kind of pain I can help with. I should have let Rani shoot that man the moment we saw him. I don't know why I hesitated. We've killed many just today alone. We do what we do to save lives, not waste them. You couldn't know how it would turn out. I kinda did, because I kinda checked the other chapter as well, Norbert. Doesn't end well for you. I know this sounds cliche, but it's really not your fault. That guard would have killed all of us at the edge of the dome. I know, it just sucks. All I tried was to be better than our enemies. That keeps getting people I care about killed. Doing good isn't easy. You got revenge at least. You know, I keep closing my eyes to picture Rani, but all I see is the way that guard suddenly went limp, like he was just a dropped sack of potatoes. That's the last image I want in my head, and I can't get rid of it. I see it too. It gives me the shivers. If getting revenge means living with that in your head, I'm not sure I want it. But we're still going to hit the central water supply. I don't know, maybe it would be best to try and rescue Amy and Bob if they live and then get out of town. Oh, is that the choice that I get? Cut our losses. I really can't watch anyone else die. Norbert was silent. Norbert? You stopped the car. You refused to do that when they killed you and 57 of your neighbours. Today they killed at least that number of bystanders and the woman you loved. We owe it to them to continue. You sound like Rani. What happened to my caring, supportive therapist? He doesn't like it, but he feels like he has to step in for Rani. Rani would be proud of him. She sighed deeply and took Norbert's hand. And Rani would want us to finish what we started. I just don't know how we'll do it without her. We'll find a way. They drove in silence. As they approached the house, Josephine began to feel safer, like she always had before. When she realised the folly of it, she was suddenly terrified. The house wasn't safe, nowhere was safe anymore. They parked the car a couple of blocks away and stuck towards the house. They needn't have, the house was dark and abandoned, there weren't even guards there. I'm scared of what we'll find. I know what we won't. She pointed to the yard. What had been their chopper was a smouldering, twisted metal husk. The house might not be empty, it could be a trap. Kind of, yeah. If it was, they wouldn't have burned the chopper. What makes you think that? They entered the house and put on the lights. There was no sign of a fight. One of Amy's sweaters was still on the couch. The dishes from their breakfast were still there on the table. It was like they had just gone to the store to pick up some juice. Juice. Check upstairs, would you? I need a glass of water. Why do you need to go upstairs? We shouldn't linger. We won't, I just need a minute. Are you okay? Josephine shook her head, ran into the kitchen and closed the door. Norbert turned around in panic, thinking she'd seen something. When the house was still dark and empty, he realised she just needed some time alone. Have I become this paranoid? Maybe. He sat on the couch. He was having the worst headache, and his metal arm was sending random shocks of pain. It never did that when things were good. In the kitchen, Josephine sat down on the floor and cried until her head began to ache. Rani's apron was hanging on the wall. Outside it was raining. She could hear it beating against the windows. Josephine thought about the first time Rani had cooked for her on that other rainy night. She realised that all of the people in her group, Rani had been the only one whose trust she had to earn. Rani had been the one to pull the rug from underneath her, make her realise her work would have hurt someone. Rani hadn't spoken much of her family. For all she knew, they had been her family. And now she was lying on some concrete rooftop in a pool of dried blood. Or worse, being wrapped in plastic by Neptus agents so they could inspect her and cut her up. If she had a family, there would never be closure for them. All those times Rani had saved her life on the water pipe after the gardens, and she hadn't been fast enough to return the favour this one time. She thought of their kiss at the restaurant, her sweet taste and warm breath. And she thought of her scolding words. She reminded her of her responsibilities just hours before Josephine had utterly failed at them. And not just Rani, Amy and Bob too, who are probably dead. She kept staring at Rani's apron. I'll get them to safety, I promise. What, the apron? She thought about it. If Neptus had If Neptus had wanted them dead, the logical thing to do would have been to stage a police raid on the house. The two terrorists inside could either be killed or arrested depending on which would yield the maximum PR value. But there was no police tape, no flashing lights, no swarm of reporters. Whoever had taken Amy and Bob had done it quietly, while the media was focused on the massacre at City Hall. Amy and Bob had been made to disappear. Why? She thought about it long and hard. Her eyes had gone from profusely wet to so dry she couldn't keep them open. Maybe it was because Neptus had wanted to protect Mr. Sierra's reputation. He was a major shareholder after all. Alright, that was Amy's dad, wasn't it? He was like the big boss for the Neptus company. Was he a big enough fish to justify foregoing a satisfying, heavily publicised victory in the war on domestic terror? Josephine wasn't sure, but more likely it was something else. Frances always had a plan B, she thought, and then plan C through Y just in case, but not plan Z. Even today, when he managed to trap them in the vault, there had been men with machine guns outside of it, above it and surrounding the building. But not here, in the most likely rendezvous point for them. Amy and Bob were bait. Just like the plans in the vault had been, Francis was trying to lure them to the ground of his choosing again. Why take so much effort? Why does he have to make such evil schemes like, ooh, the moment they step into the vault, I'll trap them and then gas them with poisonous gas. Yes. It seems so convoluted to I'll just go around with a couple of armed guards, just break in and just shoot him, and well, that's it then. That's why he mentioned them on the video. Last time Josephine had fallen for his bait, it had come with a price in lives. Could she do it again? Probably, otherwise there won't be a conclusion to this episode, will there? Norbert was waiting for her in the living room. He was watching the news with a grim look on his face. Oh, there's another news segment. Yes, it is. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, wait, we have the ticker, don't we? This year's hottest wedding trend for upper city couples tying the knot in the glow of the bushfire season. Don't be deceived, worker. A discount voucher to your own company is safer than money because it attracts less thieves, experts say. Have you forgotten last year's greatest hit films? Don't worry, most of them are being remade for this year. Oh, I miss these. I like the little warping effect that it does though. That's kind of nice. It might just be my eyes that are playing tricks on me, but I do feel like there's a slight warping effect on the screen. Let's see, what was Christopher again? Oh yeah, right. And that's our deep friendship with an orphan puppy saved a struggling fashion brand. Moving on to more tragic news, the body count from the City Hall massacre is still rising. Earlier today, horror gripped the hearts of our city's democracy when armed terrorists attacked City Hall, crowded with civilians. Several members of security forces were killed in the fierce fighting, along with a staggering number of bystanders. According to authorities, all of the attackers were killed and the area was successfully secured. So far, the only terrorist the police have identified is former Army Sergeant Randy Janis. According to the police, Janis was dishonorably discharged from the armed forces for insubordination several years ago. Activists are calling for further investigation and asking whether our veterans are bringing home violence So join me tonight in my talk show as I ask the experts, are soldiers of immigrant background inherently susceptible to terrorist radicalization? Who can be trusted to protect us? The police have indeed had a busy day today. Riots have once again broken out in the lower parts of the city. The cause behind the riots apparently being a prolonged water shortage. Authorities have responded that irregularities in the water supply are a temporary result of the increased security measures. The police are understanding of discomfort but are asking people to stand behind law and order in this difficult time. I'm not going to do Tina's voice again, but it's set me throat already. Many among the demonstrators have expressed confusion as expressed confusion as to how can disturbances at City Hall lead to dry pipes on the other side of... I think the police chief said it best when he explained that in times of trouble, every act of insubordination is in service to the terrorists. The mayor assured ordinary citizens that everything will be alright as long as everyone does their share. Meanwhile, all of us must be prepared to forgo some of the luxuries of peacetime. Oh. That's new. Norbert, turn off the TV. Josephine sat down next to him. Do you want to talk about it? I want to talk about what we're going to do next. I think we need to recover from this, if only for just a few hours. Let me make you tea, get some rest and we'll... No, Amy and Bob are alive. I need to save them. Consider that my therapy. Alright then, I'm with you. Oh, thank God. I was hoping that there wasn't going to be a long, prolonged thing where they were just going to take a break and, have something to eat and rest a bit while Amy and Bob are being tortured and put in sleep deprivation chambers. Thank you. I would understand if you wanted to skip this one. You've endured so much. That quitting now would make it all seem really pointless, and I would regret it till I die. You're more than likely to die today. it isn't therapy if it isn't supervised by a doctor. I'll let you come if you stop being my doctor. Getting tired of the joke? It's been months, we need a new one. They laughed nervously. Okay, if I can't be your doctor, what do you want me to be? Will you settle for the only person in the world I trust? No, because that's a lie, you said it yourself. Amy and Bob are alive and we need to save them. Presumably alive, they might be dead. Yes, we do. I don't know for sure, but I'm almost certain they're being held at the gardens. Why? Francis hasn't killed them, so he's using them as bait. No place is more completely under his control than the gardens. But you've already infiltrated them once. A fact he knows. I'm guessing he's counting on me feeling overconfident after last time. In this defense, you sound exactly like you're feeling confident after last time. And I'm guessing you're right about the gardens. How so? Norbert pointed to a small bench in front of the sofa. Small bench? Yeah, alright. On the floor there were red marks like an X. They were faint, almost invisible. That looks like lipstick, Amy. But an X, what does it mean? I found it by accident. The X means nothing, but this is less obscure. He lifted the bench and sure enough someone had scribbled GAR on its bottom. The R was faint like it had been done in a hurry. God bless you, Amy. She knew they might... She knew they might a message directly on the floor. Might see a message directly on the floor. That girl is too smart to be doing something like this. We should be grateful to have her. Now we know where to go. All we need is a plan. To go to GAR. Crap. What? Fucking hell. What is it? We can go to the gardens. But I thought that's what we have to do. Francis wants us there. Obviously, but we cannot despair. We made it out of his last trap too, and it's not what he wants, it's what he's trying to avoid. The contracts. He's trying to distract us from going after them. We can't afford that. You don't mean? The contracts have to come first. Thousands of lives are at stake. The future of the whole city is. Even if it means we never see Amy and Bob again, who are probably already dead. Norbert was silent. I want to say you're wrong. I want to say that you're being cruel and calculating. You cruel and calculating bitch, you. I want to say that it's not what good people do. He sank to his knees. I can't believe you're actually saying this. It's Amy and Bob. I know, I can't believe myself either, but it's them or the entire city. We can't let Francis win. You're condemning them to die. If they die, it's on Francis. If half the city dies at first, it's on us. It's on us either way. Look, if we make it out of the CWS, we'll go straight to them. If not, they're probably already dead, so it's okay. But we can't sacrifice the entire downtown to save 2 people, even if they're Amy and Bob. Once the city is saved, we'll walk straight into whatever trap Francis has set for us at the gardens. Norbert spent a moment in ominous silence. Ominous silence, even. You're right, Bob and Amy would want us to save the city first. Or at least, I want to think that's what they'd want. I have one question though. Tell me. If we make it into the CWS, destroy the contracts and get out into the gardens. Get to the point? How are you going to tell them what we chose to do? Honestly, I have no idea. If we make it that far, well, let's face it, that's probably not going to happen. Norbert nodded. Well then, every second we linger makes it less likely we find Bob or Amy alive, so let's get to work. How are we going to get inside the CWS? Without the chopper, the roof is out of the question. What else is there? A back door? A cargo entrance? Maybe the sewers? Assuming they've stuck to my plan? Both. But they'll be guarded heavily. The contracts are basically all of Neptus's assets in one destructible block. You know, it's odd. Why would Francis keep his only copy of the contracts in a facility with hundreds of workers? It seems like they'd be incredibly exposed there. There must be something we can't figure out from the outside. Yes, we'll have to find the contracts once we're in. I know the sewers also converge below the CWS, but I don't think there's an entrance from them. Ah, sewer time. Good, wading through sewage does not sound great. Could we masquerade as rolls of toilet paper, or whatever cargo they bring to that place? Suddenly Josephine smiled. You got something. Cargo door? Kind of, it's crazy dangerous. More than leaping from building to building? Much more. So they're not going to take the sewers then, that's a disappointment. The hallway was dark and damp. There was hot steam everywhere. Dim, cheerless lights mounted here and there provided the only illumination. Oh, Amy was in pain. They'd been sitting on the couch and arguing when suddenly, she didn't exactly remember, there had been flashing lights, loud bangs, and an unspeakable agony in her back. That's where the pain was coming from. She began to remember. The men who burst into the house had tased them both. Bob had refused to go down quietly and had wrestled with his captors for some time. Brave Bob. While they fought, Amy had reached for her lipstick to leave a clue to Josephine, but hadn't had the time. Immediately after that, someone injected her with something cold. Whatever it was, it must have knocked her out instantly. Her head was still a bit clouded, her mouth was very dry. It was hot in here. She realised she was chained to something, a pipe. There were dozens of steel pipes running along the narrow corridor. She heard someone breathing and noticed Bob. He was right in front of her, still unconscious and chained to a big pipe bolted at ceiling level. How had she not seen him earlier, she sighed. Her head wasn't functioning properly. Looking around gave her very little information, just dim lights, metal everywhere, and hot, damp air. Even their clothes were wet on account of the leaking steam pipe between them. Wet. The CWS. They were at the CWS. Or somewhere in its bowels. Had Josephine designed something this ugly? That felt out of character. Maybe they were in the gardens instead, somewhere in its basement. Bob began to wake up, his muscles twitch and his face struggled to form expressions, only to slide back into a stone-faced slumber. It would take a while before Amy had any company. She had some time to think. The guards hadn't just killed him, there had to be a reason for that. At first she thought of her father. Could he have intervened? Her father was powerful, but not powerful enough to defy Francis Brabeck. More likely he knew nothing of the whole affair. No one had interrogated them, or at least her, at any point. They knew all they wanted to know. They'd know where to find them. How? Beatrice couldn't have given that information. Someone must have been following them, observing the house. The thought was chilling in any case. She could think of only one reason why they would take them alive. They were bait. The thought terrified her. Josephine, Norbert and Rani, well, maybe not Rani, would not hesitate to come after them. To this trap. She reached across the hallway and began to administer pointed kicks to Bob's shins at regular intervals. It was time to wake up. I do not like this plan. Me neither. If you have a better idea, let me know at once. They were standing outside the same water shop they robbed earlier, only it didn't look the same. Last time they'd been here, it had been nearly deserted. Aside from cars and a few security personnel, no one had been there. Now it was a fortress. The shop had been surrounded by walls of sandbags and steel plates. Armed cars with searchlights and machine guns guarded the corners. There were guards everywhere. Fortunately, it was easy for Joe and Norbert to blend in. There were also thousands of people laying siege to the shop. The water had been cut to this area. The shops had been closed while thirsty people could clearly see shelves full of water inside. It was like the shop owners were baiting people to riot, which they of course were. A full-scale uprising hadn't broken out here yet, though the masses were still only forming up and getting psyched for the inevitable collision. There were cheers and shouts and fear in the cold evening air. Whatever the security tried to shout with their loudspeakers was lost in the noise of the crowd. Violence was only moments away. Someone was already throwing stones. This would be a massacre. Absolutely. Can we do anything about it? The plan had been to sneak into the store, steal a few more sweepers and then head straight for the CWS. Now, with two fighting masses in the way, it seemed near impossible. What do you have in mind? We can't let these people attack this place. Are there other water shops? They'll be just as fortified and we need to hit this one. It's connected to the main pipe that leads straight to the central water supply. Oh, are they gonna crawl through the pipe then, I guess? The main pipe? Like an artery leading straight to the heart. I see, and there really is no other option. The artery is our best shot, but we have to get these people out of harm's way first. I'm done watching massacres happen. I agree. Any ideas? Yes, let's get back to the ambulance. Slowly they work their way through the shouting crowd to the back streets. They climbed into the vehicle and closed the doors. Where to? Follow that narrow pipe away from the shop. These people could clearly use a drink. Norbert nodded approvingly. They drove off and around the crowd. Here at the back it looked less like a riot and more like desperate scared people in line for water. Are all the angry ones up front? All of them are angry. Josephine? Yes? Back at the house I asked you what I am to you. What I meant was, what are we? Is now the best time for this conversation? Let's say I want to know before I drown or get shot or fall from a high place. This spot is perfect. Josephine parked the car. I don't want to make the mistake I made with Rani. I love you. Oh, I also loved her. You have to understand that. I hated the idea of choosing between you two, but I hate losing that choice like this much more. Would you want to date me knowing that as long as there was a choice I couldn't decide? Yeah, you were like plan B and, plan A kind of got shot on the roof. I think I would. I love you too. Aww, you've changed my life for the better. Even if that means shorter. Even then. Aww, thanks you too. And she got out of the car. Oh. His face just soured instantly. God fucking damn. Oh, I miss this game. Apparently there will be no more talk of feelings right now. Oh, Norbert. Oh, you poor bastard. Oh boy, that was a bit too funny for me for the own good. Norbert watched her climb to the water pipe as fast as Rani ever had, with a chain around her. Josephine wasn't afraid. Norbert wasn't sure that if that was a good or bad thing. Josephine reached the top faster than she thought possible. She stopped to catch her breath for a moment and gazed at the long pipes of flashy, brightly coloured water. She couldn't make out the people at the water shop, but she could see the searchlights, hear the loudspeakers. The brightly lit water shop seemed small and inconsequential amid the sea of silhouetted people. Yeah, but why would they protect that little store then? Why would they shut off the water supplies? It's just to piss those people off, I guess. It seems like they're doing so much extra work. Why not just leave the store open and just let the people have water and shoot the people that they want to shoot if they go anywhere near it? That just seems so much easier. Of course, the sea wasn't packing machine guns, so the picture was a bit misleading. Her eyes followed the pipes up to another, more ominous silhouettes in the distance. The central water supply loomed large above the lower parts of the city, nested like a spider in its web. It really is ugly. How was I ever proud of it? She quickly tied the chain around the pipes. Then she grabbed a rope, tested it, and began to slowly descend. Twice her hands almost slipped, and once she thought the knot she made might come loose. She landed on top of the car, gave Norbert a triumphant grin through the windshield, and hopped into the ambulance. Break it. Who had taken the driver's seat, nodded and started the car. From the rear window, Josephine watched as the rope tightened and began to pull on the pipes, twisting and bending the plastic. Finally, they heard a familiar crack and the pipe snapped, letting loose a heavy pour of its contents, which glittered in the darkness like a beacon. It didn't take long for the people around the water shop to notice the glow and rush to the scene, starting another flood entirely. It's working! Let's hope the guards at the water shop follow them. They're the ones we need to get rid of. There's no way they'll leave the shop entirely unguarded. We just need to thin their ranks. I have another plan on how to distract the rest of them. Are we going to cut back to Amy and Bob? No, we're not. It was a strange evening to be on duty. First of all, everyone was on duty for Officer Niedermeyer, formerly of the city's riot police but now subcontractor to a company called Laren Inc. But more importantly, the whole city had gone insane because of thirst. Even he was thirsty. Getting to guard water did not mean one got to drink it. The 16 guards manning the shop were all nervous. They had guns and munitions, but they didn't have enough. Niedermeyer knew well enough that all the mob had to do was keep coming and they would be inside in no time. Many of them would die before that, which was apparently what the lieutenant thought was enough to deter them from trying. Around 15 minutes ago, the mob had pulled down a water pipe. Most of them had gone to collect water from there. The lieutenant had taken 8 men with him to protect the leak. They were not responding to messages anymore. If you asked Niedermeyer, that smug private security lieutenant had it coming. Niedermeyer had seen many like him. Rich boys who want to do something rough and manly before going to business school, but are too afraid to join the army. So they'd use their connections and diplomas to land a gig as an officer in a security firm, authorised to use lethal force. And then they would inevitably go off and do something stupid like abandon their position and get killed. Niedermeyer hadn't heard any shots yet. He wasn't sure if that was comforting or not. What he was sure of was that this night was the craziest he had experienced in 19 years on the force. His only solace was that at the end of it he could bring home a week's ration of extra water as a reward, 2 weeks if he saw combat. His wife would like that, thought Niedermeyer. Thought it was stupid to offer extra rations for killing. Wasn't the point to avoid the killing? As Niedermeyer was lighting another cigarette, he suddenly noticed flashing lights in the distance, followed by the screeching sound of sirens. Were the police sending reinforcements? Give me light! 2 searchlights instantly lit up the vehicle. It wasn't a police car but an ambulance, and it was coming towards them at breakneck speed. Oh, they're gonna crash into the bloody store. Get out of the way! And his 7 colleagues ran inside the store. Laying down, they couldn't see the crash, but they heard it, metal smashing into the steel plates and sandbags, and nearly breaking through. Immediately afterwards, a flickering yellow light threw shadows onto the walls. It was growing brighter. Quickly boys, the car's on fire, we have to put it out before rioters think we have no defence left. He grabbed an extinguisher from the wall and ran out. Then he looked over his shoulder. None of his 7 men were following, they were too much in shock. He shrugged and went outside. The car was indeed on fire. In the distance he could see the protesters returning. Some were now shooting rifles in the air. One water source had run out. Those who were just looking to fill their bottles had gone home. The angry ones were coming back. Water, water, water. The people were shouting. Niedermeyer couldn't help but hear that they wanted blood as well. He took a look at his little remaining group. The lieutenant and his troops were not coming back, even if they were if they were even alive, and his boys weren't up for the fight. He shook his head. He was 4 years from retirement. He wasn't going to get a bunch of dead kids on his conscience now. Alright boys, get in the APC. We're pulling back to the police station to file a report. We won't win this one. What Niedermeyer hadn't seen was 2 people climbing the fire escape onto the 3rd floor, and that will be our 2 protagonists. The guards are running away. Weird, I thought they'd be occupied for a while, but this is strange. I hope we didn't crash into anyone. I don't think so. I counted 8 guards getting into one of their cars after taking out the guns from the others. How did they take the guns away from the other group? Because that were like 8 people with automatic rifles. Either way, we don't have to hurry. Those thirsty rioters don't know we're on their side. Yes, I'm not looking forward to this. If you make it, I'll take you to a real water park. Think I'll ever want to be in a water park after this. Diving lessons then. How about the movies? Josephine smiled. I'll settle for a hotel room. They sent the ambulance to drive by itself, the gas pedal locked in place by a brick. The plan had worked better than they could have imagined. Now they were alone in a room with diving suits, oxygen kits, a shelf full of sweepers, and access to the main pipe. Am I to assume that henceforth all your ideas will be insane? The sane ones stopped working. Are you ready? I'm not sure I'll ever be ready. Let's go. They suited up and helped each other out with the oxygen. Then they crawled along the pipe for 100 meters or so to the next vent. Josephine's sore hand was pulsing with pain. She didn't want to show it, but the climbing had been sheer agony. It didn't rain that night. There was a biting wind up here. I can't believe you went through this with Rani. This is terrifying. Not compared to what's coming. Together they managed to get the large vent open. This would be easy if we had more than 2 strong hands between us. Like an extra set of hands, maybe. Is your robot hand that weak? It's more precise than a human hand could ever be, but not stronger. Perfect for surgery, not so much for heavy manual labour. Less talking, more pushing. With a creak, the hatch finally opened, revealing the underlying river of flickers and colours. The light emanating from the water painted their faces in a myriad of hues as they panted and psyched themselves up. So what now? Now we put on masks, turn on the sweepers and get into the water. And hope we don't die. How do we know when we're there? The pipe terminates at the main water tank. We'll know if we make it there. Yeah, but like, usually the water pipe just doesn't open somewhere. It's like a closed loop. Like what if they just end up in some kind of massive tank and they can't get out because you know, there's no real reason for there to be an opening into the water pipes. Alright, any dangers I should watch out for? Letting go of the sweeper is the surest way to die, but don't worry, there are others. You could simply bump your head. Maybe it's best if you spare me the rest. As you wish. One more thing. What's that? She kissed him. His mouth was warm in the bitter night air. Aww. I'll see you on the other side. The water tank player sent me, not dead. I'll be watching you the whole trip. You won't see me. They cut their rope into two and tied the pieces around their sweepers. Then they put the oxygen masks on and proceeded to wrap their hands, real and robotic, healthy and hurt, as tightly as they could around the sweepers. Norbert insisted on tying Josephine's first so he can make it as tight as possible. Careful, that's my bad hand. Sorry, you want me to loosen it up? Definitely not. Make it as tight as you can. Don't worry, I was a Boy Scout. You know, there are more seductive ways to tell your girlfriend you're proficient with knots. I'm afraid I have a strict policy of no dirty talk before committing acts of terrorism. Prude. I prefer old-fashioned... We're all set now. Good, off you go. She pushed him into the water and watched him disappear. Then she plunged into the freezing cold water and looked around. The colourful chemicals weren't so bad. She could see the walls and bits of the world beyond. There was a strong current taking her immediately in on the right direction, faster than she had expected. They were drawing water from someplace downtown, she thought. The pipe was about 1.5 meters wide. The exact number was in some parts of her brain that wasn't relevant right now. The only thing that mattered was staying at the centre of the current so she wouldn't bash her skull into the walls. She already drifted far from the vent. She couldn't see Norbert anymore. She aimed her sweeper and turned it on. It shot through the water with terrible speed. Many of the downsides to their plan came apparent at once. For one, all the water flowing through the sweeper bashed straight into her... all the water flowing through the sweeper bashed straight into her, pushing her to the sides of the pipe. Josephine cursed silently. She should have seen this coming. Secondly, the damn thing began to rotate as it extended its long circular brush to the sides of the pipe. She should have seen this coming as well. She dreaded any other horribly obvious thing she might have overlooked. At first it was just the ropes that turned around, braiding naturally into a tight, much thicker rope. Josephine watched in horror and even tried to resist for a while. Then the rotation reached her, slowly at first, then way too fast. Swirling around like a ballet dance on speed in a never-ending horizontal pirouette, she struggled with the G-forces. Trying not to puke into her only oxygen supply was difficult. Suddenly she hit the walls of the tube so hard that all the air was squished out of her lungs. She now had zero control over her movement. The ever-twisting rope squeezed her arm. If it continued, it would pull her fingers from their sockets and smash her bones into splinters. She crashed into the walls again and wondered whether anyone was looking at the pipes right now, and how long it would take for Neptus to find their swollen remains in the ducts. She felt like screaming, but what good would that do? She decided to try. Oh, back to Amy and Bob. Stop with the kicks already, I'm awake. You keep saying that and then falling asleep again. It's not my fault, I've been poisoned. I'm not blaming you, I'm just trying to help. She kicked him again. Okay. I think I'm awake now, sort of. Why does everything hurt so bad? We both got tased before they drugged us. I'm guessing they had to tase you more than me. I seem to recall not coming quietly. What do you think happened to the others? I think we're bait for them. Or they're dead. Bait? Why else would they take us alive? Killing us would have been much easier. And they haven't asked any questions. I don't see anyone. Are they even guarding us? I'm pretty sure they are. Somehow, in any case, we're not getting out of these restraints. Yeah, they're tight. And it's hot as hell. Where are we? In the gardens or the Sud-US, I think. See that giant water tank Joe wouldn't shut up about. That she designed. Do you ever listen? You snap at me. We gotta work together now. To do what? If we're bait, that means Joe and Army Girl and Doc are coming for us. Well, 2 out of the 3 maybe. Randy might actually have a chance at breaking through. Too bad we can't let that happen. We've got to bust out. Hell, we're inside a fortress and still weak. We should rest a while, make a plan, maybe see if we can get some intel. You're making excuses to wait for rescue. Who are you waiting for? Our friends or your rich daddy? Leave my family out of this. I fought for this cause as much as you have. You've never fought, not really. Daddy bought your way into college and paid for your rides to City Hall to deliver petitions. Shut up. Shut up, what have you done? Beat up people for some gang and wallow in self-pity. I've tried to make the world a better place. Some of us have to make real choices. You've never gone to bed hungry. So what? Why don't you trust me? What, this isn't about... Yes, it is. I know rich people rarely live up to their word, but I've never let you down. God, stop complaining. Amy is so annoying. Well, have I? Spit it out. I guess knowing you have that comfy life to go back to makes a difference. All the rest of us have burned our bridges. Or the bloodsuckers have burned them for us. What life would I go back to? Can you see me going back to university after this? Well, maybe. Bob paused to calm down and think. No, I don't. Look, I'm sorry, this ain't your fault. Me being a pain ain't your fault. Does your back hurt that much? Not my back, I mean, that too. And my chest, and my joints, I'm getting old. You're stronger than a bull. You should have seen me when I was, but it's not just that. I'm a 50-year-old man with nothing. No family, no money, nothing. If I hadn't joined this group, I'd be in prison, working my hospital bill until I died. I never did anything with my life. I guess it's not easy worrying about the rest of the world when you're busy getting dinner every day. I'm sorry, Bob. You're the sweetest old man I know. And you're the smartest rich brat I've had to endure. He smiled a little bit, though it was difficult to see through the steam. She smiled back. Now how shall we get out of here? You won't. Oh no, it's Francis. They turned and saw Mr. Brabeck walking down the hallway, surrounded by army guards. He approached them slowly, ducking to avoid the hot steam leaking from the pipe between them. I must say, when you two started arguing, I was briefly tempted to unshackle you. Watching you fight would have entertained the guards greatly. Alas, a businessman can't afford to be impulsive. I've come to offer an agreement. Amy spat in his face. A guard stepped out and smashed her head against the pipe wall. Ugh. Please, no violence, Miss Sierra. Are you alright? Fuck you. Jo's coming and she'll... Spare the empty threats, please. We both know what power dynamic at play... Wait. What power dynamic at play here is? You have none whatsoever. And only I can help you, so will you listen to my offer? Do I have a choice? None whatsoever. You'll be happy to know that Miss Lace remains at large as she has likely found a message you so kindly left for her at your parents' house. I didn't... Oh, you clever bastard. She thinks you did. A short note with your lipstick telling her to come to the gardens. Her psychological profile suggests that she will attempt to rescue despite it being a near impossible challenge. If you're so certain she'll fail, why come down here to sweat into that expensive suit? To give you both a new life. Bullcrap, you're scared. Your blood-sucking friends are sensing weakness and you know they'll flay you like a buffalo if they realise they don't need you. Francis looked deep into Bob's eyes. Why? Mr. Larson, your capability for sharp analysis surprises me. I must have your profile amended. Your profiles don't scare me. That's all just noise you make to sound like you know everything. I mean, you can't even find 3 people. Well, 2 people, actually. Francis smiled faintly. Truly, Mr. Larson, if only you had been born to a more affluent parents, we might have sat at the same tables. Now, let us cut to the chase. Testify in court against the leaders of your little terrorist group, and I will have you both pardoned. You'll be given new identities and live abroad. You'll never be able to return, of course, but you'll live long and happy lives. And if we sell out Josephine? Oh no, Miss Lace is beyond your help. Huh? As I said, Miss Lace will likely attempt to rescue. She will die in that attempt. Sadly, a young, attractive woman is likely to become a martyr. Your movement needs a more threatening face. We have found a suitably scary man of an immigrant background. He'll be brought to trial, you'll testify against him, he will be condemned on television, and medals will be given to the officers who caught you. As the nation celebrates, the 3 of you will fly to a comfortable exile that same night. So you want us to help you win the people over by pandering to racist paranoia? To restate the obvious? Yes! But you'd be better off focusing on the upsides of the deal. Miss Lace is gone, her companions too. You can still save yourselves. So you'll postpone having us shot until you no longer need us. I can see where your mistrust comes from. All I can do is assure you that I take no pleasure in violence. I gave Miss Lace several chances to recant and she turned me down. She is beyond rescue, but I have no grudge against either of you. Not very convincing when you have us chained and guarded by armed men. Just because we're enemies doesn't mean I don't have respect for your stubborn, if extremely futile stand for what you believe is right. But your cause is lost. As we speak, water's being pulled into the CWS from downtown neighbourhoods. The slums are making way for the future. You have delayed my plans and roused the people in the neighbourhoods affected to a meaningless resistance, but there's no stopping it. By morning, the water will be in the hands of its legal owner, and the rights will have been quelled. In short, your ship has sunk. I encourage you to take the life vest I'm offering. What happens if we say no? Oh, we'll just shoot you. Ah, I thought so. I'll have you killed. You won't feel any pain if that's the route you prefer. Lace is most likely on her way by now. We don't need you as bait anymore. Lovely way to hammer home how much you detest violence. Progress has a price. I can only mitigate it. Funny how progress seems to be whatever gets you up to the top. Mr. Larson, I'm beginning to wonder if I should hire you as my political advisor instead of having these men dump you in an unmarked grave. But yes, remaking the city in my image has certain perks. We see that, and you can stick that deal up your ass. We have no part in your power grab. But you've already contributed so much. Thanks to your spirited resistance, I have gained control over the police and the media. Your attack on General Hospital alone scared dozens of weak-willed billionaires to invest in the protection I can offer. Truth is, I might not have become the 5th richest man in the world without you, but I digress. I see you've moved up the ladder. We're still saying no. I have just this morning. But I see I have underestimated your resolve. Fine then. Your suspicion is not baseless. To prove that I don't want to kill you, I'll give you time to think about my offer. Perhaps when we discuss it again, surrounded by the corpses of the rest of your little group, you'll reconsider. Frances turned to leave. I highly doubt it. She extended her leg and kicked the billionaire in the shins. Frances fell gloriously face first to the ground. A guard instantly raised his fist. Halt! She may have her petty revenge. It's irrelevant. Frances got up, straightened his tie and took a deep breath. I do detest this sauna, Mr. Larson, as it is apparently his habit. I do detest this sauna, Mr. Larson, as is apparently his habit. Made an excellent point about expensive suits. Let us go to somewhere air-conditioned. He hurried away around the corner without speaking more. 4 of his guards stayed. Good girl, that was fun. Shut up. And he struck Bob with his baton. You will speak when spoken to. 3 of the guards were facing Bob. Clearly they thought he was the bigger threat. Well, yeah, obviously. The one facing Amy looked at her for a long time. Hey, you're that whiny college kid who's all about weirdos and pink hair and replacing us with foreigners. I don't think there's any benefit to replying to that. Yeah, well, I have a question for you. Jimmy has a brother, Larry. Nice kid. Except Larry wants to wear dresses and be a girl. How do you feel about that? I think you should treat her any way she wants. If she's a woman, treat her as such. Hear that, Jim? The expert thinks I should treat Larry like a girl. I guess I'm gonna ask Larry out. See if she wants to suck my dick. Amy kicked the guard in the shins the same way she kicked Frances, just harder. The guard retaliated with the butt of his rifle. The pounding agony took a while to kick in. When it did, Amy thought she was going to faint. But she didn't, and one of the guards had turned to her. Amy tried mouthing a word to Bob. Instead, a gush of blood spilled out of her mouth. With difficulty, she began to spit it out. Most of it landed on her shirt. Some teeth fragments came out too. Look. Next time I'll open the valve and give you a waterboarding. That was for Jim's sister, whatever her name is. Know what? I'm not sure it's a smart move to stick your neck out for someone who isn't even here. He punched her in the stomach, laughing. All you have to do is apologise and it'll stop. Amy gasped for air. Her ribs were burning. She had to stop before it got worse, her rational brain said. but the rest of her would not obey. You know, you're the first guy I've met who really fits the mean brute stereotype. The security at Jenna was surprisingly nice. I wonder if you're dumb too. Oh, the guard struck her again with his rifle. A deep blackness flashed before her eyes as she heard a man, who she presumed to be Jim, speak. Hey, don't let the girl get to you. The boss wanted her alive. He said nothing about breaking her. Oh, the guard struck her again, this time so hard Amy passed out properly. She came to, dizzy and nauseous, just as the man was preparing to strike again. She looked at Bob, who was furiously pulling at his handcuffs. There were no guards left watching him. The pipe! Then the guard hit her. She woke up to the smell of cooking meat. She did not see how Bob put his legs against the wall and pulled with all his strength, causing the heavy steel pipe to creak, hiss and bend. Moaning like a dying beast, the pipe Bob was attached to sprang loose from the walls, unleashing a hellish wave of boiling water. The guards got the first blast, instantly screaming. The one tormenting Amy turned to the noise just in time, as the boiling substance rushed in with the speed of a fire hose to his face and onto his eyes. He let loose a horrifying shriek before falling to the ground. Paralysed by pain, the guard was unable to move out of the shower. His companion chose not to stick around for him and made a break for it. By the time they got upstairs, the smarter one had come up with an excuse about fetching a medic. Meanwhile, as Bob pulled his hands over the broken pipe and then freed himself, the bully on the ground began shooting wildly in different directions. The only thing he hit was a fleeing Jim, who fell down, shot through the hip. The guard crawled to safety. God, these people are just horribly incompetent. Bob stepped on the shooting man's gun as hard as he could. The spasming guard was clearly no longer conscious, but he now stopped shooting. Bob took a breath and rushed to Amy, grabbing a gun from the floor. The girl was badly burned, but coming to her senses. As soon as she did, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Her skin felt like it was bathed in flames. She was still tied up. She heard shots behind her, but behind her was just a wall. Strong arms picked her up. Bob. Soon she was out of the steam cloud, but her skin wouldn't stop burning. Ooh. Then she felt the most pleasant cold sensation take over her body. She finally opened her eyes. They were laying in the same hallway, maybe 100 steps away from where they'd been imprisoned. Bob was emptying a red canister by spraying a blue foamy substance on himself. Amy was covered in the same stuff. Ah, is that against burns? Yeah. Good thing they keep anti-burn here. Are you alright? Whatever was in the anti-burn had eased the throbbing pain on her skin, but nothing for her ribs, mouth or head. The taste of blood mixing with anti-burn was revolting. She spat out some of the foam, which was now reddish-brown. She looked at Bob, who was panting for breath while massaging his skin with the blue stuff. Amy followed his lead. You got us out. Thanks to your plan. How's the head? Hurts. So does my arm. I think it might be broken. I reckon that asshole has given his last beating. Were you trying to distract them or just being you? A bit of both, I think. Maybe it wasn't my best plan. You'll be fine. Is this the... is the anti-burn working? Yeah, it is. How did you find it? I guess they're prepared for accidents like that. We used it all the time in the fire brigade. You were a firefighter? Briefly. I'll tell you about it later. Can you walk? Bob helped her stay upright. Together they limped around the corner. Amy was still dizzy, and Bob was breathing heavily with the occasional groan. Where to next? Through that guy. Oh, Bob pointed ahead of them and they saw a guard who was bleeding profusely from his hip, propped up against the wall. Oh, it's Jim! He was pointing a gun at them. Not one step. We won't hurt you, we can help you. If I took you in, I'd get a promotion for sure. Too bad. Oh, it's too bad I don't think I'm going to walk again. You might, but you're going to need a wizard of a doctor. We know one. Oh, I've heard about your Dr. Maturana, who brings terrorists back from the grave. He's only done that once. Well, he isn't here. Listen, I can't afford to treat this. Not unless my insurance covers it. It's going to. You were shot on duty. Just let us pass and... Shut up. I was shot by that jackass Eric. It won't count as combat. The guard burst into painful tears. And bust. Not necessarily. I think I can help you. No need. Just go before I change my mind, and thanks for sticking up for Larissa. Even if you were just making a distraction. Larissa, that's a lovely name. But now I'm going to help her by helping you. Amy grabbed a rifle from Bob, limped back to the hallway and made sure to leave her fingerprints on the gun as she shot wildly about. The weapon was heavier than the one she used at Jenna. It was bulky and clearly packed more of a punch. While shooting about, she couldn't stop wondering about the little bayonet the size of a peeler knife attached to the otherwise massive rifle. Why was it even there? In case the guards needed to peel their apples after shooting a bunch of people to pieces. As she limped back, the guard spoke to Bob. Look, I really want to help her, I just don't know how, and some of the guys here don't take it well. Well, isn't she your family? Yeah. Then that's all that matters. Take care of her. Ask her what she needs. Stay alive for her. Amy got back, a more determined look on her face. You're taking the blame for shooting me. Are you sure? I don't think they can give a higher sentence than they're already planning to. This changes nothing for us. You know, I wish Larissa had a brother with your guts. She will have a brother with an impressive insurance check. Yeah, and I can't thank you enough. Oh. Amy hit him in the face with the butt of the rifle. Fuck, why did you do that? After we shot you, you bravely kept fighting until you were overcome, disarmed, and stabbed with a bayonet. Wait, what? Amy stabbed him in the shoulder. Jesus, why did you do that? It wouldn't be credible if he found you alive and didn't try to kill you. Tell him you passed out and we left you for dead. I will. Thanks for... And for fuck's sakes, join a union. Even scumbag thugs deserve better benefits. Jim managed to a faint smile. How? You can't see his face. He's wearing a mask. I'm not sure there's a union for scumbag thugs. Where are you guys going? We're getting out the fastest way. The south service entrance is 4 floors up. It's the closest. Just go around the main water tank clockwise. Thanks, take care. Bob took Jim's gun and they left him to tend to his wounds. After a while, Bob broke through the thoughtful silence. Just to be clear, we're not going to the southern service entrance. No way in hell. Jim was a nice guy when we had him in our mercy, but we don't know if that'll last when his friends find him. So what do? Find out if there's a northern service entrance? Wait. What? We don't really have time. The guy spoke of a water tank, something about going around it. You want us to go around it the other way, not clockwise? There isn't a water tank in the gardens, it's an office building. There's nothing but records in this basement. We're in the central water supply. Hey! But that note that you didn't leave said we'd be at the gardens. And why would Francis lure Josephine to where we actually are? Now Josephine's heading for a trap and we can't even help. Fuck, any chance that we could still make it to the gardens in time if we stole a car? I don't think so. This place is even more guarded than the gardens. We'll just have to hope Jo gets back. She has Army Girl. Together they're invincible. Let's hope so and focus on the bright side. What's that? That dumbest bloodsucker brought us straight to the one place where we could never have broken into. And now we're on the loose at the centre of his plans. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Want to find whatever he controls all of it and give the people some of their water back? I say we find the controls and give the people all of the water back. Now I'm going back to the Doctor and Josephine. Failing to subdue a scream, Norbert fell. Around him, complete darkness reigned. He had no idea how far into what he'd fallen. After what seemed like an eternity, he and the sweeper plunged into water. Norbert let go of the sweeper. It was clear he'd come as far as he could come with it, though he had no idea where he was. He tried to make for the surface, only to realise he didn't know where that was, either. His head was still spinning, his cybernetic arm was responding poorly. He panicked briefly before noticing that there was still air in his tank. He was alive somehow. He'd survived the worst ride of his life. He was bruised all over, and his hand was in unspeakable pain. Swimming with no functioning hands was difficult. And where was Josephine? Had she made it? And if she fell in, would she still breathe? The thought of sharing this coffin of a water tank with Josephine's corpse gave him the chills. And where the hell was up? Norbert didn't have a lamp on him. Why wasn't the water glowing anymore? He tried to think, maybe if he swam either way he could feel the pressure changing and deduce where up was. Or could he drop something and watch it sink? He heard something, then a muffled splash. Then he felt the pressure of the water being displaced. Finally he saw a dim light descending in the darkness, as if a candle had stubbornly decided to burn under the waves. Hey! It was Josephine's hat. He swam furiously towards it and caught Josephine. She didn't respond, or did she pass out? They had to get up. Up was where Josephine had come from. Holding Josephine, he began rising slowly. She was heavy, and frankly, Norbert was a poor swimmer even when he could use his hands. But he persisted. Suddenly something hit his feet. Josephine was kicking as well. He loosened his grip and she swam on her own the last meters. They broke the surface at the same time, relieved. They took off their breathing gear and gasped for fresh air. It was still completely dark aside from the dim glow of Josephine's heart. After catching her breath, Josephine began to smile and kiss Norbert passionately. "We made it! I was beginning to worry you hadn't. Sorry, I must have passed out at some point. That trip was the most horrible idea ever." "Well, it'd go to somewhere nice and cozy. Any idea where?" "We should be in one of the smaller auxiliary tanks." "Can we get out?" "There should be a service ladder somewhere on the edge, maybe." "Okay, let's go for it. I can't swim forever. My hands are killing me." "Your hands are? I'm bleeding into the city's water supply." "Speaking of it, why doesn't it glow?" "I'm not sure, but I think they're repackaging it." "Huh?" "Uptown water is cleared and making it suitable for rich people consumption. So they filtered out the glowing chemicals somehow before the tank. More likely they added something new to neutralize the old chemicals. Of course. Look, we found a wall. Let's begin to circumvent the tank. We'll find a ladder if there is one." "And if there isn't?" "Do me a favour and try not to think about it. Worst case scenario, some rich people get cholera from drinking rotting corpse water. Delicious." Norbert didn't say anything, but he definitely thought about it. They swam in silence, trying to hold on to the smooth walls of the tank to no avail. Josephine's hat remained the only source of light they had. It cast a pale but beautiful glow that reflected on the rippling water on her face. "What?" "Nothing, just spacing out." "I'd rather you stay focused and stop lying to me." "Fine, then. I was just gawking at how beautiful you are in this lighting. You know, when you compliment a woman, you might not want to specify that they're pretty because it's so dark you can barely see them." I didn't mean to. I'm teasing you, idiot. Come here." He swam to her. "Put your foot where my foot is." Norbert did and found a small vent of some kind, a minuscule ledge that two people could just about balance on with one foot. Josephine grabbed his waist and put her head against his. "I find you very handsome in the dark as well, and warm. It's freezing here." And she kissed him again, but this time long and sweet. The rush of it made her tremble. He was so warm. They stood there embracing for a long time. Norbert realised how worn out he was. It had been a long day. And so had been the day before that. Would the day ever come where they could just rest like this, with no great cause or urgent threat to their lives? Could they come home after a normal, non-dangerous workday and just watch TV with a bottle of wine? He pulled back enough to see Josephine's eyes. He found no answer in there. "What now? Another compliment you're reluctant to give me? I was wondering if we'll ever have a calm day together. Just us with no mission to accomplish. I thought we already scheduled several dates. A water park, a movie, diving lessons and a nice hotel room. I didn't mean a date or a vacation. I meant coming home from work and opening a bottle of wine, staying in bed all Sunday, spending holidays with family. I'm not very close with anyone in my family. You know what I mean? A normal relationship, a normal life, a family of our own. It's a lovely idea, Norbert, but it might be a dream that's out of reach in any case. If it were within reach, would you want it? Could you still live a normal life if you get the chance? What I was about to say is that we should probably keep moving, talk about this later. I agree, why did they just suddenly make a pause and talk, oh well, should we have a family after this? Well, they don't even know if they're going to get out alive. There might not be a later. There won't be if we don't find a way out of here. She plunged back into the water and swam away. Norbert followed silently. Josephine ramped up the speed. She didn't want to think about holidays with family right now. Not just because she would most likely not live to see that. She honestly wasn't sure she wanted to. A vacation, sure. I mean, if she got out, she would need time to just heal her hand. But could she in good conscience go back to her mundane life after this? Would she find it exciting or satisfying? The best she could do was not make promises to Norbert. After a while of swimming in silence, she saw it, a strange shape at the edge of the dim light. The ladder! Yes! They scrambled to it and began pulling themselves up. The climb was longer than Josephine expected and also more difficult. She was tired from the swim and her hands hurt even more now than they've been squeezed by ropes. The oxygen tanks they were carrying around proved to be surprisingly heavy, but slowly they made progress. Why not just dump the tanks if you can just climb up? Just dump it. Why not? For a while I honestly thought there wouldn't be a ladder. Me too, but this is good. If this is where it was supposed to be, then just maybe they followed my design more generally as well. We might be able to navigate with my memory. Fantastic, we might just pull this off. They'll never expect intruders from this direction. When they got to the upper end, it turned out Norbert was wrong. The ladder ended on a metal edge overlooking the dark water. No one was watching it. The bad news was that the door was locked from the outside. They sat for a while, catching their breath. Where does the door lead, following your design? To a central lobby connecting this cluster of auxiliary tanks. I'm guessing we're in the northernmost tank of cluster 4. Why so many tanks? For a variety of reasons, different stages of purification, storing water that doesn't fit in the pipes right now. Even the stability of the building itself requires that water be spread out. It supports the structure. But most of the water is in the main tanks? The vast majority of it, yes. It's like an indoors ocean. Maybe we can come back one day as tourists and I can show it to you. They let tourists in here? That was the part of the original idea. Eventually, when everything works properly, Francis was very proud of our creation. Are you? I mean, it's the biggest project I've ever worked on. It's a city landmark. I would be if it wasn't used so horribly. I will be if the system around it is redesigned. But I also feel like it was designed by a different person. You know, the version of me who's chasing promotions and drooling after Francis. I wonder what that version of you was like. I doubt you'd have liked her. She was a corporate bitch. In a way, so was I until I met you. Aren't you cute? Wait, do you hear that? No, but listen, there were muffled voices behind the door. Engineers? No reason for them to be at work this late. Has to be security. Francis isn't taking chances. There's at least 2. They will be armed. What do we do? There's nothing we can do unless they let us out. Let's knock on the door. And it'll be Bob and Amy. Norbert began beating the door with both hands. Help! Help! I'm locked up in here. The response was muffled but audible. Identify yourselves. What are you doing in there? My name is Yu. I'm an engineer. I was doing repairs and the door timer locked behind me. Put your hands behind your head and stand at the edge of the ledge. We'll enter armed and ready to shoot to check your ID. Norbert did as he was told. I'm ready. Oh no, it is a guard. The massive steel door opened and a guard entered, pointing a rifle straight at Norbert. Behind him came a second guard who checked behind the doors. Make no sudden movements. State your employee code. Oh yes, of course. It's 5? What? Suddenly someone grabbed the second guard's leg and pulled very hard. The man fell on his face before he knew what was going on. The first guard turned to see what was happening. In that instant, Norbert swung his hand from behind the back of his head and slammed the man with an oxygen tank. There we go. Norbert wasn't strong enough to straight up knock out a guard with a helmet on, but the man fell to his knees and Norbert grabbed his gun. Josephine, who was hanging from the railings of the ledge, reached out, snatched the other rifle and threw it down. Hands up and stay down. And the guards obeyed, Josephine climbing laboriously up and stood next to Norbert. Take off your clothes, both of you, and don't even think about reaching for those tasers and batons. My friend has killed before and won't hesitate to do so again. Wait, you guys are the water terrorists? There really should be a catchier name for us, but yes, and if you know who we are, then you'll know what we're capable of. Don't kill us, please, we'll do anything you want. Then why do you still have your clothes on? Start by removing your equipment belts and kicking them over here. Use only your left hands. Both men opened their belts with their left hands while keeping the right one up. Now kick them here. As soon as the 2 belts slid to her, Josephine grabbed the 2 tasers. Her fingers were starting to work again. It was a miracle they weren't broken. She noticed one of the men holding down the button on his radio. There was a little red light. Without saying a word, Josephine pointed at the radio, then herself, and finally Norbert's gun. Norbert hoisted it with a stern face. Very carefully, with tears in their eyes, the 2 men tossed their radios in the same pile with their belts. Do something like that again and I swear my friend will kneecap you both and then lock you in here to bleed out. Now your uniforms. When the two guys began undressing, Josephine saw that they were both actually very young men, probably just starting their careers. It made sense. They wouldn't put the best troops to guard a door that no one thought anyone could use. When both men were naked and standing on the edge of the abyss, Josephine took their flashlights and walked over to them. She placed the light in the hands of both shivering boys and smiled. "Thank you for cooperating, it would have been a shame to kill you." And she pushed them both. Two very long screams were interrupted by one splash and then continuous panic panting. "Turn on the lights." A few seconds passed before two flecks of light began to illuminate the water far below. Norbert stepped up and pointed his rifle down while Josephine got dressed. Touching the uniform made her flinch. She recalled her first experience with armed security. On the spot she realised this used to be her home. This is where it happened. The uniform revolted her. She recalled the panic attack she'd gotten in the hospital from just seeing a janitor's outfit. With these clothes and this mask on, anyone could become those people who'd shoot her, and Mr. Kendrick, and Rani. Clothes like these used to have the power to turn shivering boys into something she feared more than anything. But not anymore. I'm going to have something to drink because my voice is starting to crack. Oh, yes. That's better. She put on the guard's helmet, wondering how Rani had felt about working as a guard during the months she thought Josephine was dead. And then she and Norbert switched places. As Josephine was pointing the gun at the boys treading water, she thought it would be polite to give them some advice. "Listen up, boys, we're about to lock you up in this tank. Please know we can help you, we can..." "Shut up, you already have. There's another gun at the bottom of this tank. Your best bet is to dive in, get it, climb back up and shoot the roof at regular intervals until someone hears you. This tank is quite the echo chamber, so the bang will be very loud. You might want to cover your ears. The lights will help you in the dark. They should work underwater. I'm dressed, let's go. We have a nice swim, boys." They locked the chamber behind them. Check that your radio still works. It might come in handy if we need to split up." "It does. Do you think anyone heard us back there?" "I doubt it. What now, besides getting far away before those boys start to shoot?" "Now we have to find out where the contract disc is being held and then where to find Bob and Amy." "Any ideas for that?" "There has to be an office for coordinating the guards, a camera room. Any chance you remember where it was?" "I wasn't in charge of security planning, but if I were to guess, it would be somewhere safe with a good radio signal." "The roof?" "The sheer body of water in the main tank weakens the radio signal. They wouldn't risk that. The place where the water obstacle is the smallest is directly on top of it. So up and away from the auxiliary tanks." They made their way through the sterile steel hallways guided only by dim electric lighting. There were no windows. "I have to say your design is a little bleak. I was a hydraulic engineer, not an architect. If you want a luxurious penthouse, go to the gardens." "Pretty as it is, I'm not terribly excited to see the gardens from the inside." There were no guiding signs anywhere. Josephine presumed they just hadn't installed them yet. What she remembered, frankly. It surprised her how well she was able to conjure up the blueprint she'd only seen as plans and holograms in her head. Then again, she had worked on this project for years. "Penny for your thoughts?" "I'm a little unsure on how the hallways and stairways work. Our best bet is to try and follow the large arteries of water, if I'm right." She placed her ear against the wall and smiled. She gestured Norbert to do the same. "Water flowing." "Yep, the artery is behind this wall. We just have to..." Uh-oh. "What are you morons doing?" They turned to see an officer of some kind behind them. He too had a mask and protective gear, but only a pistol. "Sir, it's our first day and the Sarge told us to listen carefully in case there are fish in the water, sir." The officer stood quietly for a while, then laughed. "You idiots have been pranked. Nothing can make it alive through those pipes. Go tell your sergeant that we didn't hire you so you could waste manpower, especially tonight." "Yes, sir. What's so special about tonight, sir? Have you been debriefed? There are literal lakes of water coming in. The boss has come to personally oversee it. Everything has to be in order. Go back to your sergeant and tell him that Colonel Harris told him to lay off the donuts and do his goddamn job." "Yes, sir." "Yes, sir." and then they jogged away in the direction the water was flowing. Quick thinking there. At the hospital we used to send interns hunting for human heat transmitters. And that is, you know, a device that transferred extra heat from patients with fever to patients with hypothermia. I can't believe anyone who made it through med school fell for that. I did. Oh, Norbert. Well, if we're going today, it's good to know you're gullible. Wait, what? Nothing. Did you hear what he said about Francis? That he's here? Yeah, apparently he doesn't want to oversee the deadly trap he set for us. He's hired thousands to stick their necks out for him. No need to do it personally. But we can't let him distract us. Best case scenario, we do what we came to do and run to get Bob and Amy without him even noticing. Really? I'd have thought you'd run straight to him and told him at gunpoint and hold him at gunpoint and force him to cancel his plans. I mean, hurting him is all you've spoken of since we left the hospital. I talk about other things? Wait, please tell me I do. Honestly, it doesn't even matter. You've been obsessing about Francis for months. What changed? She thought about it. Revenge had given her incredible strength. Thinking about her had kept her alive in the hospital and driven her on through these months. But it had a downside too. Revenge made me feel powerful when I was completely powerless. In hospital? Josephine nodded. When I was tied to a machine and needed help getting up and taking a shit, I could be powerful in my head. I think about shooting him, strangling him, ripping his heart out, or just watching him lose everything. First alone, then with Bob. It was a joke for Bob, but I was always serious. In my dreams I could get even with everybody. Francis, the hospital, my old school bullies. But every time I woke up I was still bound to a bed. That was the worst part. Going back to a reality where you were still powerless. I know I escaped because I had to, but that had been one of my fantasies too. That Rani would bust in and carry me off to a better place. But that fantasy came true. And you can't imagine how amazing that felt. I had to feel that again, so I pursued my vengeance. But it always seemed like no matter what I did, Francis was still there in his office, plotting to take over the city without a care. If you succeed tonight, he won't be. That's not the point. I got so obsessed with taking him down that I had us bomb the people who we were saving, and then I almost died breaking into the gardens. Just because I wanted to hurt Francis faster and more. I thought revenge was giving me power, but really it was just making me do whatever it took to feel powerful. It made me blind to all the suffering I put you all through. All revenge gave me is anger and regret. Wow, I mean, I had no idea you were struggling with such internal demons. When did you realise? When I killed that arsehole who murdered Rani, I got revenge. Right there on the spot. I've never felt worse in my life. I understand. So what drives you now? Stopping Francis from murdering millions. Whatever happens to him afterwards, I don't care. They didn't speak for a while. Josephine was clearly in deep thought. They followed a narrow staircase and then a tunnel. Then some more stairs. Strangely, they met no other security staff, though they must have travelled for at least a kilometre. I'm guessing most guards are concentrated on the outer perimeter entrances, and where it is absolutely crucial to defend. Like the camera room? Oh, camera room, yeah. Like the camera room and wherever the contracts are. I read that as camera roof and I was very confused for a second. Yes. Great. It's actually good. We've only met one guy on the way from the tanks. That means it could take a while before the actual owners of this uniform are found. You're saying no one will hear their shots? That's what I'm hoping for. Actually, it's more likely they'll break something and set off an alarm. They turned around and saw more flights of stairs. It must be pretty high and close to the main tank, but I honestly didn't design any of the non-water stuff. What are those? Emergency stairs? There should be many of them. What about them? That they only lead up from here? That doesn't make any sense. Emergency stairs to the roof? Is there a helipad? Yes, but that's emergency stairs from the roof, in case the people there need to get down quickly. Meaning, that should be where we're going. The emergency stairs were round and even narrower than the others. They made a hellish noise when climbed rapidly. Do we have a plan of any kind for once we get there? You said yourself it will be full of guards. We can always hope they left their guns in their lockers. Great, so we're betting on them being sloppy now. I was joking. We should be able to take them by surprise. and then we'll improvise. The stairs ended with a closed hatch. Oh, it opened smoothly despite being heavy. It was brand new. Wind howled on the outside. Josephine peeked out. There at the end of a long hallway was a metal box with a huge antenna on top of it. Ah, here we go. The box was on top of the main tank, which, now that they were close to it, was absolutely massive. Pipes jutted out of the sides like legs from the body of a spider. That has to be it. Come on. And she leapt out, running onto the walkway. It was made of steel like everything else, and had railings that didn't look particularly sturdy. Old Josephine would have been absolutely terrified. Brandishing a rifle, Josephine flew across with Norbert tailing her as fast as he could. Months into this, and Norbert still wasn't in the shape he should have been. Norbert began to wonder if he ever would be. Josephine was far ahead. What was her hurry? The wind up here was far worse than it had been at the pipe entrance. His own dampness had soaked into the uniform, and now he shivered. Norbert took a look at the city around them. The CWS was one of the highest buildings around. Far below he could see the endless urban jungle of buildings of varying sizes and a cacophony of lights and billboards. You could see that the city rose slowly, and he turned his gaze uptown to the heights where the skyscrapers towered. You could see the gardens. Then he turned his gaze down and gasped. It was like the city ended where he stood. The downtown buildings were dark with no power on and no water to glitter in the pipes. The only light came from police helicopters and burning buildings. Jesus, they're really doing it. He now understood why Josephine was in a hurry. She reached the gates of the box long before Norbert did. There was an armed guard at the door. Halt, no unauthorized access. Do you know Colonel Harris? By name only? Why? He's coming behind me to take over the control room. I suggest you lose that cigarette and stand to attention. Fuck, thanks for the heads up. The guard was ramrod straight when Norbert showed up. Colonel Harris, everything in order. This young man here is to show you the facilities. Sir. Aye, very good. Open the door and get us out of this hellish wind. Yes, sir. Sorry I didn't recognise you in that tactical gear. What I'm wearing is none of your business. If you must know, there's been a breach. Everyone is instructed to wear protective gear. The guard opened the door without saying anything more. The box they entered was a small room with 6 people in it. All the walls were covered with monitors, and the men inside were busily working on their computers and issuing orders. Except for one officer who was clearly in charge. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Are you in charge here? I have an urgent message for you. Come outside. The fuck I will. And you'll salute your superiors. No one tells the head of security what to do. Fuck Josephine. Of course it made sense. This wasn't just a room with monitors. This was the command center. Now speak. Mr. Brabeck wishes to speak with you, sir. He said he doesn't trust the comms. That obnoxious billionaire gets more paranoid every day. What was the message? Out with it. You suspect that there's been a breach. Some guards have been stripped of their gear and locked in one of the auxiliary tanks, sir. Why does it send me old news? Those boys have been found, dried up, and are being interrogated as we speak. The only thing we don't know yet is where to find the folks who broke in. Fuck this. Is Brabeck still in his office? Or did that coward evacuate to the gardens without telling me? He's waiting by the stairs, sir. He believes the intruders are after those contracts. Of course they are. They aren't on the fucking they aren't on the fucking evening walk here. I'm telling you that corporate weasels should leave the fighting for the fighters and focus on the paying. Take me to him, then. He stepped outside and the commander locked the door behind him. Then he tossed his keys over the railing and pulled his pistol. I don't know what you idiots thought you could achieve by kidnapping me or hijacking the command center, but it'll never happen. I know my troops and you aren't them. As soon as one of us fires, the CC will go on lockdown and alert the others. You'll never make it to the end of the walkway. Never will you. Whichever one of us you shoot, the other will get you. That friend of yours has no spine, I can see it. I'll die if I have to. It's called loyalty, girl. There's nothing noble about being loyal to a horrible system. You've got a loud mouth for a girl. I should... Norbert lunged forward and grabbed a gun. The officer pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Josephine hit the commander with the butt of her rifle as hard as she could. The man fell over the railing. Fuck. Don't look. It didn't matter. The commander slammed into the dome and slid down, leaving a faintly visible trail of blood. He soon fell out of view. We killed him. Oh well. Yeah, we did. For a second they stood in silence. How did he not fire? He lifted up his robot hand. The pistol was hanging from his thumb. It was wedged between the hammer and the rest of the gun. Ha! Carefully, Norbert removed it. There will be patrols down here if they find his body. Oh, they'll find his body soon enough. Then we must hurry. We have to get to Francis. You change your mind after everything? No, I have another idea. But for it to work, you have to be Colonel Harris for a while longer and take over here. I won't let you go alone. Not to Francis. No way in hell. No choice now. Imagine how much you can do from here. You'll command the entire security force. Fine, you're right. What are we going to do? Josephine explained, kissed him and ran off. Norbert watched her run and struggled to hold back tears. Be safe, Josephine. I love you. What? He banged on the door of the box until the guard who'd been at the door opened it. He entered and took a look around. Gentlemen, the situation is dire. The commander is needed on the ground. I'm Colonel Harris and I'm in charge now. Our top priority right now is the contracts. We believe they've been compromised. But sir, what about the escaped prisoners? Escaped prison? Why would anyone be imprisoned here? Then it hit him, and his eyes swelled with tears of joy. Amy and Bob are alive! And here, somehow. Good thing he had a mask on. The hallways seemed to never end. Amy and Bob had been running around so long they were both nauseous. There were guards everywhere. They could hear dozens of heavy boots pounding the steel. Twice they turned around the corner and had been met with fire. Amy had fired back both times. Now she was running out of bullets. They weren't just running about, of course. They found a map of sorts that guided them to seek a room on the eastern side of the main tank. If they read it right, which they couldn't know. Now they've been circling the main water tank for at least an hour. Jeez. Should we have dressed up as guards? Maybe. Waste of time. Last time did not go well for you, did it? The boss man I was with was kinda nice. Where's that room? We've been looking for so long. I'm not giving up yet. I don't think we can even get out anymore. They turned around. They turned another corner. Two men were standing in the hallway. They were in uniform. Amy stopped. Look out, guards. The men turned to face Amy. They looked confused, then they acted on instinct. They sprayed the area in front of her with fire until the two men that had been there had fallen down and the gun was empty. Then she just stared in horror. The men had flown back against the wall and left red splatters on it. Their limbs were still twitching, but there was no life in them. Their eyes were open. Holy crap. Yeah, holy crap. Murderer! They approached the two men and found that they were dead. There was blood everywhere. Amy turned around and vomited. They were just boys, no older than she was. The guards hadn't even noticed them before they were killed. This didn't feel fair. Amy fell to her knees. Her legs wouldn't hold her up. It was so fast. Bob put her hand on her shoulder. She collapsed into his arms. I can't. Shh, hey there, it's alright, you murdering bitch. How is it alright? I just murdered someone. You acted on instinct. They've been trying to kill us for hours. Months, actually. Not these two, they were just guarding. Wait, what were they guarding? Bob opened the door they'd been watching. An empty room with computers. Look, like I said, you reacted on instinct. They've been trying to kill us forever. Not those two, they've literally died for some computers we don't even care. Oh, then it hit her. Why would they guard computers? They're expensive? This is the controls, we found it, come on. She picked up the rifles on the ground and stormed into the room. The guns were sticky. Gasping, she dropped them on the floor. Bob followed her in and locked the door behind them. He turned to see a shocked Amy on her knees, trying to wipe her hands clean while crying hysterically. Bob sat down next to her. Listen to me, if you hadn't shot them so fast, we'd both be dead now. How do you know? What if they'd just taken us in? We're past the point where they'd just arrest you now. We're never supposed to leave this place alive, remember? They would have shot us like dogs. I shot them like dogs. No, not like dogs. You saved my old butt, and I want to thank you for it, but we should focus on saving some more lives. Here, let me wash that off. There was a water dispenser in the room. Bob got a plastic bottle of water and poured it on Amy's hands. When we get out of here, I'll take the rifle, okay? You won't have to shoot anyone again. Amy shook her head. There are 2 rifles and I'm a better shot than you. Let's turn that water flow down. They began to go through the various buttons and screens, trying to make out how everything worked. So right now the water is flowing from the poorer neighbourhoods marked for destruction into the tank here. Okay, and that's the wrong way. Yes, we need to find a way to reverse the flow so the water flows out from the tank and back into the city. To the people, great. Know how to do it? No, this is definitely a job for Josephine. I'd help, but the last time I touched the computer I got electrocuted. That's because you touched it with a fork while it was on. Bob chuckled. Rich girl wasn't wrong and she wasn't weak either. Bob had met his share of people who'd once killed someone. Almost none of them could have focused on anything else for hours afterwards. Ah, you cold-hearted bitch, you. You could only hope the girl wouldn't get nightmares. Those was the worst part. He heard something. Do you hear that? There's people outside. They're trying to brrr. Someone on the outside shot the door. Bullets whistled over their head, leaving dozen holes in the doors and shattering 3 of the top monitors. Shoot back, I'll try to reverse the water flow. Bob took a rifle and shot through the door. Keep your head down. Just as Amy found the operation currently in progress, a new hail of bullets tore through the room. Oh, I guess that was all that we're going to look from that. Francis was in deep thought. He was in his office, one of the only ones with windows. In terms of comforts, the place was a far cry from the gardens, but it was cosy enough and attached to a helipad. On it was his private chopper with a pilot sitting inside, ready to leave at once. Outside in the city, everything was going swimmingly, as predicted. Riots had broken out after the water was cut. Riots that justified an extensive use of force. By morning, the slums would be subdued and the evictions could begin. He would have been thrilled to follow the operation, but there was another far more urgent hunt happening right now under his nose, and it was not going according to plan. In retrospect, bringing Larson and Sierra here had been a mistake. Now they were running rampant in the building. Yeah, why did you bring them to the one place you didn't want them to be, you dumb bastard? It saddened him. For a bit, Mr. Sierra would be devastated to hear that his only child had perished violently. Not to mention, without the 2 of them, he would have to conjure up more unreliable scapegoats for the upcoming terrorism trial. Fortunately, by morning there would be millions of thirsty citizens desperate for a new life elsewhere. But Larson and Sierra were an insignificant hiccup compared to Lace suddenly entering the building. It had to be Lace. No one else would have gambled on surviving the transit in the water pipes. Her choice to come here bewildered Francis. It went against her profile. She had every reason to believe her friends were at the gardens. I left that obvious clue right there for him. Was she truly willing to sacrifice them? Perhaps Janice had been the only one she truly cared about. Or had she seen beyond the ruse? Francis had declared the game over prematurely, it seemed. It was on him. He consistently underestimated his opponent so far. It was now clear that Lace could not be reasoned with, and that she wouldn't go down without a fight. Such a waste of talent, but now she was inside and she wouldn't get out thanks to Commander Morris and his foolproof plan. The majority of guards had been guarding the perimeter, but now they would be slowly advancing inwards, tightening the net. Reinforcements from the garden were already on their way to secure the entire area. Perhaps there was nothing to worry about after all. At least the entire group was now in one place and it could be eliminated with a single stroke. You could have done that so many times and you didn't do it. And no one could get access to the contracts, that he was sure of. Someone reached out to him on his watch. Yes? Mr. Braddock, bad news, we've lost visual on the contracts. They may be compromised. How the hell and where is Morris? Morris was last seen heading to you, sir. He's not responding. What are your orders, sir? Damn it! Francis looked at the helicopter waiting for him. The contracts were practically impossible to get, are they, on the helicopter? The safest option would be to fly out and let the soldiers fight. Unlike Miss Lace, Francis wasn't a gambler, but he wasn't afraid of the game either. If they did find the contracts, how would it look if he'd bailed when the fighting was thickest? Lace was unlikely to give up as long as she lived. With luck, she could still be in the game for an hour or more before she was eliminated. Keep tightening the net and send the vanguard immediately to the location. I want the place to be secure when I get there. Cursing, Francis waved to his pilots to wait. He opened his desk. Would he need weapons? Gear? Most likely not, but he wasn't a gambler. Wait, well, didn't he just say that he was a gambler? I don't know. Leaving the office shortly later, he gestured for the 2 guards at the door to follow him. The 3 of them raced through the hallway. Normally the trip would take nearly 15 minutes, but Francis had ordered a shortcut to be built. Close to his office there was a locked closet. Francis put his fingertip on the door and opened it, revealing a dark passage. You, go first, follow me, run for it. Thus, with the guards flanking him, Francis made his way to the other end and up 1 flight of stairs. The guard leading the way opened the door on the other end and checked both directions. Clear. He entered the regular hallway and closed the door carefully behind him. Across the hall was a large round door. Francis opened it like he had the other one, only this one didn't hide the secret passage. It was the maintenance door to the main water tank. What? Behind the door there was a vast emptiness in every direction, cut only by a narrow bridge with low railings. The bridge terminated at the centre of the tank, half a kilometre away. There was no space on the bridge for switching places. Francis went first. They crossed the distance in perfect silence. There was no one here yet, but Francis had expected it. The regular troops didn't even know where to come until someone told them, and they couldn't get inside. His hope that the hallway would be thoroughly secured by the time he returned with the contracts. Oh, are they in the main water tank then, I guess? He would get them to safety and return to oversee the cleanup. The container was dark, aside from the glow emanating from the water below. His water, only his water glowed like that. He loved the glow. Whenever the water glowed was his territory, or wherever the water glowed. His kingdom in all but name. If he was a spider, then the pipes of glowing water were his net. Not that he'd ever drink water that wasn't purified of both glowing and anti-glowing chemicals. That would be insanely unhealthy. But the people had no choice to drink it, in a way they were his too. He reached the centre of the tank, the centre of his kingdom, at the top of the only maintenance ladder to the water. Next to it, on a long stick, was a simple interface, the keys to his kingdom. He gave his fingertip, his eye, and some of his saliva to the scanner. It opened a numeral interface. Meticulously, Francis entered the 28-digit password he had memorised that only he knew. When he was done, a little green light lit up. He had a small elevator bring something up. It took a while to come from the bottom of the tank, when a small cube of bulletproof plastic finally reached him, he spoke to it. Francis Brabeck. Another green light lit up. That seems like horribly convoluted to protect the only place where you have these contracts. Ostrich pie. A third green light lit up and the plastic box opened. Sighing with relief, Francis took the little metal object and squeezed it tightly. This truly was the safest location on the planet. He turned around just in time to hear the splash. There was now only one guard on the bridge standing between him and the world. Francis smiled. I see you're done postponing our date, Miss Lace. I assume your companions have taken over the control room and none is coming to my rescue? The guard removed her helmet and threw it into the water. You got it right. It's just you and me, Francis. Shoot him! Just shoot him! So easy. We're running out of bullets. I'm almost done. Another wave of gunfire hit the room. Amy was lying on the floor with a display on her lap and a keypad next to her. Above her, the room had been ravaged by the barrage. There were so many bullet holes in the wall that you could see into the adjacent rooms. There were also far too many functions in the water network. She was navigating a strange system. She had no idea what she was doing. Another shower of bullets. The noise they made was deafening. No way either of them was walking out of here. Bob was lying on his stomach and shooting one shot at a time. I think I hit one. Great, keep at it. Any progress? I figured out how to... Oh no. Another hail of lead interrupted her. If I figure out how to stop what's going on, but not how to turn the flow around... Well, that ain't very helpful, huh? Do you want to try this? Well, you're a better shot than me, let's... Wait, I found it! You did? Good, do it and we'll... Oh, what happened? The door exploded in. Oh dear. The shockwave sent Amy flying under the table while Bob spun through the air. Parts of the ceiling and nearby walls collapsed on them. The computers that Amy wasn't hugging were obliterated. Amy came back to her senses in a thick cloud of dust. Someone had thrown a grenade at the room door. Now there was no door, or so she thought. She couldn't be sure with all the smoke and dust in the air. She coughed. Someone immediately tried to shoot her. Ducking, she saw that her computer was still working. She pressed enter with glee. They'd done it. They reversed the flow of water. Mass murder had been postponed. Now she had to destroy the only working computer. Slowly she got up. She hurt everywhere. She heard a low grunt. Bob was alive too. There was a black figure kneeling over him. That was it. Amy swung the computer at the guard's head. It splintered into 1,000 pieces. What a shitty computer. The guard fell back. Amy lunged and seized the gun she dropped, aiming at the guard's head. Then she paused. She already killed and hurt people today. Did she really want to kill someone who was already down? Maybe. A part of her did. A part of her knew it would make her feel powerful for a while. She decided she hated that part. The guard never got up. Amy took her taser, used it on her, and cuffed her. The dust was settling. To Amy's surprise, there weren't any other guards around anymore. She must have been unconscious for a while. Where are the others? Called away. Some emergency. I was slept to make sure you were dead. They should have given you a partner. Yeah, they should have. Oh, fuck my head. Bob! She rushed to him and helped remove the debris. Bob had scratches and bruises everywhere, but seemed to be fine otherwise. We did it, Bob. Great, but why do I get blown up all the time? All the time? When was the last time? Oh, a long time ago in the fire brigade. A competitor played a prank on our company, put explosives in the house we were going to burn. I think you may have a concussion. You were going to burn a house as a firefighter? That was my job. I lit fires and the company would show up to fight them. You were an arsonist. A professional, not a weirdo. Do you really have time for this conversation? We certainly don't. Can you walk? Not much choice, is there? You can't carry me. It seems like a lot of the people that are the protagonists in this story, especially Bob here, is kind of an asshole. I don't usually give lifts to arsonists, but I'm so pumped up on adrenaline I just might. Well, off you go, murderer lady. The captured guard's radio made a noise. Amy picked it up and listened. The fugitive are trying to escape. Focus on the northern gate and auxiliary tanks. Norbert? It's Colonel Norbert Harris to you, Private. What's your status? My partner and I are alright. We were caught up in the basement early, but now we've secured the water controls. Waiting for our next orders, sir. I'm glad to hear you're in good shape. I have a special task for you. Make your way to the main tank maintenance and wait for instructions. Roger that. What the hell? They're here. That was Norbert. They came for us. If Doc's here, then Joe and Amigo must have come too. Well, again, 2 out of the 3. Yes, we can make it. They didn't fall for Francis's trap. Wait, yes they did. What do you mean? If they wanted to save our butts, there's no way they would have figured out to come here instead of the gardens. But they're here. But they didn't come for us, they came for that contract thingy. It's just a crazy coincidence that we're in the same place. Kind of, yeah. You mean they sacrificed us? Yup. It makes sense, huh? I mean, I hate it too, but wouldn't you put the city first? No. No? I mean, could you have done it? Left 2 of us to die? I want to say no, but we all knew we might die from the start, and more so every day. Imagine if we'd been at the gardens and they'd come here. Wouldn't it be worth it to see them succeed? Huh. Look at you, a full-blown fighter. You're right. I was being selfish. No, you weren't. You want to survive. There's nothing selfish about that. But I'm kind of hurt too. We'll make them beg for an apology later. Good idea. Wonder if this guard lady can give us directions. They stood for a while and measured each other with their eyes. There were maybe 20 steps between them. From the looks of it, I outgunned you. So it would seem, but lest you forget, if you shoot me, this precious lump of metal will fall to the water and you'll never find it. Well, maybe I will. I can dive. And if it did fall, nothing on earth would keep me from shooting you. Give it to me and I'll let you take a detour in the lake with your actual guard. You didn't kill Billings. I'm surprised. He's a liability. It's not my style. I disagree. Your obstinacy has killed many. How many died at your buildings? At your building? 40? How many died at City Hall, or at the riots you inspired? You killed all those people and you're killing more as we speak. And what of Commander Morris? I've worked with him for years. He isn't the surrendering type. He attacked me. I didn't mean for him to fall. I wish it hadn't gone that far. But you killed him without a second thought. Which leads me to the point. Which do you want to be, Morris or Billings? Your body count is really pushing me to the Morris side. Is it? I want to see your apartment block to be evicted. No violence. You could have taken your promotion and bought a big place uptown. Instead, you riled your elderly labours into meaningless resistance. Thanks to you, we had to make an example. Your kindly Mr. Kendrick could have been spending a happy retirement at a nursing home. Instead, his grandkids had to hear how Grandpa was gruesomely murdered by terrorists. Blame others all you want, but you ordered those killings, including mine. True, but I take no pleasure in violence. Progress cannot be stopped, but you have ramped up the price for it quite a bit. You really have no compassion, do you? Just shoot him! I have a vision for this city. A city where no one is dependent on others. Crime is nearly non-existent. Well, nearly non-existent. Well, that does seem that good, actually. And hard-working people can flourish. Don't you remember our vision? You designed this place, knowing it would have to be built on a previously inhabited area. You knew we were going to privatize water. My priorities changed when you tried to have me killed. Your kind cannot dictate the future of society. Yeah, when it was my home that was being destroyed, I had to take a stance against that. The people need You know what just kind of popped in my head? If Francis would have just chosen any other building to build that water place, none of this would have happened. The people need leadership, you should know that. Without you, there wouldn't be a resistance. When you're gone, there won't be. What kind of leader decides that half their followers are unworthy of living? A prudent one, of course. If an employee costs more than they bring in, they're fired. If someone catches the plague, they're quarantined. A leader must think of the greater good. The greater good. And you must agree, or why else would you have come for this and not your friends? Francis smiled gleefully as he juggled the contracts from one hand to the other. Just shoot him! How many of your little group did you sacrifice for the greater good? About half? Not the same. Amy and Bob knew what they signed up for. No one in the city has the plague, and you're trying to kill them anyway. Trees are cut down every day to make space for farmland. Do you weep for the squirrels? Or do you eat the bread? Or perhaps you do both, as so many of you good people are used to doing. People like you are only angry because you're used to pretending that progress has no downside while you reap the future of the grim labour of others. Progress will always have a price. The future has no place for families of 5 with no working parents, or alcoholics, or people so lazy they can't be bothered to work for rent. He took a step towards her. Visionless parasites who contribute nothing, they're lice, and progress means cleaning up the house. How exactly is your planned progress? You talk about it like it's some great revolution, but it's just more of the same. Arrogant pricks like you are funneling more of everything to yourselves. People at the bottom collectively holding you up, and people in the way starving to death in obscurity. It's been like that forever. You're not the face of progress, you're the face of the past. And you think you're standing for progress? What have you accomplished so far? Has my wealth been whisked away and given as alms to the poor? Has democracy fixed itself? Has your dead girlfriend been avenged? No, but she might soon be. He took another step. Josephine fought to suppress her anger. Why? I'm glad you brought her up. She would have said I should kill you. She would be right, even before you had killed her. You expect me to feel remorse? Rani Janice was a cold-blooded killer. Did she ever tell you what she used to do for a living? She did, and she felt remorse. She atoned. How can you see you or her as morally superior? You've killed people yourself. For example, might I tell you that poor Billings, whom you threw over, can't swim, and Morris fell into something too hard to swim in. I am a killer. Because you made me into one. But people can change. I changed when you shot me, and I'll change again, starting with you. I've dreamed of killing you for so long. It got me through my recovery and powered me to do all of this. Just shoot him. Hand over the contracts and let that dream go. No, why? Just shoot him. Why should I believe that? He inched closer. Why you let him get closer? What else can you do? You're unarmed and poor Billings has a long climb to help you. I wager my friends will get here first. If I made you a killer, to whom do I owe this noble change? The fiery spirited college girl, the hard on the outside but soft on the inside bulldozer, the doctor with a heart of gold. Frances must have picked up something in her expression. I see. When my men throw your doctor from the roof, how will that change you? Will it break the fragile heart he made for you? With that, Frances lunged toward. Yeah, why didn't you just shoot him in the knee, kneecapped him? She fired, but too late. Frances was already grabbing at her rifle. They fell into the bridge together. Josephine's shots echoed in the chamber as they wrestled. Hey, is this your bad hand? He twisted her bandaged hand hard. How did he see that it was a bandaged hand? Josephine screamed and punched him in the face with the rifle. He reeled, but she lost her grip on the gun and it fell. Ah, you stupid woman. Frances, still on top, spat blood of his mouth into Josephine's eyes. He then butted his head against her face. She kicked him in the groin, but Frances was stronger. He wasn't tired or injured. He punched her in the throat as she gasped for air. Frances tore out some of her hair. He jumped and drove his knee down Josephine's face. The pain was deafening. All she heard was the water down below. Wait a minute. The water was moving. Frances placed his free hand on Josephine's heart. It's so convenient that you have an off switch. So does your plan. Do you hear that? Water's flowing out. Frances turned to see his precious kingdom in turmoil as the liquid gold flowed with increasing speed to the pumps at the edges of the tank. Josephine used the pause to summon all the remaining strength she had and push. Oh, did he fall in the water? Yeah, tripped over the railings, catching the bridge with his free hand only at the last second. Still breathing heavily, Josephine got up. Ready to reconsider giving me the contracts? I can pull you up. Stop right there, back away from the boss. It was Billings, he had made it after all. Your boss is hanging onto life with one hand. The currents down there are incredibly strong now. You'll drown if you fall. Billings pulled out his baton and began slowly making his way to them. We shouldn't fight. If you fall again, you won't get out. Killing you is going to make me rich. Josephine pulled a taser. I'll tase you if you come closer. Groaning, Frances hoisted up his right hand. Josephine immediately grabbed the contracts. Frances now put both hands on the ledge. Don't destroy them. If you do, nothing will save you from the wrath of my investors. I can help you get away. And if I don't help you, you'll drown, so shut up. She opened the lid of her acid container while keeping the taser pointed at Billings. Something reached up and grabbed her belt. I swim every day. And he pulled her over the railing and down with him. Boss! Josephine fell, spinning wildly. Frances couldn't hold on to her belt but didn't stop trying to grab her. She lost the acid container. It fell onto the bridge. The glowing water was further away than it seemed, but it came closer incredibly fast. Josephine tried to wiggle her way into a proper diving position but couldn't. She was falling too fast. Instead, she focused all of her strength onto holding onto the contracts. A collision with the water struck all the air from her lungs. Suddenly, she was surrounded by the colourful glowing water. She struggled to orient herself. The current was incredibly powerful. She saw the bridge cutting across the empty space. Its steel surface reflected the glow from below. That was up. Swimming with determination, she finally broke the surface and gasped for air, only to be pulled back down at once. Frances. She could barely see him under the waves, but kicked him in the face anyway. Good. He was trying to pull her down. Josephine swirled around, trying to get to him. He was somewhere beneath her. The current was pulling them both to the edge of the tank. She saw Frances's face. There was something covering his mouth. A small mask with a tube leaning out of it. Oh, he has air. Breathing gear. Of course, Frances had a plan B. He always did. That's why he was pulling her under. She'd run out of air before he did. She lost her taser while falling, and using it in the water was suicidal anyway. She pulled the baton and began poking Frances in the face as hard as she could. Frances responded by producing a small knife and stabbing her in the thigh. You bastard. Blood mixed with the water, Josephine spasmed in pain, but he wouldn't let go. He grabbed the baton, stripped it from her and threw it away. Then he grabbed her waist and pulled himself closer to the surface. Slowly a wave brought them both out of the water for just a second. Josephine tried to suck in air but received a fist to the face instead. The knife was holding scratched the wall. She narrowly avoided death. He butted her with his head again. She heard a crack as her nose broke. With what little strength she had, she slammed the contracts into his left eye and pushed as hard as she could. There was a lot of blood. Francis brought a hand to his face on instinct and reeled again. Then the wave smashed them both into something hard. Francis moaned and squeezed her with both hands. The waves pulled them out only to bash them into the wall again. On the third collision, they began to feel a pull at their feet. They were on the edge of the tank and being pulled down to the pumps towards the endless pipe network. They were both drowned. She tried to think there was a vent at the bottom of the tank for quickly getting rid of the water if needed. Could she still make it there? Not alone. Francis brought her back to the moment by grabbing her throat. Josephine grabbed his hand by instinct. That was a diversion. With his knife hand, Francis ripped away at the uniform over Josephine's heart. Josephine butted him with her head. It hurt more than him, but he let go of the knife. But now the heart was exposed, and he had a free hand. He grabbed at it through her flesh, trying to get at the wires with his fingers. Don't. Grinning, Francis reached deeper and found one, twisted it and pulled it out. He immediately spasmed wildly. The heart and the water had electrocuted him. And Josephine. A scream echoed in the vast space. Francis disappeared from her view. Was he dead? Unconscious? Oh dear. Josephine couldn't really think. The combined shock was too much. She couldn't hear the pain. She could hear the pain. Taste the electricity. Her body was someone else's and also drowning her in pain. But for only a second and everything went black. She slowly disappeared under the water. The end. Oh, never mind. Norbert ran as fast as he could. He stayed in the control room much longer than he was comfortable with, pretending to be Colonel Harris. He guided Josephine to Francis's office and directed all the troops to scour the auxiliary tanks. He also refused repeated calls for reinforcements to the spot where Bob and Amy were holding out. Now they were on their way too. When he'd seen Francis attack Josephine, he immediately requested a rifle, shot up the communication system and locked the confused radio technicians inside. Having made his way over to the walkway, he was close now. Yeah, what if she just shot him and would have prevented all of this? He was so focused on his breathing that he crashed into someone. Come on, Doc. Look where you're going. Get up. Yeah, this is no time to goof around. Norbert didn't respond but led them running to the rest of the way. The maintenance door was locked. Bob. Pleasure. Bob squeezed the electric lock and tore it off. Then he slammed the door with his entire body weight. It gave way. It was a plastic maintenance door, not reinforced steel after all. Amy and Norbert followed Bob through the opening and into the eerie chamber. The situation had changed. There was no one on the bridge now except one scared, unarmed guard. Amy rushed to him, smacked him with her rifle and pointed it at his face. Where's Josephine? They're gone. They're both gone. They fell. What now? Norbert didn't reply. He jumped. Falling feet first, he tried to scour the glowing, rough sea that was rapidly approaching him. He couldn't see her. He fell into the freezing water and made his way to the surface. Still no sight. Doc, over there. Amy pointed to the edge of the tank with a flashlight. Norbert swam as fast as he could. He wasn't a strong swimmer. His robot arm was responding poorly. The broken thumb must have let water in. Oh. The current was taking him in the right direction but also down. The waves were about as high as he would be, and the surface was getting lower. He saw a splash out of the corner of his eye. Bob had jumped in. A mighty wave lifted him high into the air. He saw her. Josephine was there, lifeless, swirling in the same vortex that he was heading to, illuminated by Amy's flashlight. He reached her. There was no life in her. Drowned people can sometimes be resuscitated. But Norbert wasn't a lifeguard, and a limp body is very heavy. But we have Bob! Bob emerged from the waves. We'll do it together. They managed to turn Josephine around and began dragging her towards the centre of the tank to the ladder. The current was getting stronger and they were swimming against it. They were struggling. They were holding onto Josephine with one hand and pulling up with the other. But the force of the water was slowly getting the better of them. The flashlight went out. There was a splash right next to them. Amy! Guys, I'm coming! Amy had jumped in. Go get Oh, get Joe on top of this. Amy had brought the busted maintenance door with her. It floated. Together they managed to get Josephine on the door. Her weight didn't sink it. Then with Amy and Norbert on the sides holding Josephine in place and Bob pushing with all his power at the rear end, they made their way towards the ladder. It took them a good while. High waves threatened to overturn the makeshift raft. Twice Josephine slid off and Bob had to dive to get her back. After what seemed like an eternity, they made it. What now? How do we get her up? Take her belt and tie her to the ladder. Then we'll push and pull. They tied Josephine around the ladder under her arms. She was still completely lifeless. Amy climbed ahead and hooked one of her feet to the belt. With her remaining 3 limbs, she pulled herself and Josephine up one step at a time. Meanwhile, Bob was supporting Josephine's weight on his shoulders with his head between her thighs. Norbert followed last, urging them on. The climb was excruciating. Holding Josephine up felt like hauling a corpse. There was no sign of life in her. The ladder was wet and slippery. Once Bob nearly fell and took Josephine with him, and Norbert felt more useless than ever in his life. When Amy reached the end, she was relieved. The guard, who until then stood there looking stupid, had gone, presumably to get help. At least she wouldn't have to deal with him. They pulled Josephine over the ledge and made way for Norbert. He rushed in immediately and began pressing her chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After a while, Bob sit in and continued the work. Her heart, somebody pulled the wire. It's gone, what can we do? You revive it like a normal heart. Bob, break my fingers. What? Just do it. He reached out his robotic arm. Bob grabbed his already damaged thumb and twisted it off the end. The pinky as well. With 2 fingers broken, Norbert placed his hand on Josephine's heart. The spasms in her body showed that she was being shocked, but nothing else happened. Fuck. She can't be. Wait, try this. She handed Norbert her taser. Norbert placed the wires in the hearts, said a silent prayer and pulled the trigger. Josephine spasmed, opened her eyes and began coughing. It took a long time to get the water out of her lungs. When she was done, she lay on the ground taking deep, searching breaths. Ow. You said it. Rest now. Amy couldn't hold back a resounding whoop of joy. Norbert smiled while holding back tears. Bob didn't even try. You sure scared us this time around. I almost had to take over the group, can you imagine? Josephine whispered something. What did you say? Did you record it? Every word you and he said here is on tape. Thank God for the radios. Did you... Josephine showed her wounded hand. It was still holding the contracts. Well, time to put it in the acid. Oh my God, is that? Josephine nodded and fainted for a while. Amy noticed something on the bridge. What's that? That's Beatrice's container. Norbert took the metal up of contracts and put it in the acid container. Once he pressed the button, he threw the thing into the water. It's done. We did it. The contracts are gone. Josephine burst into tears. Thank God I couldn't have pulled off a second gig like this. I don't know. We've done some crazy things together. Wait, how are you here? I thought you were dead. The gardens was Francis's trick. We were getting steamed in the basement. Norbert, you guys look like you've gone through some stuff. Amy nodded without speaking. Bob put his arm around her. We have, you too. Where do you lose Rani? Is she ordering the guards around? Yeah, where is Rani? Does she know we did it? Rani's dead. Oh, of course, guys. Rani's dead. They got her in the city hall. What? No. Are you serious? But she's so tough. How can... Yeah, she's not really much tougher than a bullet, is there? Norbert helped Josephine up and she went over and hugged her. I know. How? Bullet? She saved our lives and we couldn't save hers. Bob sat down and beat the bridge with his fist. Damn you, bridge! Then he just sat there mumbling. Oh, fucking bridge. She was too young too. Too young. Why didn't you guys try to save her, Doc? I can't cure death, you dumb bastard. It's not Norbert's fault. He did everything he could. Rani was shot. She died almost instantly. Did she say anything? She told me she loved me. It was Josephine's turn to cry. They won against all odds, and Rani wasn't there to see it. Now we should get out of here. We'll mourn later. Agreed. What did you do to the water? We found a reverse button and pushed it. Why? A sudden urgency hit Josephine. We have to evacuate. Of course, but take your time. I don't think anyone's coming. We're all worn down. I'm guessing you simply reversed the order that was given. It was to pull all the water here. Now it's to empty the tanks. So, once the water level gets lower than the pumps, the emergency vents will open and flood the outside complex. By then, they'll know their plan has failed and they'll come for us. We have to get out. Can you walk? You'll have to help me. They crossed the bridge and left the emptying tanks. Behind them, Francis' kingdom slowly disappeared into nothingness. In the hallway, they met a guard crouched in the corner who was weeping. So you got her out, and alive. If you try to stop us, we'll kill you. No, the way you jumped in for your friend, I didn't do it for my boss. He would have made me rich, but I didn't. It's not your fault. You couldn't have saved him alone. It took all three of us and a door to get her out. No, but he got out by himself. Oh, what? A little after you all jumped in, he climbed out. He said I was fired for leaving him there. Then my wife called Miranda. She told me that our water had been cut. But now it was back. Lots of it. Haven't been fighting on the side that's been killing my family? Were we the baddies all along? Go home, Billings. Be with your wife. Get a new job. I'm sorry I pushed you into the water. I had no choice. The guard nodded, sobbing, and left. You want to go get Mr. Bloodsucker and see if there's any blood left? Josephine shook her head. We destroyed the contracts, reversed the water, and recorded them confessing his murderous plans. We got him already. Yeah, but murder though, it's so fun. Ask Amy. I'm glad you see it that way. Now how do we get out of here? Find an elevator, hit the car park, get guard outfits? What about those vents? What now? You said it yourself, the last of the water in the tank will be released through some emergency vents, flooding the area. And when they notice the flood, the guards will rush over there, or rush over here to the door. We might be able to sneak out. You really should take over this group. Let's go back, the water will be low by now. So we climbed all the way out just to go back again. Yep, figures. The climb down was much faster than the ascent. By the time they got to the bottom, the ocean had become a small, shallow lake. The emergency vents were circular holes in the bottom of the tank, nothing more. This was going to be your emergency measure? I never expected to see it used. I'm kind of proud it's so fast. They waded through the water to the nearest hole. It reached to the waist, and the current was still so strong they had trouble standing. Finally, they just let themselves flow into the vortex, took a deep breath and fell. They landed in another lake of what used to be the concrete yard. Once everyone had splashed down, they waded through another half a kilometre before they reached the edge of the main tank. By that time, the guards realised something was horribly wrong. There were shouts and screams and men running around. With the command centre out of action, there was no one really giving orders. Whoever was supposed to be guarding the south entrance had abandoned their position when the water crept in. At one point they saw police officers arguing with a private security officer over jurisdiction. Josephine and Norbert recognised the officer as the real Colonel Harris. They kept a low profile and walked past the argument. Apparently the police were not pleased by the extra work the sudden flood had caused on the night of the greatest riots in decades. Once they were out of the area, the realisation dawned on them that they had no place to go to. Amy's parents' house was out of the question. I have an idea. Oh shit, I misclicked there. Hold on. Oh no, I can't click on history either. Damn it. 1 second. Amy's parents asked another question. I have an idea. I just need to make a phone call. Right. Return. An hour later, they sat around at a table in an Italian restaurant uptown, eating pizza they'd ordered and wearing dry clothes. With them sat a very confused Tina McAllister. To Josephine's surprise, she'd shown up at the restaurant with a bag of dry clothes after getting a call from someone she'd met only once. The world needed more people like Tina, Josephine thought. So, when we met at the garden, you told me you were a fashion journalist, and then you told me you used to be Brabeck's personal stylist. All of that was lies. I'm sorry. My name is Josephine Lace, and I'm a wanted criminal. You know, when you said the story you had was better than the riots going on, I didn't buy it. Bloody hell. Based on this confession and the plans, tomorrow Brabeck is going to be the wanted one. And get you into a whistleblower program, you'll be protected. Don't, we've hurt too many powerful people. And what will you do? We've made some friends downtown tonight, quite a few I expect. I still have connections there. I have family members who can help us. Until you can get us new identities anyway, a protection program isn't enough. That's your price for this evidence? A clean slate? You know I'm just a reporter. You'll find a way, or else we'll take this story elsewhere. I'll do it. I know someone, so do we have a deal? We do. Excellent, I must go make news now. You stay here, catch your breath and eat all you want, but leave soon. This place is very public. Tina McAllister put on her coat, took the plans and the recording of Francis's confession, and left. The group sat in silence for a long time. You know, I don't want to ruin this party, but there's something you want to talk about. I think I know what. You guys want to go first? We made the call together, don't pin it on Josephine. And I've never felt more horrible about anything in my life. I can't begin to imagine how you feel. Well, it isn't nice being left to die, but it was the right call. If you'd gone to the gardens, you might have found nothing except a probable death. You choosing to sacrifice us must have really caught Francis off guard. And as it turns out, we can take care of ourselves, no hard feelings. Yeah, choosing to let us go right after losing Granny must have been terrible. It was, but you know, we did agree that we would come for you right after the contracts. Even if it was a stupid, unrealistic plan. Well, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? You played Francis like a fiddle and we're all more or less alive. Francis called me out on it, on the bridge. It almost made me attack him. Call you out how? I was willing to sacrifice half my people for what I believed in. Said it made me like him. Yeah, that's not true. We all knew the risks. None of us think worse of you because of it. Still, Francis had a point. I made a ruthless call. I'd rather not have won by playing like he does. But you did win, and you beat the crap out of him. It's the other way around. He basically killed me. I just happened to electrocute him. Oh wait, he just happened to electrocute himself while doing it. If you hadn't saved my ass, I would have died. I know he would have won the battle, but I'm not sure I won anything. Bullshit. You think? Your group dove in to rescue you when there was no reason to think you were even still alive. No one in this whole damn army, did the same. I think you beat him right there. Wait, Joe, shouldn't your heart have stopped? Were you somehow asleep when he did it? Or when it did? No, but it should have run out of power. Don't take this the wrong way, Joe, but you should be dead. Very dead. You're right, it's weird. Could the shocks have... No, they couldn't have, but your heart just kept beating. Are you saying... I'm saying we have to get to a hospital immediately. But I think you might about to reach symbiosis. Soon your heart won't require outside power at all. My god, so to the hospital then. Oh, news. This is Tina McAllister, 411 Metro News. Good evening. Oh, ticker time. Adorable 6-year-old took a job at a textile factory to pay off the lunch money debts of his whole class. Stay on the channel for his obituary. I thought there was going to be something like that. Why should interns get education for free when the rest of us don't? Employer, make your interns pay for your services, says top economist. Want to blame someone for the economy? The rich are doing their share of spending to boost it. Are you? This is Tina McAllister, 411 Metro News. Good evening. Earlier this evening, the police discovered the disgraced former Nepta CEO Francis Brabeck in a hotel outside town. According to authorities, Brabeck was found drowned in the hotel swimming pool in apparent suicide. Oh dear. once a beloved darling of rich and poor alike, liberal and conservative, the 5th richest man in the world, and the only 4-time winner of the sexiest billionaire alive award in existence, Brabeck was recently taped confessing conspiracy to deny access to water to millions of local residents. Said conspiracy was arguably the main cause for the furious riots that shook the city a week ago. In the days since, the officials have temporarily taken over maintaining the water network from Neptis, a bidding contest from another private company to be contracted to run the water network with less autonomy than Neptis is underway. According to City Hall, the highest priority now is ensuring the flow of water to all parts of the city to maintain order. Neptis shareholders have since disavowed Brabeck and his plans as the actions of an individual maniac with clear sociopathic tendencies. Having now concluded their search for Brabeck, the police are still trying to locate the terrorist group behind the City Hall shootings, also a week ago. All surviving members of the organisation are assumed to be still alive and at large, though there have been no attacks since the riots. Some now speculate that the terrorists may have used the chaos as cover to flee the city. Oh. Suicide, my ass. Yeah, it looks like Francis's bloodsucker friends caught up with him. Now we'll never talk. How are you feeling, Joe? Francis has been dead for me for days. His corporate friends just made it official. They were sitting in a crowded living room in a small apartment. The house was much like Josephine's old place. One of the apartments had been empty and the residents, grateful for the water, had let them stay there. Bob had managed to find the place when all of them got emergency care. As soon as they'd rested and eaten, the pain had set in. Bob himself had concussion from the explosion, while Amy had a broken rib and plenty of bruises. Norbert and Joe needed attention for both their hands. It turned out that Norbert had broken fingers on his real hand too. Josephine's heart was indeed pumping on its own now. Instead of electricity, she received regular heart medication. She liked it, the glow had become part of her. She read using the light at night. She thought it shone a bit brighter now. What I'm really worried about is that they're looking for another private water supplier. We struck a blow, but the system hasn't changed. That's still the way they do things. At least the contracts are stricter now. We'll see by how much. Yeah, but now we must go. Yeah, we do. That thing will be all over the news today. We'll hear about Francis fucking Brabeck until hell freezes over. Some far-right nutjobs are already trying to sell him as a hero. They're saying he was just a visionary who wasn't afraid of the truth. I sometimes wonder if people are worth saving. Josephine put her hand on his. No, you don't. You like people. I'm not a fan of nutjobs. Is that an official medical term? In any case, let's get going. They left the apartment and took the emergency stairs to the back. Outside, they just followed the water pipes. The water had kept coming since the CWS accident. The riots had eventually subsided, but not before most water shops had been overrun. Apparently the idea to ram their defences with cars had spread quickly once someone thought of it. Hundreds had died, thousands were injured, and hundreds more detained. The lower city was patrolled by armoured cars, but once they got higher, the police and the security were walking on foot. The recent instances of overeager violence in parts of private security had led to a temporary order that all patrols must be joined by a police officer. After a while, they entered the shadow of the CWS, looming above and pumping water for the city. Approaching it made Josephine feel a little nauseous. Her home had once stood on that spot, what she wouldn't have given to see an unremarkable box of a building in place of that monstrosity. The lake they created hadn't disappeared, the sewers were still flooding. The area was being patrolled by a number of guards and security officers. The air was brisk and heavy clouds hung over the streets. Tina McAllister was waiting for them, drinking coffee. The group stood by the lake and let her approach them. Excuse me, could I bum a cigarette off one of you? Sure, hey, are you Tina McAllister? Josephine handed her a cigarette and a lighter. That's me, don't tell anyone about my secret vice. We'll keep your secret if you keep ours. Actually, I have a really busy day coming up. Could I buy that pack from you by chance? I don't see why not. Say $5? Tina reached into her purse and picked up her wallet, only to drop it. Oh, and let me help you. She knelt down to pick up the wallet. She slid the passports tucked inside into her pocket. You know, it's terrible what happened here. It sure was. I heard there was a break-in and a firefight. Yes, that's right. I actually lost 4 friends that night. I'm so sorry for your loss. What were they like? Well, there was Hannah Guerrera, a promising college student with a very good resume for her age, and Timothy O'Rourke, an accomplished doctor. O'Rourke? Have I heard of him? You would remember if you had. He's the only non-Irish O'Rourke I've ever known. I bet, and the 2 others? Sid Wellesley was a construction worker among other things. And most of all, I miss Rose Kendrick, one of the most fascinating fashion journalists I've ever met. Really? Her work was that impressive? She was a phenomenal fashion writer, especially when you consider that her degree was in engineering. Though frankly, I believe she was better suited for fashion. It's a real tragedy we lost so many great people. Thank you for sharing their stories. Anytime, they died doing the right thing. They also helped my career immensely. And, like all truly great heroes, they had good credit, health insurance, and some savings. How did you find out so much about them and such great things? Many people are willing to do or tell almost anything if they get to be on TV. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks for the cigarettes. Thank you for the stories, and congratulations on being promoted. It must be wonderful to be hosting the news all on your own. Well, Chris didn't take it great when Francis Brabeck turned out to be a monster. Really, he got himself fired by defending that asshole. Oh, and one more thing, as much as I miss Rose Kendrick, I'm glad she won't be sending me fashion advice anymore. Understand? I'm sure Kendrick won't come to haunt you. She knows you're busy and that the fashion industry is too scary for you. Tina nodded, smiling, and left. Josephine returned to her friends. She hugged them and slipped the passports into their pockets. Alright, here are your passports, Miss Guerrero, Mr. Wellesley, Dr. O'Rourke. O'Rourke, really? He's the only non-Irish O'Rourke I know. Thank you, Miss Kendrick, Rose Kendrick. Oh, Kendrick, of course, because of the old man. It's fitting, shall we proceed? Josephine nodded. They gathered by the lake and Josephine produced a floating candle from her handbag. She lit it and set it to float on the surface. Then she placed a pair of dog tags on it. I had to read that sentence like 3 times. I remember when I first saw you in the hallway of our building on this spot. You were so beautiful I couldn't forget you, and I was so rude to you. When we climbed the maintenance shaft together, I was facing one of the worst fears of my of the old me, but I wasn't afraid. You were there. And on that night, as on every night, I knew you. You made me feel safe. You saved me so many times I lost count. I'm sorry I couldn't save you when you needed it. You burned with such a bright flame, and that smile. You had the most contagious smile in the world. You never gave up on me, even when you thought I was dead. All I can do is never forget you as long as I live, or stop missing you. Anybody else? Rani, you dazzled me when you showed up at the hospital so brazenly, just pretending to be me and agreeing to dates in my name. It was like you had no care in the world. When I saw you, I saw the kind of woman I wanted to be. Thank you for your example, your courage and your friendship. Army girl, you were okay. You had your feet on the ground and you would have run through hellfire for your friends. Thanks for all the good times. I'll look after them for you. Suddenly his voice was breaking. I couldn't believe it when you said you were gone. I didn't think there was enough guys in the world to take you down. It sucks that all it took was one scared jackass with a gun. Amy held his hand. Bob didn't speak anymore. Rani, I know we didn't always agree, but I respected you. You were braver, stronger, and more decisive than I can ever hope to be. And everything you did, even the things I didn't agree with, you did out of love. I've never met a more relentlessly loyal person than you. We miss you. Josephine gave the candle a gentle nudge, then she wept as it drifted to the centre of the lake. Norbert held her up in his arms. Amy and Bob embraced each other, both in tears. Goodbye, Rani. She'd be proud of you. I'd gladly take it if she hated my guts and never spoke to me if she just wasn't dead. Excuse me, what's all this commotion? This area isn't meant for loitering around. I'm sorry, officer, it's just a friend of ours died in the fighting a week ago and we wanted to honour her memory. I see, I'm sorry to disturb you then, but I do need to see some ID. Gladly here, Anna Guerrera. Sid Wellesley here. After seeing their new passports, the guards asked for a cigarette. I'm sorry I interrupted your funeral. Was your friend killed in action? Yeah, gunshot to the chest, she died almost instantly. She was a real hero then. You know, all the best ones die way too young with their boots on, or that's what we used to say in the army anyway. My friend would have liked you. Enjoy your day, miss, and sorry for your loss. As the guard left them, they watched the candle disappear into the glowing lake. So what happens now? Thanks to Tina, we now have names, insurance and some savings. I guess we can do what we like. Neptune seems to be most eager to stay out of the spotlight, so that will pressure anyone to find us. So the real question is, what do you want to do? I was thinking of getting a job at a public clinic. It's about time I got back to practicing medicine. I'll see if I can land a job in my field, just maybe in the public sector, or you know, digging plumbing for refugees or something. I'm going to school. What? Well, I've got savings now. I'll work if I have to support myself. It's never too late to get a degree. And what will you study? I'm not sure yet. I was thinking economics, but I don't know much about money. Maybe I'll study philosophy, at least there's no math in that. Or maybe I should study economics to learn about money. I don't know, it's a work in progress. What about you, Amy? I'm sorry guys, I'm not ready to stop fighting. Don't take it the wrong way, I don't blame any of you. But I'm not getting out of bed in the morning unless it's for a good cause, and too many people know my face at school. I can't go back as Hannah Guerrera. I wrote an application to become a professional union organiser. I took clothing factories and tried to unionise the workers there. Why did I not have your morals when I was your age? You already wrote an application. I haven't sent it out yet. I didn't know my own name until 10 minutes ago, but yeah. I'm proud of you, rich girl. Wait, you're not rich anymore, are you? Amy shook her head. There was an official obituary for Amy Sierra in yesterday's newspaper. My parents are founding a scholarship in my name at the university. That's nice of them. It's for business studies, including an automatic internship with my father. Oh, I think I'll enjoy being Hannah Guerrera. Hey, we need to move out of that apartment, right? First thing tomorrow, yes. Would it be suspicious if a union organiser, a student, a doctor and an engineer live together? Super suspicious, but we can always be friends. What she's saying is that these two lovebirds want some space, Union Girl. I like Union Girl. Actually, we decided we're not moving in together yet. Oh, what? What, but you lived together for months, and much longer if you count the hospital time. That's why we want to start from the beginning, have our own lives too. Boo! Have it your way, just remember to hang out with us too. Always. They hugged. Shall we head back to the apartment? Actually, I owe this handsome doctor here a movie and a dinner, so we'll catch up with you later. Have fun and don't be late or we'll worry. They hugged each other again, although they'd had one more night together. There was a sense of finality about this. That this would be the last time they met as a resistance group. After this, they would just be as friends with a strange secret. As Bob and Amy walked away, Bob suddenly smiled. What's that thing your face is doing? I've never seen it before. I was just thinking that you'll make a hell of a union organiser. The bosses are going to hate your guts. That might just be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Hey, if you need to know where to get the best vegan snacks on campus, or how to use the library, I'll call you. Hey, how long do those papers have to be? Like, I'm not great with words. Don't worry about it, you'll be fine. Thanks, and hey, if some guy ever gives you any kind of trouble or doesn't treat you with respect. Amy lifted her eyebrows. You can handle it, and if you need to vent, I'll gladly listen. I know you will, I trained you well. That you did. And they walked away, chatting. By the lake, Josephine and Norbert were still standing in silence. You know, when we were in that little water tank, I tried to ask you something. You tried to ask me if I still wanted a normal life. Yes, and you told me to ask about it later, so this is later. Josephine was quiet for a while and looked at the lake. I do, I wasn't sure then, but I've died twice. Wait, shit. But I've now died twice fighting for what I believe in. There we go. I'm not saying the third and final time won't come, but for now I just want to go to the movies with you. That's all I ever wanted to hear. I love you, Josephine Lace. I mean Rose Kendrick. Okay, we can't let that become a problem. Just call me Joe. How about I call you Honey? You have to buy me dinner before you can call me that. Deal. They kiss. Aw. And then just to be clear, if the need to fight rises again, I'll be there, diving after you like some crazy love-struck teenager. That's all I ever wanted to hear. I owe it to Rani to always be ready. Rani left the world in good hands. They walked away together, hand in hand. Aw, the end? No, not yet. On the way to the movies, they passed the leaking water pipe. Josephine struck out her tongue and caught a drop. It was sweet. You shouldn't steal, Rose. I don't know what to tell you, Tim. I may have to turn you over to the police now. Oh, you may have to turn me over to the police now. I'm a criminal. Above, the fog and clouds melted into the darkening evening sky as the sun set. The countless neon pipes and the billboards no one noticed until they broke down. The hulking mass of the CWS and the skyscrapers uptown all lit up. Below, the police lifted their collars. Businesswomen warmed their fingers on takeaway coffees, and released rioters back at work enjoyed the freer air. God, I had trouble reading that one. It looked like rain. Ah, was that it? The end. Is there going to be another chapter? No. So that was the end for this one, Hanuli. You can find her on Twitter, and I'm not quite sure what this is. ArtStation, maybe? Sorry by Elmo Mustonen. Also on Twitter and IMDb for some reason. Wait, maybe he wrote a movie or a series or something. Background now, Dmitry Petyakin. I can read that in time. Metalcore, I think it said. Music by D-Ray, also on Twitter and WordPress. Nice that they have the little links here. Additional music. Desold on SoundCloud, and I'm not sure what this skewed square is supposed to represent. Zodic on Patreon and the internet. Bogart VGM on Facebook and YouTube. The Cynic Project, also on 2 web links here. I can't click them unfortunately because it would, remove this window and send me somewhere. Electronic Senses, also on SoundCloud and the internet. Blue Moon, also 2 YouTube links. Jessica M. Chavez on Twitter and... Is that LinkedIn? Yes, it is LinkedIn. Logo designer by Erico Illustrations on Snapchat, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure with all the different websites anymore. Twitter and LSF for trailers on Kotori Works. Sound effects. Gripping Slow, AWAV. Oh god, there's all the ones from Free Sound that they have. Can I skip this maybe? No, I cannot. So I'm just going to have to wait till this finishes and then I can do the other one. I'm assuming that I can skip a lot from the other Chapter 8. It depends on how they build the scripting for this. Because this is, I believe, made in Ren'Py. And what you can do is, you can skip to certain pages, certain sentences, depending on the route that you've chosen. So it depends on how they built up the Chapter 8. If they made like 2 separate scripts for it, or if they made general scripts, which would be the lines for Norbert or Rani, or if they made separate ones or like full ones for each chapter. So what I'm going to do now is I just want to have a bit to drink, but I'll just start the new chapter now. I'll do Deserted Peace, which is the one where Norbert dies and Rani lives. So we'll click that. And let's see, no police tape, no armed guards, not a soul. They packed the car some distance away and snuck in closer for a look, and yet someone had clearly been at the house. The chopper was smashed to bits and set on fire, its remains charred, and the metal had warped into impossible shapes under intense heat. This looks bad, stay behind me. Right, so they made separate bits for each chapter, it seems. Josephine didn't. She rushed to the house with a gun in her hand, only to find it completely deserted. So, can I click... Well, I can't click auto just yet. There were no signs of struggle. On the table there was half a glass of whiskey, clearly intended for Bob's nerves. Amy left her plate on the couch. Yeah, it is a bit different, isn't it? It's like they just left to get something from the store. Hey, I told you to stay behind me. This could have been a trap. If they were trying to lure us in here for slaughter, then why burn the chopper and leave it there? I don't know. I also don't know why they left this place unwatched. Bob and Amy have been taken though, that's for sure. There's food in the kitchen, we should eat quickly then get out. I'm 99% sure they've been alerted to us. Yeah, sure. I'll just shower off first. Are you sure right now is... Oh, of course. Take your time. Josephine slowly ascended the stairs. Riley went to the kitchen. Josephine was covered in blood of the man she loved. Of course she had to shower. Sometimes Riley wished she would think before opening her mouth. Josephine let the warm water wash over her exhausted joints. She didn't put on the lights. A little darkness was soothing and the water glittered anyway. She thought of Norbert, the talk they had on the balcony of Jenna, and the months they spent together. Norbert had literally brought her back from the dead. But Norbert had also given her faith in other people, even as she was basically imprisoned in Jenna, where everything had a price tag. Without Norbert, she would have withered away at Jenna, or been driven to take her own life. Never had she heard Norbert speak or seen him act in a way that didn't aim at helping the most people. For his kindness, the last person he tried to help had gunned him down. No, not the last. With his last breath, Norbert had wanted to help her, even when he no longer knew who she was. Who could kill such a good person? A man with a gun. As if to answer her question, the flow of water suddenly stopped. Josephine knew why. Francis had seen that the showers were on in the house. He could have attacked without warning. This was him taunting her. She would make sure it was the last time. But what had been done to Amy and Bob? If Francis knew where they were, why not just surround and raid the place with guns blazing? She could see the headlines. Terrorist group hiding in Neptus stock owner's home eliminated in daring police operation. Perhaps that was it. Francis wanted to protect Mr. Sierra's reputation. But would that reputation really be enough to forgo a massive victory in the war on domestic terror? As she was drying herself, it hit her. Even when the group had been locked in the bunker, there had been men. Not just outside, but even on the roof on the building. If those men were plans B for a while, then this was plan Z. Oh, so the text is different. Amy and Bob were dangling as bait wherever the next trap was. And that wasn't here. The ground Francis had chosen was somewhere else. Last time they'd fallen into Francis's trap. Norbert had died. Who would die this time? As she came downstairs, she found Rani cleaning her gun and watching the news. And now it looks like even with the virus season receding, customized face masks are here to stay. Oh, trouble with the funeral bill? This new startup will buy the ashes of your loved one for tobacco fertilizer. Oh dear. Sponsored content. The Union of Firearms Manufacturers wants to use this occasion to wish a happy Pride Month to everyone. Limited edition rainbow coloured mags and bayonets now 10% off. Victory for the Voters' Freedom Initiative as court rules that the right to transfer your vote to your landlord in exchange for a rent discount, part of citizens' fundamental voting rights. Oh, lovely. Style has never been more contagious. Moving on to more tragic news, the body count from the City Hall massacre is still rising. Earlier today, horror gripped the heart of our city's democracy when armed terrorists attacked a civilian crowd at Hall. Several members of the security forces were killed in the fierce fighting, along with a staggering number of bystanders. According to the authorities, all of the attackers were killed, and the area was successfully secured. So far, the only slain terrorist the police have identified is the notorious Dr. Norbert Maturana, recognized by weaponized cybernetic arm or known among the police as the Surgeon of Death. Maturana is reported to have been involved in dozens of attacks over the past months. Survivors have reported that Maturana forced them to digest unknown drugs and performed experiments on hostages. What drives a man sworn to heal to commit such despicable acts? What in our healthcare system causes such drastic reactions? Join me tonight on my talk show as I interview Menelaus Nielsen, who's already been cast to play the terrorism's most brilliant mind in an original series. And don't miss the premiere of Surgical Evil next July, only on Channel 411. Tina. The police have had a busy day indeed, Riots once again broken out in the lower parts of the city. As has been the case many times in the past months, the unrest seems to be fueled by... oh dear. Widespread... I don't... is that even a word? Widespread frustration with a prolonged water shortage. Authorities have responded that irregularities in the water supply are a temporary result of increased security measures. In a press conference today, officials apologised for inconveniences and asked the people to stand behind law and order in this difficult time. Many among the demonstrators have expressed confusion as to how disturbances at City Hall can lead to dry pipes on the other side of... I think the police chief said it best when he explained that in times of trouble, every act of insubordination is in service to the terrorists. In a press conference earlier today, the mayor assured ordinary citizens that everything will be alright and peace will be restored. But only as long as everyone does their share and is prepared to forgo some of the luxuries of peacetime. Yeah. Rani turned off the TV. What's next? Bob and Amy, and after that, Francis. Knowing your ex-boyfriend, he'll be cowering somewhere with an army and a camera so he can broadcast his smug face everywhere. Don't call him that, but you're right. Amy and Bob aren't here, and there was nothing on the news about them. They've been taken so we would follow. So whatever horrid trap is waiting for us, they're the bait. It's kind of brilliant. What are you going to do? It's time we fought fire with fire. Francis has to die, and so does anyone foolish enough to stand in his defence. We're going to take the bait. What about the remaining copy of the contracts? Josephine shook her head. I'm done trying to take down Francis by hitting his profits, or allies, or reputation. It's already started. They're cutting off the slums off from the water. There's no time for contrived plans or lawsuits. We go straight to him. I like it, but where will we find him? I don't see him standing guard on Bob and Amy's jail cell. You're right. He would be somewhere far away, managing from a distance like he did at City Hall. And we don't even know where that jail cell is. Actually, we do. Rani pointed to the floor. There, by the sofa, there was a faint red X. Next to it, there was a small bench. She lifted it and turned it around. On its bottom, there were the letters GAR. The R was faint and messy. It's lipstick. God bless you, Amy. Don't worry, we're coming. So they're in the gardens. It makes sense. That place is like Francis's personal kingdom. Exactly. No one to disturb whatever ambush he's laid for us. Only he will be dumb enough to be there himself. Maybe we should bust out our friends before trying to track him down. Josephine shook her head. I have a better idea. We'll make him come to us. Amy was in pain. They'd been sitting on the couch and arguing when suddenly she didn't exactly remember there'd been flashing lights, loud bangs, and unspeakable agony in her back. Can I skip that? No, I can't. It won't let me. Strange. That's where the pain was coming from. Wait, the same preferences maybe. Skip. Unseen text after choices transitions. No. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Well then. Return. Wait, mute all, text speed, auto forward time. No, doesn't seem like anything like it. I was wondering if I could skip it there, but I can't. She began to remember the one who burst into the house had tased them both. Bob had refused to go down quietly and wrestled with his captors for some time. Brave Bob. Clue for Josephine hadn't had the time. Something called, yeah, we had this already. To steal pipes. Can I skip this maybe? No. Head wasn't functioning properly. Little information, just like some metal overhead, hot damp air. Yeah, so we had all this. Garden, someone in the basement. Yeah, Bob began to wake up. She had time to think. The guards hadn't killed them. It's weird. It's like they just copied the text. Normally you'd be able to skip this because it's known that you've seen this text already. But I guess they just say this as like a separate chapter. Yeah, we already read all of this. Yeah, Beatrice couldn't have given that information. Someone must have been following them, observing the house. They were baits. They were terrified. Josephine, Norbert, and Rani wouldn't hesitate. Yeah, we've already seen all of this. So what I'll do is I'll click through the parts that I know we've seen, because the only parts that we have not yet seen are when they meet up with Rani and And Josephine, you've already had a go big or go home philosophy about these things, but you think this might be too much. Oh, I've known about everything you've done since you've ordered me to break the shade umbrella at our building. This one's so suicidal my pessimism doesn't cover it. Thanks, surpassing your expectations is what I do best. Why don't you surpass them first and then we'll praise your genius together? They were nestled in their stolen ambulance atop a small hill deep down in the gutter of the city. Absolute chaos reigned. Security forces were deployed in the thousands to enforce a curfew, guard the closed water shops, and protect the pipes from sabotage. Thirsty citizens had come out to the streets in the tens of thousands, demanding that water shops be opened and the flow of water restored. The results were predictable. Gunshots echoed in the distance, nearly drowned out by the angry chants of residents. This is going to get very violent very fast. Yep, all we have to do is move the violence uptown. You make it sound easy. I'll leave it to you to make it look easy as well. Where should we start? Remember the water shop we broke into before to get the sweepers? I'd rather not. Me neither, but it's the largest shop in this area. If we can take it for the people, they might listen to what we have to say or just drink their fill and go home. Could you blame them? We aren't offering anybody security or happiness. Revenge is a powerful incentive. How do we hit the shop? I was thinking the same way as last time. They drove their vehicle around the corner and saw the target. It was surrounded by sandbags, steel plates and armor cars. We've seen that. Dark figures in position, manning the machine guns and searchlights. We've seen that as well. And kind of people, seen that as well. This is madness. Why didn't they just take the water away or pour it down the drain? Francis wants this. The more violence breaks out, the easier the repression will be to justify. What do you think? Can we take it? With a tank or two, sure, an airstrike would be even better. I suppose we have one pistol and nothing to lose. I wouldn't bet my money on it. Are you up for a climb? One of my hands is a mangled mess and I'm afraid of heights. On we go then. She smiled at her. Josephine chuckled and gave her a quick kiss. It felt good. She gave her another kiss and then a puzzled frown. I didn't expect you to be in a kissing mood. What's with all that happened earlier? Me neither, but honestly, when we kissed at the restaurant, that felt like it was long overdue. We might not have the chances to waste. I love Norbert too, and I'll never get a chance to tell him again. Oh yeah, Norbert, he's dead. I hate myself for not being able to choose between you two when I still had a chance. Don't take this the wrong way, but I still couldn't choose, even now. I see. I understand that if that's one too many caveats for you. When you said you loved Norbert too, did you mean, yes, I love you too. I think I've loved you since the day we met. I loved you too. I don't think that I mind the caveats. I watched you die once. After that, everything else seems a bit trivial. So, are we then something? I think we're the city's most wanted criminals. Aside from that, I think that's a discussion for another time. Josephine left the car. Rani frowned. If we get another time, I'll take another quick sip because it's been another 2 hours again. Oh dear, just dropping water everywhere. Apparently I did not screw on the top properly. They stuck over the pipe, carefully keeping an eye on the crowd and the guards. You can tell the guards are on edge. They're spinning those searchlights like crazy. Maybe they're hoping the light will hold the attackers back. They're wrong. Keep moving. They climbed up to the water pipe. Josephine's hands still throbbed with incredible pain every time she pulled herself upwards. Rani climbed ahead of her, using just one hand. She had a gun in the other. Slowly they drew closer to the pipe. It seemed easier than last time, despite the wounds. It didn't rain, which helped of course, but there was more to it. Josephine just wasn't afraid. She knew she'd get there. As they crawled through the pipe towards the top floor entrance, they were careful not to make a sound. They needn't have worried. The chanting crowd was now so close that the guards were firing warning shots into the air. As Josephine lifted her head to look, she was astonished by the size of it. There were thousands of people filling up the streets as far as the eye could see. Most weren't armed with anything but buckets and canisters, but some, particularly in the front rows, displayed pistols, shotguns, clubs or knives. If the sea of people flooded the compound, the tiny unit of guards would be swept away in moments, and no amount of searchlights and machine guns would stop it. Josephine realised she may have been worrying about the wrong people. Then again, all the guards would have to do was mow down enough of the crowd that the rest would scatter. Either way, many people were going to die. They reached the point where the pipe entered the building. Fuck. Keep it down. What's going on? They've blocked the hole. What? There's a net covering it. Crap, can we get through it? I brought a grenade from City Hall. But we don't want to blow up the bridge we're standing on. How fast does the water flow in the pipe? I like the way you think, but pretty fast, and it's going the wrong way. But on something simpler. Granny stood up on the pipe, grabbed the net and climbed it to the roof. Come on then, we have to get inside. Sighing, she inched closer to the net. We're going to go back to Amy and Bob now. Oh no, Lieutenant Pond was called. Oh yeah, so it is... They have like separate stories, I guess, for the different sub-chapters. You couldn't understand why Laren couldn't afford warmer clothes for his frontline personnel. He shook his water bottle. He was about halfway done. The supplies at the shop were strictly off limits. The mob was approaching fast. Pond's repeated calls for reinforcements had gone unanswered. Everyone was crazy all of a sudden. He was determined not to let his growing dread show itself to his men. Just this morning it had been so exciting. Vacations had been cancelled, everyone was told to gear up, and a personal message from Francis Barbic himself was played to the troops. If he did well today, Pond could expect a good recommendation from the CEO of Neptis. That sort of recognition landed people internships. Then it had quickly gotten boring. The unit had been stationed at the barracks for hours as news trickled in. An attack on City Hall, riots and scattered action around the lower city. He had been so frustrated that he wasn't in the thick of it, and so happy when they were finally deployed. Now we didn't know what to think. Private property had to be protected, sure, but why not move the water to a safer place? Why not disperse the mob with drones and tear gas? The way it was going, it seemed like command had abandoned him. His second in command, Sergeant Niedermayer, was looking at the crowd through the binoculars. The sergeant was much older than him, not many years from retirement. Oh, we didn't get to see this part in the previous one. Pond hurried to get his own binoculars out. He screened the crowd, trying to spot whichever it was that the elderly sergeant seemed so worried about. Nothing stood out. See anything, Sergeant? Sir, was trying to gauge what the situation is further back. I can't confirm, but it seems the folks back there are unarmed. All the dangerous ones are up front. Should we open fire then? Sir, if you ask my opinion, that will likely lead to... Something crashed into Niedermayer. Before Punk could react, the same thing happened to him. He realised he was underground, being held down by someone. Put your guns down. And Josephine and Rani, having charged the two men from inside, had tackled them and pinned them down. The leaders had been easy to spot, both holding binoculars. The snake was out ahead. Only the rest of it was now pointing some 20 rifles their way. That was kind of stupid. Shoot, shoot. Josephine pressed the young man's face into the street with her knee. The lieutenant was boyish, skinny and short. They had mutually agreed that Rani would handle the burly sergeant. We have grenades. Drop your guns or I'll blow us up. She wasn't lying. Both of them were brandishing frag grenades above their heads, clearly visible and with one hand on the pin. Yeah, but you need like a full hand in order to pull the pin out. You can't really just go flick with your finger. The young lieutenant was still trying to give orders. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The men were hesitating and looking over their shoulders. They were not comfortable turning their backs on so many armed rioters. Listen up, I'm Rani Janis. I've worked at Laran. I might know some of you. I won't let the mob hurt you. Put your guns down and I'll personally guarantee your safety. How? For fuck's sakes, drop your guns, lads and lasses. I ain't dying for some plastic bottles. No, maintain position. Get this thing off me. Ah! Shut your trap or we'll shove this bomb down your throat. One by one, the soldiers chose to obey the sergeant. Throw your rifles and pistols back and back away with your hands up. The guards hurried to obey. A few seemed almost happy that someone else was taking over their desperate position. Now take your handcuffs and cuff the hands of the people next to you. Once your hands are restrained, I want you to lie down. And do it so we can see, otherwise I'll pull this pin and you'll all get to reincarnate as snails. When half of the men were secured down, Josephine ordered the procedure repeated until only one guard was standing. This one was a woman and she was visibly terrified. Good, now lie down and put your hands behind your back. She was thrown over mid-sentence as young Lieutenant Pond rushed towards a pile of rifles. He didn't make it. Instead, he tumbled face first into the guns. Rani was holding a pistol. She'd been faster. Ugh, medic. The lieutenant was rolling over in a rapidly growing puddle of blood. It looked all too familiar for Josephine. Rani got up and holstered her gun. Go help your rash officer, Sergeant. The sergeant nodded and went to the boy. He was bleeding from his thigh and shaking like a leaf. He needs to get to a hospital. You're free to go and try and carry him through that ocean of people who hate you. I'd take him inside and see if that can be tied off for now. Speaking of Rani, would you take that loudspeaker and declare that this shop has been taken by the good guys? Aye, aye. Josephine watched as the sergeant and the young woman helped the wounded lieutenant inside. Rani grabbed the loudspeaker and stood up to the sandbags. She immediately dove down as bullets whizzed overhead, barely missing her. Tough crowd tonight. I didn't think you did know we were the good guys. Crap, of course not. Hand me the loudspeaker. No, wait, run inside and get a hose. That ought to calm them down. Rani ran inside, came running back with a hose. She began spraying the crowd. Listen up, this shop has been liberated. There's water for everyone, if all the families could... Another series of gunshots and bullets tore through the air. That was too close, we need more time to talk to them. Sergeant, help me get your colleagues inside. Niedermeyer nodded, and together they helped the cuff guards up. None of the soldiers needed any direction or persuading, but they were rather all too happy to get inside behind the bulletproof walls. Meanwhile, Rani ran back and forth, trying to secure all the arms at the compound before the protesters could get their hands on them. Lieutenant Pond was going pale, too pale. Niedermeyer, I'll get you court-martialed for this. Sir, you did well not to talk too much. I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Rani closed the doors and locked them tight, just in time as the crowd swarmed over the barricades and smashed the searchlights. Were we supposed to be on their side? We are on their side, they just don't know it. Locking ourselves in with all the guards and all the water sure isn't helping. Do we have the loudspeakers? Shit, no, it's out there in the yard. The people are now banging on the windows of the shop chanting water, water, water. Why did the text field go away? I'm not sure we could drown that out in any case. Look, I know it's not my business when we're your prisoners, but what are you even trying to do? Because people will slaughter us like pigs. We're trying to direct them towards the real pigs. I'll go talk to them. The hell you will, they'll cut you to pieces. It's a risk I have to take. Why would they follow us if we're scared of them? She glanced at the windows and the angry people pounding it. There was power and rage in their faces. But that was there just to mask the frustration and the fear. They heard a glass break. They were pelting the upper floor windows with rocks. Whoever built this shop had decided to save in expenses. Rani cocked her rifle. If you're going to go, you'll have to do it now. Josephine nodded. She unlocked the door, opened it just enough to squeeze out, and quickly shut it again. Then she turned to face the people. Immediately, a huge man grabbed her and slammed her into the door. Open the door, girl. Josephine looked into his eyes. A few months ago, this huge man could have intimidated her into tears. The man was somewhere in his late 40s, balding fast, and clearly spent time at the gym. His face was full of hate and his mouth was twisted by wrath into a murderous growl, but his eyes were deeply terrified. Josephine stared directly into them. Behind the anger there was someone about to lose their home, someone who couldn't pay his bills. Someone whose shower wasn't working. The rest of the crowd was waiting to see what would happen. Are you thirsty? Of course I'm fucking thirsty. Open that door or I'll... Save your strength. Angry yelling will only make you thirstier. She raised her voice. My name is Josephine Lace. I'm here to help you. The man looked baffled. Josephine could hear chatter among the crowd. Isn't she the terrorist? No, I think she's some Neptus big shot. I think she was on the news. Josephine sighed. How many of you have stood in line by a broken water pipe? Raise your hands. I want to see them. Carefully, a few hands went up, then many more. And you've met me. We broke those water pipes. How many of you have built some contraption to collect rainwater? More hands, many more. We gave out instructions to do that. A few nods, approving murmurs, and spreading a curious silence. and we bombed the pipes in this neighbourhood. Gasps, curses, more confused faces. How do we know you aren't full of shit? 6 months ago, Neptus cut the water from my house, just like they cut your water today. We put up a fight and they murdered 57 people. They tried to kill me too. She opened her coat, the glow lit up her face. They shot me in the heart. The crowd went silent, finally. Why should we care? Get out of the way, I'll shoot you again. We'll see if they can replace your head, someone shouted. The big man let go of Josephine. Shut your face, Wesley. You, what's your point? If all you said is true, why are you in my way? Say you look at the shop, what then? Some of you get water, most of you don't. And tomorrow you'll be thirsty again. And the day after that, and the day after that. Until you die, and those guards are not to blame. What else can we do? Josephine ignored the question. You know what's most brilliant about all of this? Up there, the rich folks are having steaks in their towers and gulping down ice-cold, crystal-clear water. Break all the windows and pummel all the guards you can, but you won't even interrupt the dinners of the people behind us. We have power together. Do you want to waste it marching around here, or do you want to make a difference? What's the company that claims to own your water? Who's the man who thinks he can choose who lives and who dies? The name on this shop, your water bill, and every pipe in the city is Neptus. And the man behind Neptus, well, you've seen his face, and I know where he lives. If we are going to riot, should we riot in his living room? There's too many guards there, you'll get us killed. Who's to say we won't end up just like you? While I'm alive, if you stay here, you'll be shot by the police, or terminally deprived of water, or deported to the desert by Neptus. Your only shot, our only shot, is to scare them so completely that they won't even think of doing it ever again. She was starting to get through to the people. The big man who moments ago had nearly attacked her was now standing next to her, facing the crowd. Do you have a plan then? He asked. Yes, I do, but before we get to that, who wants a drink? And now we'll go back to Bob and Amy. Wonder if that'll be shared. No, that won't be skippable either. Weird. Bob awoke not to the stinging agony in his back or the million drills tearing his head apart, but to being steadily kicked in the legs. Stop that for fuck's sakes, I'm awake, yeah, eyes are still foggy, make out the woman. This time you've been trying for a while, haven't you? Say that again, how are you? I believe we've seen all this, haven't we? Everywhere. Did we get beaten up? You did. My memories are hazy too. I'm guessing I broke a jaw too before going down. I wonder if this is the same though. He tried to think something wasn't right about all of this. Where were they and why? I don't get it. Why am I not dead? Because being locked in the basement with you, sure, my heaven. No, it is different. Yeah, it is. Weird. It's like they could have just used the same text. Because like this is, they'd say like Rani, the Doc and Josephine all the time. So they could have just reused the text, but I wonder why they didn't. I wonder why they chose to have certain sentences be different and completely not skippable. Like the skip function has no use between these chapters, even though the places are the same. I think they're holding us as bait. Bait, you mean for the others? Fuck. Bob tried to wrestle out of his frustrations. Here we see that. Maybe we can find some way to contact. How exactly do you think your way out of here? You write a poignant editorial. You've never actually been in prison, have you? What's that got to do with anything? Why are you yelling at me? You've got your head in the clouds. There's no guards around us. Now's the best chance we ever get. Fancy escape plans only work in movies. What do you mean my head's in the clouds? I mean exactly that. In your world, things always work out. There's someone you can call, some plan that'll work, that'll do it. We're not there anymore. So we're in your world where problems disappear by punching them. No, we're in my world where problems don't go away at all, ever. The best that can happen is getting away. And that's your plan, to get away. How far exactly? To wherever the others are. We can't let them march into a trap. This time you'll have to pull your weight. I'm sorry, what? I thought just as long and half this goes. Yeah, like some sentences are just the same. Like your dad stepping on my face. It's weird. Like some sentences are the same, some sentences are different. Because I fought my whole life to stay afloat with people like you. Dad stepping on my face. He was angry. He didn't know why. Rich girl hadn't gotten them imprisoned. I'm not my father. It's time you stop treating me like it. I'm done trying to convince you that you can trust me. I trust you when you show commitment. You have your rich parents and your comfy life that you can go back to. One phone call and your daddy will get you off some offshore private boarding school to finish your degree while recovering from your mental breakdown. 2 phone calls and you'll be on TV telling how lucky you are to be safely back with your family with a book deal to get your brand started. While the rest of us are buried beneath the foundations of this or that skyscraper. Amy said nothing. She bit her lip and looked away. Bob cursed silently. He hadn't intended to be that harsh. Sometimes she burst into yell things that really shouldn't be yelled. Look, Oh, is this where... Yeah, the guards come in. But you should look at the catch we have. Funny how much the world-class terrorists look like turds chained to a wall. 2 guards were approaching from around the corner. Funny how much prison guards can look like wet diapers with gas masks. You can talk all you want, but only one of us is going to make it through tonight. I agree. Now what can I do for you before I rip this pipe out and drown you in hot water? The guy punched Bob in the stomach. That's for the threats. Funnily enough, there's something you can do. See, Jimmy has a sister. The second guard sighed. Dude, cut it out. The other did not. Larissa. Only Larissa looks an awful lot like Jim's former brother, whose name was Larry, if you catch my drift. What do you make of that, old man? Bob shrugged. I'm sure Jim is a loving sibling and takes care of his family. Unless he is, in which case he's only on my naughty list right after you. Bob could swear he saw Amy smile faintly. He raised his voice. In fact, I think Jim is so nice to his sister that come payday he'll take her shopping for whatever clothes she likes. Both guys seemed slightly baffled. They were silent for a while. Look at you being all progressive. I thought you had some man in you. He slapped Bob in the face. Aren't you a big boy hitting tied down prisoners? I'm sorry, were you jealous? And he punched Amy in the stomach. She gasped with pain. Oh, there's Barbic. That's quite enough. Francis had appeared from around the corner, followed by an ample retinue of more guards. Jim, you should know that Neptus has an excellent minority outreach program if your sister is looking for work. We also have a zero-tolerance policy on harassment of any kind. Eric would do well to remember that. Both guards stood stiff as statues. Now then, to the matter of you two, Miss Sierra and Mr. Larson, I imagine you have some questions. Bob began measuring him with his eyes. Francis was, as Mon might have guessed, tall and impeccably dressed. He even smelled good. You're holding us as bait, which means you haven't gotten Josephine yet. And you're here because something ain't going according to plan. You wouldn't waste your breath otherwise. Very good, Mr. Larson. Then again, none of that was particularly hard to deduce. Your companions are indeed yet to be captured, though we actually have a fairly good idea of where they are. If you do, then why waste time talking to us? Francis frowned. She is determined to rescue you from the gardens. To that end, she has taken unexpectedly drastic measures. I feared the final death toll of her futile crusade will be tragic. You do realise you have some influence on that matter? Indeed, and it is my intention to save lives with your help, says the man who plans to kill half the city. Trust me, if I could achieve my vision with no sacrifices, I would have done so. Violence revolts me. But I can't. Progress comes with a heavy price. My only consolation is that a brighter future awaits those who make it through. Convenient that you get to choose who that is. I'm doing no such thing. All I've done is set the wheels in motion. I'm sure people will die in the aftermath, but you can hardly charge me with murder. Except, of course, for that of Miss Lace. She will die tonight, knowing her cause dies with her. She must have pissed you off bad. I'm guessing you don't take rejection well? Miss Lace is guilty of bombings, as are you. I gave her multiple chances to avert her course. Every time she has chosen the path of more violence. She will pay for refusing me. You two might not have to. Listening to this is punishment enough. My head already hurts without your speeches. Francis frowned. How lucky for me then that you have no choice. You, by which I mean we, left a note for Miss Lace directing her to rescue you from the gardens. Right now she's on her way there, beyond the CWS, too far away to intervene before casually start mounting. My offer is simple. Come with me to confront her. Lives can be saved, including yours. Hard pass. Yeah, I'm comfortable right here as well, thank you very much. I'm disappointed that you cannot see the gravity of the situation. Let me spell it out for you. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, Miss Lace will have died alongside everyone who followed her. He turned to Amy and looked her in the eyes. The police will eventually find out who gave her aid, who provided her with weapons-grade acid, and who let her live in their house. Those people, innocent people, are the ones who will pay the price for your stubbornness. Fuck you. How can you think threatening my family will help you? Francis shrugged. The police know where your group hid during your terror campaign. You also know that during that time your parents visited their home, saw it occupied by strangers carrying firearms, and yet failed to alert the police. The only reasonable conclusion is that they were involved in the conspiracy. A similar story is true of your friend Beatrice. She handed the acid over to Dr. Maturana in a public place just moments before a horrendous terror attack. She and your parents will be charged with aiding and abetting several deadly acts of terrorism, unless they have something on their side who can bury the charges, someone wealthy and powerful. And you would do that if I helped you? Francis smiled. It would be my pleasure to help. And what about us? I'm afraid the crimes you have committed are too grievous to pardon completely, but I can arrange a comfortable exile for the both of you. Why would I believe you would actually do that? I know you see me as a ruthless narcissist, but a good businessman knows how to reward service. Good businessmen also recognize talent when they see it. You're one of the bravest young women I've ever met, Amy. I would very much like to work with you in the future. While I'm in exile, it would be temporary. You could finish your degree, Amy, and once the dust settles, you could return, be with your family. I don't think they'd accept me. They will when you're head of the humane water department. Amy's face lit up, full of excitement and confusement. Confusement? What the hell am I saying? Confusion? What the fuck? Yeah, confusion. I read excitement and confusion. I said confusement. I'm slowly breaking apart as I'm reading for, what is it now, 2 hours? Oh, thank God I've got so much water here. Just gonna get my bottle a little bit closer. There we go. You can make a difference, do something real, build the city up instead of tearing it down. Amy was silent for a while, then she began sobbing. I can't. She sank to her knees. Francis knelt next to her. I can't let them down. You haven't, Amy. You've been incredibly brave. You were misled. You're one of the victims, not the criminals. No. I can't have a part in their demise. I won't. You won't have to, Amy. Listen to me. Josephine Lace made her choice months ago. She died months ago. She's only walking because of a freakish action of the fate. The entire time you've known her, she's been a delusional husk living on borrowed time. Amy was crying. She's 10 times the leader you'll ever be. Francis was silent for a second. You're right, she is. Huh? I've never met anyone with her confidence. It's contagious. But you must understand that her charisma is pathological. She thinks she is invulnerable. It has led her to take ever-increasing risks with her own life and yours. Amy was breathing heavily. She did not respond. Can you honestly say that her behaviour isn't obsessive, even suicidal? Hey, creepy guy, get off my friend. We're not interested. You should be. I'm offering you life. I have a condition. There's very little that I cannot give you. You must extend the pardon to Bob and the others, even if they don't help you in any way. I cannot pardon Miss Lace, and I cannot imagine Sergeant Janice giving herself up. And the others? Mr. Larson and Dr. Maturana can join you in exile. One will have a well-earned retirement and the other a job at a quality hospital. I didn't agree to that. Fuck this. I'm sorry, Bob. It's the only way. Then she forced a smile through her tears. What do you need me to do, Mr. Brabeck? Please call me Francis. Oh, you betraying little bitch. Randy took a deep breath and turned around a corner. There was no one there. She gestured with her hand and a dozen or so rioters passed her. Roughly half had firearms and the others carried whatever they could find. They waited for her to take point again before charging up the stairs. The electronic ID machines were on, but there was no one to guard the gates. As the rioters trespassed into the tram station proper, the machines began flashing red and sounding the alarm. Someone stopped to pummel them into silence with a sledgehammer. Rani smiled. Wanting destruction of property was arguably the most fun part of rioting. She and Josephine had improvised call-ups at the water shop. Anyone with military security or otherwise violent backgrounds was invited to join the vanguard. Hundreds had jumped at the chance and many had called their friends too. Behind them marched thousands of ordinary scared people, packed as tightly as they could and making as much noise as possible. Rani was a little bit ahead of the masses with a select group of the angriest, best-armed people they could find. A few hours ago, many of them had been shooting at her. She had to stay focused. They were near the end of the stairs, close to the platform. As soon as Rani stepped into view of the platform, she was met by a hail of gunfire. She dove as bullets whizzed above her, puncturing the concrete and letting loose an avalanche of dust and debris. The harrowing, ear-piercing drumming of the guns continued for a few seconds before I'm trying to read this, I'm just not getting it. The harrowing, ear-piercing drumming of the guns continued for a few seconds before someone's commanding voice. I think what they meant to say, before a more commanding voice on the other side shut it down. Yeah, before someone's commanding voice on the other side. Okay, I just read that wrong for some reason. Before someone's commanding voice. Before someone's more commanding voice, I think that meant to say. Thanking all the gods and especially her quick reflexes, Rani pressed herself down onto the concrete floor and tried to look up. The security had built a barricade of sorts on the platform. On closer examination, the barricade turned out to be a toppled over vending machine. There couldn't be many of them, but it didn't take many if they all had automatic rifles. She glanced over her shoulder. One man was down, his corpse thrown back down the stairs and smashed against the wall. What was his name? Wesley. Wesley has been shot. The rest of Rani's little crew had hunkered down, hugging the stairs while shaking like leaves. A couple had thrown down their rifles and fled in panic. Rani crawled backwards until she was safe in the stairwell. She'd forgotten she wasn't leading professional soldiers but a scared, barely armed posse. Is everyone else alright? The rioters nodded. Someone pointed at Wesley's corpse. Nothing we can do for him now. You, take his gun. You, run outside and give the signal. Keep your heads down. She had to repeat the orders a few times, but in the end they were followed quite admirably. Alright, I know you're scared, but we can do this. Don't panic and watch where you're shooting. They waited in silence. Rani lay on the edge of the platform on her back, using her small mirror to scout the guard position. The guards were doomed. They must have known it. No help was coming, and the angry mob was surrounding the tram station. But as long as they had bullets, there was no charging at them. There was a low rumble. Rani smiled. Fire! Rani turned around and began shooting at the tiny black spots peeking out from behind the barricade. They responded with a deafening burst that tore pieces off the wall and out of the floor around her. Fortunately, it was as hard for them to hit her as it was the other way around. Someone opened fire right next to her. One of the shivering subordinates had mustered enough courage to join the fight, or at least to spray bullets blindly over his head while keeping his face far from the danger. The rumbling continued. It was louder now. Rani could see that the guards had taken shelter. They figured out what was happening, only it was too late. With a screech and a hiss, the train emerged along the tracks to the platform. As it slowly ground to a halt, rifles popped out of its windows and opened fire on the security guards from their from their flank and rear. Rani looked away. She hoped to avoid this. The doors of the train opened and protesters stormed out. Josephine was among them. Rani! Rani got up and ran to her. They embraced and kissed. 3 down. 5 to go. You're covered in dust. Count me lucky they shot one of us. It was my fault. I was careless. Don't go there. I'm glad you're okay. There was a gunshot behind them. Rani turned around, bringing her rifle to bear. Some of the guards had survived the storm of lead. They were now on their knees. One of the rioters was taking aim with a pistol. Halt! The man fired and the guard went limp, dropping to the ground. I said halt! Rani rushed in and took the pistol away. We don't gun down prisoners. I don't get it, the man yelled. Wasn't the point to get revenge? Revenge on the right people. She punched the man in the face. You've lost your right to bear arms. Now handcuff the prisoners while I watch. Some of the imprisoned guards burst into tears. A small crowd had gathered around them. Same drill as last time. Take the guns and prepare to move on. This was the third station they'd taken, and every place they stripped the guards of their guns and opened the doors for the people. They had taken over a number of trains. Tram company workers who were also going thirsty had willingly broken into the hangars and stolen the rest. At every station they'd taken, trains were filling up with citizens willing to join the fight. And station by station, the tram tracks were taking the fight to Francis. I can't believe that bastard saw 5 men surrender and immediately decided to shoot them all. Yeah, war doesn't exactly bring out the good in people. I know, I don't know what I was thinking. It's frankly a miracle that this mob is following us at all. We were the only people with a plan. Still, remember the people at the water shop, those in the back, the families and the elderly, and that scared accountant. What about them? We gave them water and most of them went home blessing your name. I've always known I was fighting for those people. It's a bit upsetting to see that the people fighting with me are so different. I get it, it's easy to help a family of 5 children with big eyes and cute overalls. Helping a murderer or fighting with one is another matter. It is, and we need a lot of murderers on our side if we're going to do this. Yeah. What's on your mind? You don't think we can pull this off? Rani was silent. She was looking at the glass wall on the opposite side of the train. It had been entirely composed of big windows. Now every last one was shattered. How many rifles were shooting out of that train? Maybe 30? Why? There were 7 guards behind the vending machines. Your 30 rifles shattered every last window, but only killed 2 men. That murderer doubled the kill count by himself. So you're saying? They aren't soldiers. We're definitely going up against a lot of soldiers. This could end very badly. Josephine nodded. It could, but our numbers are growing. Come on, let's get on the train. 5 stations to go. Rani lingered for a moment, looking at the shattered window panes. Or panels, even. She made sure that the 3 living guards were tied up, but otherwise unhurt, and gave each a jug of water. Then she stepped onto the crowded train and gave a thumbs up to the woman remote driving the train from her seat. Slowly they left station number 3. Behind them another train rolled to a stop, and eager protesters began filling it up. Some were brandishing guns, many more were carrying knives, hatchets, crowbars, or just sharpened shovels. All knew they were marching towards the greatest feast of violence the city had seen in decades. Some were scared, others couldn't wait. A small crowd paused to gawk at the security guards, both live and dead. The tied-up guards kept their heads down and didn't respond to insults or questions. Tears in their eyes, they sighed with relief, and the mob eventually got bored and moved on towards more exciting events. In the train, the mood was jubilant. The self-styled freedom fighters were handing out cigars and passing around bottles of booze. I doubt that'll improve their marksmanship. We can't deny them drinks after a victory, even if you fought most of the battle on your own. She put one hand on Rani's cheek. Not alone, I know you'd be there saving my ass. I'd like to think our relationship to be one of mutual beneficial ass saving. She gave Rani a peck on the cheek. Someone tapped her shoulder. It was a young girl, maybe Amy's age, but shorter and sturdier. Boss lady, she said. Call me Joe, but yes. My cousin is with a construction crew. The bosses told him to keep blasting the bedrock despite the curfew and riot and all. Do they need help? We can make calls. I'm sure they can get someone there. There are groups rioting all over the city. The girl shook her head. No, they drove the guards away themselves. They want to join us. Can we wait at the next stop? There's almost 100 of them. We can, but not for long. We're in a hurry. Tell them to make it quick and bring some of their equipment. We may need it. The girl nodded and went to make the call. Boss lady, I like the sound of that. I preferred if they used my name. Also, I know this might sound weird, but why are you standing in a moving tram without holding onto anything? There are handles on the roof, you know. Are you crazy? I'm not getting swarmed by pickpockets. I'll have you know I have a very important meeting in the gardens. I meant no disrespect, Miss Boss Lady. I'm going to take another quick sip. Moving along nicely now with this last chapter. There we go. They were brought in an elevator to the roof of the CWS. The fresh air felt good after spending God knows how long in that steamy basement. How long had they been in there? Amy had no idea. Her entire body was still sore, and she was incredibly thirsty. It was dark. They'd been held prisoner for at least most of the day. Embracing the strong breeze that made her eyes tear up, she looked around. Had Josephine really designed this beast? Oh wow, we immediately go to the centre part. Okay then. The CWS was an ugly spider-like construction. Numerous smaller buildings, which Amy presumed to be water tanks, were connected to a large hulking main tank. On its roof there was a small cube-like room. A bridge led to it, starting not far from the helipad. What's that? Much as I appreciate your choice to help me, I'd be a fool to give you details on this place. Do forgive my paranoia. Of course, I understand. And Amy and Francis had taken one elevator while a heavily resisting Bob and half a dozen guards had taken another. On the roof there was a helipad with a prepared chopper. Bob had been restrained and gagged. He was glaring at Amy with a burning fire in his eyes. Please don't treat Bob this harshly. He doesn't mean it. He's a good man, loyal but naive. His kind often are, strong and good-hearted but so easily misled. Bob is fortunate to have someone more educated to look after him and make better choices than he would. Just remember, I'm not doing this because I like you. I have my conditions. And they will be met in full as soon as this tragedy is concluded. I'll hold you to your word. Who's that? Francis turned to see a tall guard officer marching towards them. That would be Commander Morris on his way to tell me that I should remain here in safety. Take my guests to the chopper while I have a word with the commander. As they were escorted to the seats, Amy watched Commander Morris, who was even taller than Francis, yelled something she couldn't hear. The guards made Amy and Bob sit opposite one another and handcuffed them together. Then Jim and Eric sat next to them, rifles in hand. Is this really necessary? Orders from the boss, sorry. You don't happen to know where we're going or what we're doing. I do happen to know you'll know when the boss decides so. The guards fastened both their seatbelts. The helicopter was open from the sides. Hey, you wouldn't know a good place to buy clothes for women, would you? Thinking about your sister? Well, yeah, kinda. I want to get her something nice, but I don't really know where. I say your best bet is to ask her where she wants to go. Then go with her, spend some time together. Maybe I'll do that, though I'll say Larissa has fucking expensive taste. Don't you get hazard pay for this kind of work? Like bonuses? Why would I? It's a dangerous line of work in general. I knew that when I signed up. Yeah, but at nights like this quite exceptional. You're going up against a known terrorist. I don't know why you care, but the company policy states that bonuses are awarded when injured in combat. And I'd still rather not get shot. Does the security business have a union? It is the official policy of Neptus that unions are a divisive force in the workplace. The workplace should be seen as one community, not two communities at war. Yes, sir, I couldn't have said it better myself, sir. Why so curious, Miss Sierra? Has Mr. Larson gotten to you? You once wrote an editorial using more or less the same words as I just did. I was walking towards them. Oh, Francis was walking towards them. The angry officer was walking away, still looking furious. We've had plenty of time to talk. I've spent the last few months chained to Bob. Either way, or even metaphorically or actually. She shook the chains that bound her and Bob together so tightly that she could constantly smell his breath. I'm sorry that I have to keep you restrained. After the flight I can have you separated. What did he want? He told me that if I died on this stupid stunt he would piss on my grave. Charming fellow. His charm isn't why I hired him. Francis nodded to the guard named Eric, who tapped the pilot on the shoulder immediately. The chopper began to rise. Oh, so they're going to the gardens this time. Oh, that makes more sense. Amy glanced at Bob, who was still gagged and looking livid. She tried to give him a sympathetic look. They flew over the city low enough that the tallest towers still loomed above them. The city was quite dark. Most people stayed in their homes and businesses were closed. And the farther you looked, the darker it got. Downtown was pitch black, and it took Amy a while to realise why. The water was missing. No streams of glittering colours crisscrossed the night. But that was behind them. Ahead were the gleaming towers of Uptown and the splendid waterfalls of the gardens. So what's Josephine up to? You'll see in a moment. Francis muttered something into the radio and the pilot swept down, flying low above a wide street. Not the street, the tram line, and it was crowded. Thousands of little lights swarmed the station and the roads close to them. Columns of trams were making their way up the tracks. Bob was interested too, and as they reached a different size for a look, their chain pulled tight and bit into Amy's arm. Ow, Bob, stay close to me. Francis, what is happening down there? Miss Lace has used her signature charisma to whip up the good people of the city into a murderous frenzy. The crowd is already in the tens of thousands, far too large for anyone to control. It seems they've been assaulting tram stations one by one, and then bringing more rioters forward by the trainload. It's amazing. Amazingly tragic, perhaps. More than 50 people have already been murdered. Businesses have been looted. And as can be expected, what few guards stood in their way have fired into the crowd. This is on track to be the most destructive riot in the history of the city. I assume you have a plan to stop them? I'm never content with just one plan. Right now there are two ways this could go. What I hope is that Miss Lace cares about you two enough to abandon this motley uprising and meet us personally. That way only guilty people pay the price. Don't pretend you're going to give Josephine a fighting chance. Francis smiled. Miss Lace has already escaped many times from traps I thought were foolproof. Her little insurgency ends tonight, if I must end it with my bare hands on her throat. What's the alternative if she doesn't take the bait? See that? Francis pointed to another mass of lights that was ahead of them, running across the tram lines and the streets near it. She could see searchlights and the flashing lights of police cars. The lights reflected the visitors and the body armour of hundreds of troops. Is that the police? Private security. This task is too challenging for public servants. If the rioters reach those positions and try to push through, they will be met by an impassable hail of bullets. And behind them, security forces will unleash tanks in the streets and airstrikes on the tram lines. Thousands will die. Airstrikes in the middle of the city? Only as a last resort, to help prevent a massacre of civilians and police officers uptown. I know you don't agree with my vision, but surely you understand that ordinary people live in the towers around the gardens. All of them are in danger of getting murdered if these rioters somehow make it through the police. And none of them are in any way involved in this affair. As Francis spoke, they flew over a luxury hotel, opposite to the gardens. Francis lived there, Amy remembered. It was brightly lit and the terrace on its roof was full of people. The residents were cheering the police on, waiting for tonight's entertainment to begin, she realised. There was a large swimming pool on the terrace. People were swimming in it, drinking champagne. Amy began to squirm in her seat anxiously. I could use a drink too, I'm thirsty and dizzy. I'm sorry, I completely forgot neither of you has eaten or drunk anything in hours. As soon as we reach the gardens, I'll have you both properly nourished. Loud bangs interrupted him, followed by cheers from the hotel beneath them. Immediately he gestured the pilot to slow down and hover above the hotel. Slowly the pilot turned the chopper around. Amy took a look at Bob, who was sitting patiently opposite to her without reacting to the conversation in any way. There was a resigned look on his face. Amy gave him a soft kick in the shins and smiled. Bob looked at her legs for a while and nodded slowly. Francis, look. The security had fired some kind of gas on the rapidly approaching riot. Loudspeakers were screeching a high-pitched noise at them. We must hurry. After tear gas comes warning shots. Then the bodies will start piling up. Wait. What? Don't you see how little time we have? We have to get you to call Miss Lace from the gardens as soon as... It's my parents. They're there on the roof. It's their anniversary. They must have rented the suite. We have to rescue them. They're completely safe in the hotel. There's no way the riot will break through the defenses. Please, they're my parents. Can't you pick them up and have the chopper take them safely? I told you they're safe. I swore to the investors of the city that not a single rioter would step foot on the highest level of the city. Amy looked down. You shouldn't underestimate Josephine, and you definitely shouldn't underestimate Bob. Amy flung her legs onto Bob's lap and unfastened his seatbelt with her toes. She had been honest about her first, but she'd also squirmed out of her shoes. Without waiting for instructions of any kind, Bob then threw himself towards her, opened her seatbelt with his hands, and elbowed Eric in the face. Amy turned to Jim. You're about to wish you were in a union. What the? Amy grabbed him as Bob did the same to Eric, and then, mostly propelled by a grunting Bob, the four of them fell out of the chopper and into the unknown. They'd been hovering much higher than Amy had thought. Nevertheless, they eventually fell straight into the swimming pool. Amy could hear screams as the chlorine-rich water enveloped her, Bob, and the two unfortunate guards. To her horror, the bottom of the pool approached them all much faster than she had thought possible. The water slowed them down somewhat, but they hit the bottom quite painfully anyway. It was impossible to hold on to the guards. It was hard enough to get both of them swimming in the right direction. Gasping for air, they broke the surface. Bob tried to cough through his gag. Gesturing to her, he dipped his head into the water. Amy reached and could just get her fingers on the buckle behind Bob's head. The gag came off. Bob surged up and began furiously coughing up water, much of which landed on Amy's face. You know, for a while I thought you were a traitor. I thought so too. That was the plan. I figured you'd only buy my acts if you were mad at me. Smart. What now? Get down. They plunged deep into the pool. Just in time, one of the guards had made it to the edge of the pool and was now shooting at them. Hugging the bottom of the pool, Amy looked around the clear water. The other guard was still underwater, clearly unconscious. Amy gestured to Bob and they swam to him. It was Jim. Amy went for his pistol, only to be yanked back by Bob. Jim's rifle was a few meters away. Amy nodded and they made their way to it. She was running out of air. Bob grabbed the rifle and handed it to Amy. She nodded. He grabbed her by the waist and pushed with force from the bottom, propelling her upwards. They broke the surface with Bob holding Amy high and treading the water with his back to the shooting Eric. The first thing Amy heard upon reaching air was not gunshots but the helicopter. Frances had left them. Her eyes were full of water, but she could make out the standing figure in black. Without wasting time, she shot at it. The figure fell. Then Amy looked up and saw the black chopper. She thought she could make out Frances. Bob turned around. Amy tried to aim the best she could and shot a few bursts at the chopper. She couldn't see if she hit anything, but the sound of the chopper became more distant. Frances had decided to focus on the other battle. We should get that boy. Jim, you're right. Down we go. They dove again and emerged carrying an unconscious Jim. They waded to the edge of the pool, following the stream of blood. The party crowd had scattered to the edges of the terrace. Many were frozen with terror and still squeezing their champagne glasses in white-knuckled fists. With great effort, they hoisted Jim onto dry land and juggled themselves over as well. Being bound together was a bitch. As Bob searched for keys, Amy glanced at Eric. The guard was bleeding heavily but still breathing. The blood was running onto the pool like a broad river. Bob unshackled her as she did the same for him. It was his turn to look around. Some of these fuckers are filming us. Plenty of social media stars in parties like this. Should we stop them? I don't see how being recorded can do any harm to us at this point. We should try to resuscitate Jim. Cover me, I've done this before. Surprised, Amy watched as Bob began pushing heavily on Jim's chest and periodically giving him air. Jim didn't respond in any way, but Bob wouldn't stop. After a while, Amy began to get anxious. More guards were surely on their way. She looked at the gardens. She couldn't see the chopper, but was reasonably certain that was where Frances had landed. Bob, I don't think he's going to wake up. I do. and Bob kept pounding on Jim's chest. He was sweating. Come on, wake up. Jim did not wake up. His face was pale and cold. Bob, I think he's dead. After a while, Bob stopped. Fuck, I know, he seemed really sweet and we killed him. The thought made her shiver. She couldn't bear to look at the corpse. We should go. Yeah, nothing we can do. Suddenly Bob was in tears, then he started again. Bob, he's not going to wake up. You have to stop. Bob! Suddenly Jim coughed up water in a high arc and jumped into the air. He landed on his back and coughed so hard that his whole body shook. There was a lot of water in him. Yes! She jumped into Bob's arms and kissed him on the cheek. Bob was crying too. I told you, I knew he'd wake up. Thank God, you're so fucking stubborn. I think he'll be alright now. Yeah, I think so too. And we have to go. Amy took the rifle from the ground. She looked at the hotel guests. Most were still there, gawking at the intruders from the sky. Listen up, this man needs medical help. He's a good man. You, call him a chopper. The rest of you start calling your own rides to safety. This part of town is no longer safe. And you. She pointed the gun... Oh, she pointed at the bartender. I thought she said to point the gun at the bartender. She pointed at the bartender, a small mustachioed man who looked like he might wet himself. I'd like a glass of water, please. And then a double shot of scotch. I'll have the same in the opposite order. And food too. What are you serving? Hamburger, sir. The bartender whispered, searching for empty glasses and staring at Amy's rifle. Calm down, we're not going to shoot you. Though, just to be clear, we're not paying either. The bartender nodded and began pouring drinks as fast as he could. He handed the glasses to them, hands still shaking. Would the miss also have a hamburger, he asked. Yes, please, to go. Wait a sec. Bob glared at the bartender, who's suddenly gone very, very pale. Those burgers, can you make them vegetarian? Because we don't eat meat. Amy burst into laughter. The bartender, who was much less amused, nodded frantically. Amy hadn't felt this good in a while. A single glass of water had somehow brought back all her strength, and with the scotch she wasn't cold anymore either. Then she remembered what awaited them down in the streets. We should get out of here before Jim manages to stand up and tries to arrest us. You're right, the fight's still waiting for us, and this one's going to be fucking savage. Don't be so gloomy, you get to bash some heads. They tipped the bartender generously, instructed him to serve a meal to Jim as soon as he was strong enough to stand, and left. Not knowing what else to do, they simply took an elevator to the lobby. They hadn't seen any guards yet. Thanks for not giving up on Jim. I don't know what I would have done if I'd been the reason he died. I did it because I could see that boy had a good heart. I hate to see good hearts stop too soon. Look, I want to apologise for earlier. I had no cause to yell at you. I was just angry, tired and in pain. Yeah, something like that. By the way, I do think that other guy died though. I think so too. The people we left him with weren't the type to know how to stop bleeding or anything else useful. Hey now, a lot of them looked real nice in there. Suddenly the entire building shook. They heard a low muffled sound. That was an explosion. An airstrike? That close? Things must be bad down there. We have to hurry. Oh, time to take a sip of delicious refreshing water. Oh, that's better. Josephine was coughing. She knew there would be tear gas. She'd been wearing a mask for God's sakes. But then she'd been dumb enough to take it off to shout orders. Now she paid a price. They were lined up on the broad street that ran parallel to the tram lines. She knew the protest had spread uncontrollably to other streets and parts of town. She had no idea how big her march had snowballed. The initial protest she'd hijacked had been a few thousand strong. Other groups had merged into it, and people had called their friends and family. More than a few businesses had tried to force their employees to stay at work, despite the curfew and mortal danger. Some of these had marched as a group to join the riot instead. Students had showed up, as had illegal unions and, as far as she knew, most of the city's criminal gangs. All ages, all genders, all races, everyone needed water. And right now, most of them were hiding behind a wall of bulldozers, trucks and excavators, including Josephine. Thank God for the construction crew and all their equipment. Some 200 meters ahead were the enemy positions, and they were daunting. The security forces were arranged behind walls of sandbags and mobile steel plates, and before even reaching that, there was still a line of electric fencing. On the ramparts, the enemy had mounted machine guns, searchlights, and then some more machine guns. Trying to attack that position would be a suicide, and yet it seemed like there was no choice. Behind it there was one more tram station, the one Josephine had used every day for years on her way back to work. If they took it, they could bring their entire force to bear on the gardens. Some of the raver rioters had snuck into the nearby buildings, looking for windows from which to shoot back. Others had led small groups out to the adjoining streets to search for weaker points. But Josephine knew in her heart that there was no weaker point, no way to sneak past and avoid casualties. Not this time. Why was Rani taking so long? Josephine could see something in the air around the gardens. Were those helicopters? If so, there was a lot of them. Drones were already buzzing above them, spraying more tear gas. Suddenly there were screams. A young boy had peeked over the truck he was hiding behind. He'd been shot instantly. A group of other eager would-be warriors opened fire, shooting mostly blind from cover. Oh no. She took just in time before a fearsome storm of fire began ripping the cars and machines apart. People screamed. Josephine could see an old woman collapse with her torso torn to pieces. The rioters hunkered down, with many running to the side alleys for cover. Others just ran away from the bullets and were shot in the back. It didn't matter who fired first. Everywhere she looked, people were screaming, running and dying. Someone fell down next to her, a middle-aged man who resembled Bob. Or so Josephine presumed. The man's face was gone. Her heart was pounding. She'd been here before, helpless as her followers were, butchered. Breathing in, as she braced her rifle and got up, she immediately sunk back down, bullets nearly giving her a new haircut. The security wasn't going to run out of ammo. They could keep that rate of fire up until the guns melted. And by then her people would be dead. She braced herself again, took a deep breath and thought of Mr. Kendrick, Norbert and all the others. She got up and took aim. She never fired. Instead she watched in horror as the enemy barricade blew up into the air in a cloud of smoke and flame. The shockwave pushed her back and sent her rolling for a good distance, bruising her every limb. The blast had completely overwhelmed her hearing. The people around her were stunned, frozen. Grown men and women shaking and gasping for breath. There was dust everywhere. Josephine tried to get up. It took a few attempts. Her legs wouldn't carry her and all the strength had gone out of her arms. When she finally stood up, she couldn't see much in the dust cloud. She scrambled to find her rifle, kneeling to pick it up so much that she felt like screaming. Around her, others were slowly rising up too. She saw two young boys huddling together on the ground. She knelt by them and tried to speak, but no one could hear anything. Instead, she smiled and helped them up. Little by little, leading by example, she wasn't able to get many of those who hadn't run away back to the line. In turn, they brought back others, and those in the side alleys who'd been away from the blast zone began to return. Josephine realised everyone that had stayed either followed her around or stood still, waiting to see what she would do. No one but her understood what was going on. There was only one thing to do, she knew. Josephine gestured to those around her to follow her and climbed over the bulldozers. She felt exposed. Her rational brain told her that in the dust no one could see her, but every step was a struggle against fear. She couldn't be sure if anyone was actually following her, or if anyone actually followed her. She didn't look back. The dust cloud enveloped her. She was sure she screamed while running, but she couldn't hear it. She saw a light. At least one searchlight was still working. There was someone in the distance, a figure in the dust. Almost without stopping, Josephine fired. The figure toppled over and didn't get up. She approached it slowly. It turned out to be a young man with a pale, expressionless face. He died instantly. The man didn't have a gun on him, but he was wearing a uniform. Josephine heard shots around her and ducked. Her hearing was returning. Her people had followed her and were now shooting in the direction of the enemy used to be in. Bullets whizzed by as Josephine picked up her pace. Someone was still shooting back from the barricade. Pieces of street cars and charred people were everywhere. Josephine shrieked as she stepped on a corpse by accident. A young woman burned and twisted into an impossible position. Her fault. She heard shouts, more gunshots, and then silence. By the time she reached the barricade, the dust was clearing and the fight was over. Around her was a landscape from hell. There were corpses everywhere, amid burning cars and melted steel plates. The ground was covered in glass shards from the windows above. They reflected the flames, causing the ground itself to flicker in bright colours. There were rioters around her, shooting wounded and dying guards. They were from Rani's group. Some of them had formed a circle around the massive crater in the ground, waving flashlights to keep people from running into it. Josephine took a peek into the hole. There were more bodies at the bottom. This had been her idea. She had done this. They'd used the subway first to transport Rani's people behind the enemy line. Then they blew up a train full of demolition charges underneath the barricade. The construction workers had brought and set them up, but Josephine could see that they were horrified by what they'd done. It was the only way, she told herself. She found Rani standing on the other side of the hole, staring down with tears in her eyes. Remind me, didn't you promise me that we wouldn't do stuff like this anymore? I did, I'm sorry. If there had been any other way, don't. What? We don't have time to wallow in guilt. It's done, we won. Now we have to live with it. It's not over yet. All we've done is made an entrance. Now we have to get everyone through. That shouldn't be too difficult. Now that the shooting stopped, everyone should be feeling brave again. How was it on your end? There were some guards in the subway station. Not many. We swarmed them in a few minutes. I think we lost a dozen or so fighters. We lost many more. I'm astonished everyone didn't run away the second those machine guns opened fire. That's a good sign. Maybe they finally had enough. General Janice, a young woman, approached Rani. What are your orders? To stop calling me that. Secure the final tram station and start spreading the word that the garden plaza has now been breached. Tell everyone to join the party. The woman nodded and ran away. I see you've been promoted. If I'm a general, what does that make you, President? Okay, I'll stop. We should get moving. Wouldn't want to keep Francis waiting. Josephine took off towards the plaza. Rani took one last look at the crater she'd made and shuddered. I wonder what Francis would say about this. And we're going to go back to Bob and... Oh no, we're going to Francis directly. The window panel shook as the blast reached the gardens. Francis was in his office watching the chaos unfold below. In the plaza, the police and what remained of the security forces were regrouping and forming up. Even from his high vantage point, he could see that the men were scared. Why wouldn't they be? This was supposed to be an easy fight. Starving beggars weren't supposed to blow up the streets beneath them. The explosion was on film. It would make for good PR once the fight was done. And the last in a series of brazen acts of terror. Helicopters were arriving at the hotel opposite of the gardens. So be it. If the cowards wanted to run, he wouldn't stop them. Lace may have had a train full of explosives, but she couldn't have two. And she'd blow up their best avenue of retreat. Francis still had his tanks and airstrikes waiting for the riot to move on to the open plaza. Josephine Lace had been a good terrorist. Would she make a good general? He smiled. The answer was irrelevant. She could be the best general in the history of the world and it wouldn't make a difference. Her motley mass of rioters would burn all the same. Is it ready? The old woman behind him nodded. Almost. There's a lot of background noise in the recordings. I'm removing it now. Francis looked at the hotel. He was slightly angry at himself for not seeing through Miss Sierra's acts. He'd underestimated her just like he'd underestimated Lace earlier. An embarrassing repetition of failure. People who ended up where he had should be too good to make the same mistake twice. Fortunately, people like him had a plan B. With Lace in charge, something as trivial as a riot became threatening enough to cause the cream of Uptown to flee in panic. Soon, the full force of that riot would be thrown against the disorganised police and the less than 100 armed guards at the gardens. At least as long as she remained in charge. The first wave of fleeing helicopters was disappearing in the darkness. Francis clenched his fist in anger. The scared morons were supposed to be the leaders of society. Innovators, decision makers, patrons, leaders. One whiff of danger and they fled like hens from a fox. He turned away. In the end, it didn't matter. Tomorrow the city will be saved, or would be saved, his plan implemented, and his mortal game with Miss Lace concluded. And he would make some changes to the boards of all major corporations. His inner circle had no place for cowards. In 10 years, the time of horrors of this night would be a distant memory. In 10 years' time, the horrors of this night would be a distant memory. There we go. And this city, his city, would be the marvel of the world. It's ready, sir, said the old woman. Thank you, Sylvia. Now you'd be wise to seek shelter before the fighting begins again. There's a helicopter on the roof waiting. I'm sure the other secretaries are eager to get away. Aren't you coming, sir? Sylvia asked, slightly confused. Francis shook his head. I have a rather important date coming up. Some things are worth more than money. He heard the woman leave. Down on the plaza, the rioters began to clash with the still shaken police. Let's take another sippy while we can. How do we find them? I don't know, just focus on not getting hurt. The plaza had exploded into more violence as thousands of protesters had stormed through the breach. The police, who thought they were safe behind the heavily armed security forces, were now desperately holding the riot at bay. As the vanguard took on the police with clubs, rocks and the occasional gun, hundreds of others broke into the offices and hotels. Inside they smashed, looted and drank their fill of crystal clear water. The first group of looters had run into Amy and Bob in the hotel lobby. The rioters had almost attacked them, but had been persuaded otherwise by Amy's rifle. Now the two of them were out in the open, trying to make their way through the crowds to their friends. Someone had tried to wrestle the rifle out of Amy's hand. She punched him in the stomach. It was a young boy. Is anyone in charge here? It doesn't look like it. Focus. Someone doesn't start giving orders, this riot will be over in an hour. You'd expect Joe, Rani and Norbert being somewhere visible. What if they're directing it from far away like you did last time? It's not really Joe's style. It would explain the chaos though. I can see some people standing still at the back where all that smoke is coming from. Let's get there. Someone must have told them to hold that position. Oh, that was short. So we'll go back to Rani and Josephine now. Yeah. The police have abandoned the western end of the plaza. The hotels are ours. Excellent. What's the next move, General Janus? Screw you. We're fools to think we could control this thing after he broke through the barricade. That being said, the smartest move would be to take a few hundred armed troops through the hotels and around the enemy. Outflank the police? Something like that. They're still shaken by the explosion. We should use that. They were at the eastern end of the plaza, almost on the lawn of the gardens now. The Neptus stronghold was defended by heavily armed men who were patiently holding their ground. They were too disciplined to draw attention to themselves by firing before someone tried to attack them. So far, the rioters had given them a wide enough berth. What we should do is storm the gardens. You're in charge, but I'm telling you that these folks won't be too enthusiastic about running towards machine guns. Perhaps we should. Josephine's phone rang. Amy's calling. Amy, where are you? You sure know how to make a spectacular entrance, Miss Lace. And you've collected a respectably sized entourage. Oh, it's nice how they made the little portrait like he's on the phone. Oh. Tell me, is it true that burning flesh smells terrible? To what do I owe the pleasure, Francis? Were you afraid I'd forgotten about you? You know, I was actually thinking of asking you out. How about right now? I hate to say this, Francis, but I'm actually a bit busy overthrowing the social order and whatnot. Perhaps I should let my charming companion explain the situation to you. You're charming. Josephine, please, don't take the bait. Mr. Brabeck is going to use airstrikes in the middle of the city. I'm sorry. Amy! Lovely, isn't she? Though she does have a habit of talking too much. She isn't wrong, however. Now she has 20 minutes to live if you don't give yourself up. If you do, she goes free and the missiles stay in the satellites where they belong. You have my word, I only want you. This mob you tricked into coming with you will be free to disperse and return to their homes. Ironic that I'm giving your people a chance to survive, where my soldiers got nothing of the sort from you. They got the same odds as my neighbours and Norbert, and the people you're killing with first. Your precious Amy is about to receive that same chance. I look forward to our reunion. You know where to find me. He hung up. At least Amy is alive. She won't be for long. We have to save her and stop those airstrikes. Is he really crazy enough to bomb his own backyard? He's planning to kill half the city with first. Good point. What now? If we rally enough troops, we can assault the gardens. If we do that, he'll kill Amy instantly and then drop the bombs on us. We'll have to find another entrance. Joe, we can't both go. What do you mean? I need you. We have to lead this uprising. It's hard enough as it is. If we leave or die, it's going to fall apart. And if we stay, it'll disappear in a rain of fire. Francis is the head of the snake. If we kill him, no one's going to run the defense or call the airstrikes. You could say the same about us. If I'm General Janus and you're President Lace. Neither of those jobs involve daring raids. I have to do this. Francis has taken too many lives that matter to me. But I don't want to do it without you. And I'd never let you go without me. Fuck, fine. But we have to be quick and get back. Without us, these gangs and unions and angry moms will start beating each other. Do you at least have a way in? A plan that will make this seem like we're not just sacrificing everyone following us? I do, sort of. Follow me. She led them back through the crowd, away from the gardens. As they pushed their way through new arrivals, Riley looked back. Why were they running away from the gardens? They reached the hall. It was still guarded by the flashlight crew, and managed to keep people from falling into it. The corpses of the guards had also been looted thoroughly. What exactly are you planning? Is there a secret subway station at the gardens? No, but close. Remember when water pipes used to run underground? Sure, that was so long ago that remembering it makes me feel old, but yes. They ran parallel to the subway for a long distance, and one pipe brought all the water to the gardens. After the new high-level surface pipes were built, it was sealed behind a concrete wall too thick to dig through. It hasn't been considered a viable entry point for years. But then someone blew up a train right next to it, and now that concrete wall might be gone. It's definitely gone. I just hope the pipe isn't. Rani tossed the torch into the hole. It found ground some 3-4 meters down. We can make that jump, probably. I'll go first. Wait, what if you get hurt? Then you can use me as a cushion. She hung from the ledge, gave a smile and a wink, and let go. Ugh, it's okay. Just be careful when you land. She slung a rifle over her shoulder and followed Rani's example. The fall made her dizzy and she landed with less grace than Rani. I look forward to having a career where I don't have to drop from high places or visit them. But that would be so boring. Using a flashlight, they scouted around. Most of the dead guards had been carelessly thrown into the hole. The ground was littered with dusty, charred corpses. I'm no longer sure this was a good idea. Me neither. Let's keep moving. I don't want to be here. Which way? Josephine led the way out of the crater and into the dark tunnel. Nothing remained of the train or the train tracks. The tunnel had fractured and collapsed in many places. It will take months before this is fixed. Longer. Hey, is that what we're looking for? It was. The concrete wall blocking the old pipe was intact in places, but only here and there. The pipe itself was mostly full of rubble. It took them a while to find a point of entry. Once they did, they snuck through a thin crevice and into the pipe. It was high enough to stand in. This is why all previous revolutions failed. The people in charge didn't know the intricacies of urban plumbing. They did, don't you remember, when Mr. Kendrick spoke about his military service? Oh yeah, something about rebels hiding in the sewers and hitting uptown through them. So really, we're just continuing a noble tradition. Mr. Kendrick fought against that tradition and regretted it. Do you think he you'd approve of what we did here. The explosion? Honestly, I have no idea. The old man was no coward, but I don't know if he was a revolutionary either. I think more importantly the question is, will we regret this when we're at his age? You think we might live that long? We aren't going to die tonight or in some miserable skirmish in a back alley in a few months. If Mr. Kendrick taught us anything, then it's never too late to die pointlessly in some miserable skirmish. I know, but I can't live without thinking he had moments of peace somewhere in between. Me neither. Do you think we'll ever have that? Moments of peace? Yeah, I mean, I don't see you stopping the fight anytime soon, but I'd like to get to spend some more time with you. You don't think this is a fun activity? I'm being serious, Joe. Oh, sorry, I want it too, but only if I can take that time knowing I can do it with good conscience. I'm not taking you to the beach if I know that people in our city are dying of thirst. But it flatters me that your mind is already set on a life together. But it might be a life of struggle and uncertainty. It will be. Can you live with that? I can. Hey, how long is this pipe going on? Hard to say. It shouldn't be much longer if we're in the right pipe. Oh, so we mind up underneath the Mansa Musa towers instead. Lovely. They didn't. The pipe ended in a dark, round space with rusty, mouldy walls. There was a ladder to the ceiling with a hatch on the other end. This is the old reserve tank. Once we're through that hatch, we're in the gardens. I always wondered what this place looked like from the inside. You're going to be disappointed. It's an office, though it does get more comfy the higher you go. In that case, I can't wait to see the top. They climbed through the hatch and emerged into a dimly lit room with other similar water tanks. Okay, we're in maintenance at the very bottom. And Francis will be, knowing him, at the very top. I imagine the building is going to be full of guards. What do we do about them? Get around them if we can, it's faster. And if we can't, we'll kill everyone standing between me and Francis. Amy was taking her time talking to the man guarding the big hole. Bob couldn't really hear what they were saying, not in this bloody ruckus. But he was beginning to realise that Josephine and the others hadn't lost control. They had disappeared. And they'd done so at a bad time. The police had gotten reinforcements, and now it was the protesters that were running away. There were gunshots in the distance, followed by screams. So that man says Joe and Riley jumped into that hole a while ago. He's messing with us. Let me hang him by his feet over that hole for a while. That should... I don't think he was lying. What I don't get is where Norbot's gone. He wouldn't abandon Josephine. Maybe they split up, or maybe he's been captured too. Maybe. Either way, we should follow them, right? I don't know where they're going, but they're going to need help. Now, if they really went there, we'll never find them. We'll just get lost in the sewers. Alright, what's your plan? I'm not the plan guy. But you feel fine telling me that my plan's bad? Pretty much. Jokes aside, look around you. Someone needs to take charge around here. These people here, Josephine's supposed to be in charge of them. She brought them here. Well, she clearly ain't. Whatever her plan was, she's done with this lot. Of course. What? The protest is a diversion. She's trying to pull the same trick she pulled last time. There was a demonstration. Last time there was a lot less shooting and explosions. And everyone is looking at them, meaning she's free. Bob's eyes lit up. She's free to break into that fucking waterfall house. She's going after Francis. Exactly as Francis predicted. Fuck, you're right. Bob was silent for a while. He towered over most people in the square. The leaderless crowd was getting more and more desperate. He could see that lines of riot police pushing forward, hosing the protesters with water and flooding the streets with tear gas. How could Josephine abandon these people? They would have never come to this trap if not for her. And they'd never win this fight without her. This is a mess. Is there any way we could get word to them? Or lend them a hand? She ain't an idiot. She knows the enemy will be prepared. She led half the town here. But if she's already inside, this riot will turn into a bloodbath sooner or later. If Francis was telling the truth about airstrikes and tanks, we need to get off the streets. Not just us, everyone. Everyone needs to get somewhere where the guards can't blow them up. Back downtown? Are you deaf? We've got to get somewhere the bloodsuckers won't shoot. Their own house. If we take the skyscrapers and hold as many rich people as we can hostages, no merc is going to shoot at the paymaster. But how do we get them to listen to us? They follow Josephine because of her name is famous. They don't know who we are. I wonder how many of them have actually seen what Joe looks like. No, I can't pull that off. You have to. They won't follow an angry old man. I'm not sure. Why are you so sure? I've seen you do amazing things. You've pretended to be a shrink and a guard. That's different. It is. Those times you had to pretend to be someone you're not. And now you just have to embrace who you are. What? Do I need to spell it out for you? Barely an hour ago you duped Francis into telling you his plan and jumped out of a helicopter. What's that like an hour? I believe it might have actually been an hour ago. I know a fighter when I see one, and you've got it in you to be a leader as well. Thanks, Bob. That means a lot to me, but I'm not sure Bob sidestepped her and went to speak to a man with a flashlight. Who exactly did you see jump down that hole? Can you identify them? The man looked confused. Well, there was General Janice who told us to stay here, and some chick. That chick was Amy Sierra. You have new orders now from her. That girl? The man asked, his face unsure Bob was joking a lot. I'd watch my tone if I were you. Oh yeah? Who does that girl think she is, overruling General Janice? Amy stepped forward, making sure her rifle was visible. I'm the one who gives orders to General Janice. The man was suddenly a lot more scared. You don't mean... I'm Josephine Lace. Now, will you follow me? The man shook his head, laughing. No way in hell that's true. This is a hero pretending to be hers, disgraceful. Oh, then what can I tell you to make you believe me? Shall I tell you how Neptus murdered my neighbours? Or how Bob here tore the door off Jenner Hospital? Or how Bob here tore the doors of General Hospital off their hinges so it could escape? Or how my group blew up a water pipe at 5 points at the same time? What do you need to know? Well, I know you have a cybernetic hat. Really? You think you're the first guy to try that trick to see me topless? If you'd rather stand here with a flashlight, I'll find someone else. Someone with guts. The man scrambled to salute. I'm so sorry, ma'am, he said. I believe you. Take me with you. The man turned to Bob, and if she's Crazy Joe Lace, then you must be Bob, the bull. Damn right, except I once wrestled with a bull. The bull lost. Great, now you know who we are. Listen to me, everyone on the square will die if we don't get them to safety. Can I count on you and your friends to help? The man lit up with excitement. Yes, ma'am, we're right behind you. She gathered a group of people holding the flashlights and explained her plan. Once she was done, she gestured to Bob, who probably hoisted her up to his shoulders. That in itself turned a fair few eyes towards them. Care to bellow some attention, Bob the Bull? Finally, a nickname I don't hate. Attention, listen up, Crazy Joe Lace is here. Bob's mighty voice echoed around the surrounding buildings, and soon enough everyone within hearing range was listening. They were waiting for Amy to speak. Everyone, I want you to listen up and spread the word. The police are a decoy. While we fighting here in the mud, Francis Brabeck and his kind dine in their towers, watching and sipping clear water. They're having a party and we're the entertainment, and when they get bored they will unleash missiles on us. Silence, it was spreading. Amy worried that someone would realise she wasn't Josephine Lace any moment now. We didn't come here just for a scuffle in the yard, did we? We came to give the bloodsuckers running the city what they've had coming for years. Shouts, hurrahs, whistles. A rush washed over Amy, tingling her toes and raising the hair on the back of her neck. The rich have spilled our blood as long as the city has stood. It's time to turn the tables. The men and women with flashlights will lead you to the towers. Follow them inside. Take back what's ours and spill some blood. Another wave of hurrahs and whistles. Amy gave the signal and the rioters behind her ran to different directions, holding their lights high. Instinctively, the people rallied to the closest light and followed it. Those still uncertain were swept up by the growing streams of rioters. Far across the square, many were still battling the police, and many more stood waiting for her to move. The man Amy had spoken to beforehand handed her his flashlight. She turned it on to more cheers. She was now Josephine Lace, and that meant she was a legend. Where to, Joe? Amy waved her flashlight to more cheers. The people around her had been pummeled by the wealthy and the politicians in their pockets for decades. Bit by bit, they've been pushed downtown into precarious jobs, smaller homes, and desperate situations. By people like Amy, she realised, not just megalomaniacs like Francis, but also ordinary people, ordinary uptown families. People who ordered deliveries from exploitive businesses, or wore fashion made by invisible hands in sweatshops far away. All of them knew vaguely that things down below weren't rosy, but that which rose does... But that which one does not see is easy to forget. Jeez, that took me a while to get through. And there were ways to get a clean conscience, of course, donate to charity, vote in the right way, belong to a student union. Amy had always had a pain somewhere deep down, and her knees a hole. She tried to fill it with activism and going vegan. Now was the first time that ever that pain wasn't there. She looked at her followers and saw anger, but also wariness. As humans do well and easily, they'd adapted to every little way their lives were getting worse. They worked a little harder, learned to skip meals, adjusted their dreams to better fit uncertain jobs, and mountain debs. Gotten used to living without dignity. It was something Amy realised she'd never done. And now they'd had enough. It had taken a genocidal maniac trying to kill them with thirst, but now they had nothing more to lose. All they needed was a leader, someone like them who'd suffered and persevered. She hoisted her rifle in her other hand. They wouldn't follow Amy Sierra. They wouldn't follow Amy Sierra, why should they? To the gardens! With thunderous cheers, the crowd surged towards the source of all their problems. They would follow Josephine Lace, and if Amy had to be her for one night, then so be it. They heard the gunshots before they saw any guards. Rani and Josephine ran through the abandoned offices. Where did you work? Before my resignation, a couple of floors up, but I started on this floor designing the pipe grid. Doesn't seem like much of a job. I was fresh out of university. It was like a dream come true. Steady pay, plenty of career opportunities. You used to be a real kiss-ass to bosses, huh? Yes, I wanted to be at the top. That was the dream that got me out of bed every morning. I guess we all need one of those. Mine almost came true. I got to be there once. And now you get to be there again. What on earth is happening up there? The individual shots had turned into a steady drumming of distant gunfire. It looks like someone's trying to break into here. It would make me feel safer to burst into Francis' office with an army of angry poor people. Should we try and open doors then? Yes, please. How far is the lobby exactly? You know, I haven't been to the basement in a while, but I think the lobby is at the end of these stairs. She wanted to rush up and start shooting, but Rani grabbed her by the shoulder. There have to be 100 of them up there. We have to be careful. They're not expecting us to come from down here. We can do it. But we don't have to be idiots about it. You stay down, I'll scout. Josephine nodded. Rani made sense. For someone with a temper, she was incredibly level-headed when in mortal danger. We have to hurry, though. I'm going to need more power eventually. Rani didn't say anything. She sunk to her belly and crawled up the stairs like a python on the prowl. She peeked around the corner, still lying on the ground, but careful to always point her gun wherever she was going. Slowly she rose to one knee and hoisted her rifle. Then she suddenly rolled into safety, escorted by bullets tearing the wall apart. Rani, are you alright? Rani was breathing heavily. I am, but we're not. They've got these stairs covered with a machine gun. Whoever designed the defences was prepared for us. Francis has a plan B. What kind of position was it? I told you, a machine gun behind sandbags. At least 2 soldiers operating it. And likely to be more in a moment. Crap, do we have grenades? I can't throw one that far. Are you sure this is the only way up? Yes, I'm sorry. No time for that. We need to plan and fast. Are you really sure there's no other way? Josephine nodded. This was the hidden passage they weren't supposed to consider. It's this or the front door. We can't get to that machine gun in one piece. What shall we do? Go back the way we came? That's not an option. Then we need a plan ASAP. I have one idea. It's a bad one. Every idea that we've had these last few months has been a bad idea. Shoot. You're going to hate it. Try me. I'm going to give myself up to Francis. What? No. As your sort of girlfriend, I have a veto. No. I'm going to take another sip of water because I'm getting a little bit hoarse. Oh, that's better. Josephine kissed her and held her and whispered her plan. Are we going to switch to Bob and Amy again? Yeah, I think so. Amy plunged into the cold water. The artificial streams crisscrossing the lawns of the gardens weren't deep enough for a cat to swim in. But they were the only cover available. Her mob had been met by machine gun fire the instant they began approaching the gardens. Dozens had died. They'd scattered about the surroundings, finding cover in the ditches and behind cars. People had run to the hall and picked up the charred sandbags and still smoking steel plates that they carried with them. Those that had rifles were responding to the fire the best they could from cover. Someone was trying to dig the ditch into a deeper trench, but it was lined with concrete. Others were having more success digging up the ground and piling it into small earthworks. No one was completely safe though. Bullets were constantly sending up the dirt next to Amy. She hadn't fired back yet. The enemy was holed up behind the sandbags and steel plates of their own at the doorway and throughout the first floor. Snipers on the upper floors were picking up rioters with frightening ease. Not far from it, a young woman was using the corpse of an older man as cover while she fired towards the machine guns. It didn't last long, flesh made for poor protection. Still half submerged, Amy called Bob on her watch. Where are you? On my way, stop bothering me. Carefully, Amy lifted her head and saw a dark mass approaching slowly from out of the night. The rioters hanging back gave it a wide berth. It was definitely a car, but it didn't seem like there was anyone inside. The interior was instead filled with rock and debris from the explosion. Suddenly, from somewhere behind all the stone and earth, a gun fired towards the gardens. The rioters cheered, men and women with guns, Molotov cocktails, and clubs huddled behind a great steel beast. The car's engine wasn't on, instead 3 huge men were pushing it forward from behind. The largest of them was Bob. Behind him, rioters were chanting his name. Amy smiled and joined in. Bob the Bull, Bob the Bull, Bob the Bull. Others joined her chant. Oh, jeez. Oh, I need to stand up. Oh, just gonna have a stretch here. It's been a long session. Oh, that's better. I've gotten stiff from all the sitting. Let's see, where were we? Others joined her chant as the sight of her improvised battering ram reinvigorated the rioters. At the same time, gunshots rang out from the other buildings around the gardens. The other groups had been successful and were now joining the fight. The guards at the gardens immediately saw the threat and turned all their machine guns to fire on the car. This gave many of the suppressed rioters a chance to finally shoot back, including Amy. The gun from in the car stopped firing. Whoever was inside had been hit, despite the protection, but Bob pushed the car forward. Amy heard a faint sound above her. She rolled over in the ditch and looked up. Her fears were confirmed. A small wing of drones were buzzing towards them, no doubt intending to drop bombs on the men pushing the car. Shoot the drones! Amy tried to follow her own orders. She fired 4 times. One of the drones began to slowly fall. She grinned in triumph until she saw something fall from it. She pressed her head down and heard the explosions, followed by horrified screams. By now everyone who could was trying to shoot down the drones. One by one they began to fall, each dropping their deadly cargo in a final act of defiance. Amy was so busy looking up that she didn't see the explosion. When she heard it, her heart skipped a beat. A bomb had gone off right next to the car. The 3 men were down. She couldn't see if they were hit. Slowly one of them got up and fled in terror. It wasn't Bob. Amy stared at the two lumps of flesh behind the car in horror. Could Bob be? Then one of the lumps rose to his knees and stood up. It was Bob. With a grunt, he grabbed the car and began pushing alone. The crowd chanted as the car moved slowly. She couldn't resist grinning as Bob moved the car full of stones by himself. The guards at the defense were no longer shooting. Amy realized they'd fled back inside. Behind Bob, at least 100 rioters were itching for the chance to breach the walls of the sandbags. Just as the car was about to reach the defences though, it suddenly exploded into a furious ball of flame and fire. Bob! She turned around and saw where the explosion had come from. Francis promised tanks. Now they had arrived. Francis looked upon the battlefield, smiling. Miss Sierra had been so enthusiastic to break into the gardens that she neglected to worry about the looming threat of armoured vehicles. The mob followed her zealously, so zealously in fact, that they probably thought she was Miss Lace. Francis had been fooled for a while too, but then his guardsmen had reported that someone had entered the basement. Only Lace had that kind of cunning. His watch buzzed. Miss Lace, have you considered my offer? I have. I'll come to you, alone. But you'll let everyone else escape, including Rani. I'll need guarantees. Without you, then nothing more than rabble, Janice included. A swarm of blind rats, they'll disperse if they're smart. Killing them will be expensive and potentially bad PR. That's the only guarantee I'll give you. I'll take it. What do I do now? As you know, at the end of the hallway you're about to enter, there's a machine gun that will kill you if you approach it. At the other end there's an open elevator. My men will let you pass to it unharmed provided you keep your hands up. The elevator will bring you to me. And you'll let Rani escape? If she starts to run now, she'll have a good head start. I'll see you upstairs. Josephine hung up the call. She turned to Rani. This is it, I guess. I love you, Joe. Come back to me. Come back and get me once you've let our people in. I love you too. They kissed again. Josephine could feel a tear running down Rani's cheek. She couldn't bring herself to say it, but this was obviously goodbye. What do you say in the army? Give 'em hell? In my unit we said be safe and let's have a beer when you come back. Be safe and let's have a beer when I come back then. Give 'em hell. They kissed once more and Rani ran away, tears streaming down her face. Josephine raised her hands and took a deep breath and stepped back into the hallway. She turned to look towards the machine gun. It was maybe 50 steps away. There were 3 soldiers behind it. One of them gestured to her to move along. She turned to see the open elevator waiting at the other end. She nodded to the soldiers and walked hastily to the elevator. As soon as she got in, its doors closed behind her. As she travelled upwards, she tried to count the floors. Francis would be at the very top. That was his style. She dropped her watch on the ground. No more calls from Francis. When she thought she was at more or less the right point, she pulled a pistol and shot the control panel. Nothing happened. Cursing, she slid a knife between the doors and pushed with all her strength. She then twisted the blade to create a gap and wriggled her hand and leg out. Then she pushed the doors apart even more. The elevator didn't stop, but she did fall out, just in time. She looked around her. She was where she wanted to be, on the floor underneath Francis. These were the offices of the top brass of Neptis. Needless to say, no one was home. At this level there was only 6 large offices, each belonging to the heads of different departments. All of them were huge and had a personal balcony, bedroom and all over comforts of a 5-star hotel suite. Work was just a lifestyle for the people in these rooms. It wasn't something they had to do. One of the office doors had the label Miss Josephine Lace, the main water department. Francis had anticipated Josephine wouldn't play along. He also didn't lack a sense of humour. Josephine tried the door to her office. It was open. She didn't enter. There was nothing for her to gain by wasting time acknowledging Francis's tricks. She opened another office door and walked past the conference screen, a large ebony desk and a bar cabinet to the balcony. There was a pool on the balcony, but that didn't interest her. She jumped over the railings to the narrow ledge running around the building, the one with trees and waterfalls. It was quite cold up here, too cold and windy for most tropical trees to grow. Yet along the ledge there were tall palm trees intermingled with the waterfalls. They were almost too thick for her to reach around, almost. She looked down. There were tanks on the square. She was running late. She didn't watch the battle unfold. Guilt washed over her. She'd abandoned her people. She'd abandoned her people so she could climb this fucking tree. Reaching around it, she pulled herself up and locked her legs around it too. There were no branches, but the trunk was coarse and uneven, so it was easy to get a grip on. Slowly she shimmied herself up, occasionally battered by gusts of wind. Her fingers were freezing. Eventually she reached the bushy fronds at the top of the tree. Was she high enough? There was only one way to find out. She grabbed the leaves and pulled herself to the top of the tree. The wall was smooth, there was no vine or railing that she could grasp. Cursing, she leaned against it and rose until she was kneeling on top of the tree. The railing was just out of reach. She held her breath and jumped. Her heart skipped multiple beats as she squeezed the steel bar with a good hand. She hauled herself up and hooked her injured arm around it too. The very hand she'd heard pulling a stunt exactly like this. Slowly she scaled the steel railing and finally toppled over it. She was on Francis's floor now. That knowledge gave her the adrenaline to roll over and get up. She couldn't see him. The top floor was like she remembered it, round with a waterfall circling it. Oh, that's a nice animation that they made, the little waterfall going past. The top floor was like she remembered it, round with a waterfall circling it, revealing one section at a time. And then there he was, standing in the middle and looking not at the elevator, but towards another point of the circular room. Her office. She realised Francis had been counting on her to go through her own office. The waterfall approached her. She knelt again and pulled her gun. As soon as the sheet of water was gone, she'd break the window. For 20 agonising seconds the water obscured her view. She held her breath. As it was passing her, she slowly stood up. Suddenly her view was clear, and she was looking down the barrel of Francis's gun. Ah, shit. He fired. The window glass shattered into 1,000 tiny shards that flew into Josephine's face and nearly caused her to stumble and fall to her death. But Francis hadn't hit her, and now she was aiming a gun at his heart. Francis lowered his gun and gestured for her to enter. You know, the elevator would have been quicker. The soldier on the ground was wailing as he bled. Rani had shot him in the stomach. As soon as the elevator had closed, Rani had heard boots approaching her as she'd expected. She had hidden herself behind a desk and waited patiently. 4 guards had entered, covering all corners swiftly and decisively. Crawling behind a cabinet and a computer, Rani had waited for them to pass. Then she swirled around and dispatched them. They didn't suffer, the 5th one did though. Rani had blundered. 2 men had come from behind her. She was still aiming in the other direction. They had shot first, but she had shot better. The 5th man had died after a few moments of spasming and gasping for air as his lungs filled with blood. The 6th was still alive. He was shaking and crying hysterically. Does someone expect you to come home tonight, a boy or a girl? The bleeding man didn't answer. He was young. Your mom? The youth nodded in panic. Okay, then let's get you to your mom alive. She found a first aid kit on the wall and began to staunch the bleeding. I'm not sorry I shot you. You tried to shoot me. But I'm going to blame myself if I let you die when you could have lived. Hold this. With a firm hand, she bound the wound and tied off the bandages. I can't stay with you, but I think you might make it. I've seen men come back from worse. I don't think I've hit any major organs. Maybe. Who knows? She kissed the boy on the forehead. I'm sorry I killed all your friends. My friends are coming for you. Rani shook her head. No, I'm coming for them. She gave the boy a shot of morphine and left him. He might live if ambulances began arriving to this place soon. She'd done her part to save one life. Now she would take that from anyone who stood between her and Joe. She took tear gas grenades from the corpses and ran back. The machine gun was still there, and there was still someone manning it. Only now Rani had tear gas grenades she could shoot from her rifle. She shot 3 grenades and watched the white gas obscure her from view. The machine gun began firing. She dropped to her belly and crawled onwards. She had to get close because the gas dissipated. When she thought she was close enough, she took 2 regular grenades and gave a silent prayer. She threw them towards the machine gun and followed immediately after the explosion, running through the smoke. She slammed into a very much alive and breathing man who had ventured across the sandbags. Together they fell over the barricade and into the machine gun post. Rani scrambled for a gun and shot the man. Then she turned and emptied a magazine towards the fortified position. 2 others died as well. She lay on her back for a moment and focused on breathing. She hadn't done that in a while. At the end of the hallway... the end of the hallway was upside down. No, she was. She rolled over and aimed the gun once more before realising it was empty. She swapped in a new magazine and rose slowly. There was no one there. She'd broken through the trap, but she wasn't done fighting. And now for the last sippy sip of water, I'm assuming. Much better. They stood for a while, Josephine aiming her gun at Francis, and Francis not responding. Where's Amy and Bob? Free them and you might live to see tomorrow. Miss Sierra and Mr. Larson were in my custody for a while, but they've escaped hours ago. So the message was fake. Miss Sierra did say all those words. I had them rearranged and modified just for you. Are they alive? According to most recent reports, yes, of course they can change at any moment. Did you inspect your new office? No, there's nothing there I'd be interested in. Shame. I've known for some time that you couldn't be bought, but I thought you had a more curious nature. I didn't come this far to exchange pleasantries. Why are you here? You could be in complete safety. That was my plan, but then you whipped masses into motion. How would it look if I hid when everything I stand for is in danger? And what is that exactly? Money? If you think I'm in this for the money, then you're far dumber than I gave you credit for. Money is a means to an end. I despise those who seek only financial gain. Have you forgotten our vision? A city of innovators and pioneers. A city where everyone can pull their own weight, where no one is required to forcibly keep the weak links from drowning. Those weak links are breaking into your palaces and hanging your friends from windows as we speak. And yet, when tomorrow comes and order is restored, they'll be just as miserable as before. All those who survive, anyway. Unless you have a brilliant exit plan? No, I didn't think so. You promised the miserable masses revenge, plunder and water, but you can't promise them a tomorrow. Tomorrow belongs to me and my vision. You can move all the water you want, your vision is dead. My people know what they can win. Since when are they your people? 6 months ago you worked for me. Since then you've stumbled from one desperate gamble to another with a shrinking group of acolytes. You're not a revolutionary, Josephine. You're a husk, driven by obsession. And yet I don't have to pay people to get them to follow me. How unfortunate then that the fight for the future of this city isn't a popularity contest. Let's imagine that you kill me, which is most likely going to happen. Way ahead of you. What happens then? Eventually one of my cowardly colleagues will call in the army and order will be restored. Neptus will still own the water in the city, considering you abandoned your quest for my contracts. Now why is that? Earlier today you risked the lives of everyone close to you to get to me. Oh, wait. Risked the lives of everyone close to you to get to them. Dr. Maturana died so nobly, why throw that sacrifice away? I came to avenge him and Mr. Kendrick, and all the others. No, you came to avenge yourself. Aww. Francis shot her in the arm. Josephine shrieked and fell to her knees, dropping her gun. Let's see how that goes. Francis threw his gun away and launched himself at her, grinning in triumph. It's so frustrating that it just goes away while it's at like this peak moment of conflict. The battlefield was in chaos. Great steel machines rolled over the square, shooting at anyone who didn't run away. Most rioters had made it to one of the surrounding buildings. Amy could see them move up the towers, turning on the lights at every floor. But those who had followed her were now sandwiched between the machine guns at the gardens and the fast-approaching steel monsters. Bob had survived the explosion and was now in the rear being treated for burns. Amy crawled forward. The smoking husk of their battering ram provided some cover. The machine gunners were more mindful of their shots now than before. They were taking care not to hit the tanks. Not that the men inside were in danger from bullets, but they might always respond to any fire they received. Amy clutched a bundle of grenades in her hand. She could smell the burning gasoline still flaming in the car. She was so close to the gunmen now that the sounds were deafening. They hadn't noticed her yet. If they didn't break into the gardens now, they wouldn't at all. They'd be torn apart by bullets and crushed underneath the tanks. Inside they had a chance. No sane security guard would fire on the most valuable real estate in the city. They heard a click above her. She looked up and found herself staring into her mask and a gun. The light from the burning car lit up the face beneath the mask. It was a man with dark eyes. Suddenly the man rolled over and fell down next to Amy. Someone had shot him. Amy tried to command her legs to work. They wouldn't. She was too scared. Fuck. She grabbed the sandbags with one hand and pulled herself up. There was nothing left for her to throw the grenades at. The guard positions were full of the dead and the dying. A few scared guards huddled behind their own sandbags, shocked to the core. Amy looked around for a culprit, then she saw her. Rani was sitting behind the smoking barrel of a machine gun, back in the lobby. She too was visibly shaken. Amy waved at her. She didn't respond. Amy hopped over the sandbags and approached her. She stepped in the pool of blood. When she got closer, she saw that Rani was breathing heavily and sweating. Rani! She looked her in the eyes, but Amy wasn't sure if Rani actually saw her. Rani, are you alright? They couldn't hear me approaching. They didn't have a chance. You killed them all. Yeah, I think I did. Sorry, I'm tired. I've been fighting all day. It's not over yet. Amy hurried back to the sandbags and waved at the rioters. Come on, the way is clear, get in. She watched as the rioters began rushing in, first one at a time, then by the dozens, and then the hundreds. Her people were now under the shelter. Amy could breathe again. She sat next to Rani. Was it bad? It's always bad. It's less bad when it's self-defense. Those bastards never saw me coming. You saved my life, if that makes you feel any better. It does. How do you get all these people to follow you? I pretend to be Josephine. Where is she anyways? Rani leapt up. Fuck, Joe, she's fighting Francis. She needs help. Rani stormed off, picking up a new rifle from the ground. Amy was suddenly very tired. She'd been fighting for a long time as well. Her muscles ached and she was bruised all over. She got up and took a deep breath. There were people around her waiting for orders. Get everyone inside and stay clear from windows if you don't have a rifle. Search every floor, break every computer and arrest every Neptus worker you find. Don't get too used to giving orders like that. Eventually they're going to figure out you're just a rich girl. It's good to see you on your feet, how are you? A bit barbecued, but the nurse said I'm going to be fine. Any sign of our friends? Rani was here, but she ran off to save Josephine. Oh, well, shouldn't we go help her? You can go, I need to make sure everyone gets inside. If Amigo can't handle it, there ain't much I can do. What are your orders, Crazy Joe? We need to find as much evidence as we can about Neptus's plans, and figure out what to do about those tanks. Yeah, they may not be able to get in, but we sure as hell can't get out either. We should gather some of the better shooters and man the defences. The guards were so nice to build for us. You think they're alright? Yeah. I have to think that. Josephine couldn't breathe. Francis was squeezing the life out of her with both hands. She kicked with her legs, but Francis was strong, and one of her arms didn't respond at all. She was bleeding heavily. She could feel the growing pool of blood around beneath her. Francis was smiling. This was why he'd stayed behind, why he couldn't delegate this to someone else. Francis wanted to do this himself. So much for cold and calculating. Josephine kicked him in the groin. He grunted, but he didn't let go. Desperate, Josephine stuck the thumb of her working hand into Francis's eye. Hey, we get to see that same bleeding animation again. He let go and Josephine rolled around gasping for air. He grabbed her by the hair and slammed her face into the floor. But she was free now. She elbowed him in the throat and slipped out from underneath him. The gun, where was the gun? There, by the window. Francis caught her as she was limping towards it, and she fell down. She kicked him furiously and crawled forward. Francis grabbed her wounded arm and pressed his fingers into the wound. You know, I honestly expected you to show up with at least some backup and a clever plan. Instead, you limp and worn out and weak. You disappoint me. And there won't be mercy this time. Josephine bit him as hard as she could on the arm that was squeezing her. Fuck you, rabid bitch. Francis responded by punching her in the face. Josephine tasted blood. Her hand brushed against something sharp, a shard of the broken glass window. Shrieking, she stabbed him in the chest with it. The shard was small, the wound wasn't deep. But it definitely hurt. Francis reeled back and stood up. He kicked her in the stomach as hard as he could. Josephine thought she heard some of her ribs crack. You know, I was going to just kill you and throw your corpse from the window. But maybe it's more fun if you get to watch your little revolt disappear in a storm of fire. He limped to his desk. There was a control panel. Your own men are down there, police and tanks. And I'm about to pull them out. What do you think I am, a monster? He pressed the button. This is Brabeck. With all units from the square, I'm calling in the fireworks. Sir, the rioters have mostly retreated into the surrounding buildings. Then I suggest you pull your men far from those buildings. Sir. Francis hung up. It's better this way. The city needs a new centre. An expansion of the gardens is long overdue. Josephine was lying on the ground. Pain was pounding in her chest, punctuated by deafening pulses of agony from her arm. Francis was hurriedly giving orders on his panel. The gun, it was still by the window. Josephine began crawling towards it. Just as she was about to reach it, Francis stepped on her hand. She moaned. Now that is a bad idea. Francis picked up the gun and threw it out the window. I prefer old school. He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her up, only to slam her against the window. You're going to want to see this. Don't worry, your friends won't suffer. It will be over in seconds. And do you see those clouds? Soon, calming rains will come and wash away all their suffering and the very memory of their pain. It's almost poetic. In death they'll have the water they fought for in vain when they lived. And then janitors will come and scoop any remains for fertilizer, or remnants. He hammered Josephine's face into the glass to drive the point home. Rain doesn't wash away blood, I know from experience. She slammed her little glass dagger into Francis's thigh as hard as she could. Francis let go but rebounded quickly and slammed her against the window. And through it. Josephine fell down into the narrow ledge outside and was left gasping as the air fled her lungs. There we go. Suddenly Francis was on top of her, smiling his broadest smile yet. I knew you still had some fight in you. I wonder if it ever runs out. I envy you. My people, those rich cunts I fought and bled for, ran away as soon as they heard you coming. And your people who you tricked into being your distraction are going to die for you even though you abandoned them. I don't envy them. And I don't envy you. I used to. But what's the envy? Or what's there to envy? You're alone and all you talk or think about is your precious vision. And what's that but a fantasy that you can shape the world as you please, that people will think of you? I'm sorry your talking is ruining my moment. He punched her again. Josephine spat out blood on his suit. You really want to know the truth? They don't think of you. They see you on the news and know your face. Some of them like what you say, others don't, but you're not important to them. They care about their friends, their family, their neighbours. They care about their builds and sports. They don't care about the rich folks running this city. And you should be glad they don't. Because the moment they start to care, it will look like this. Josephine gestured to the towers across the square. Men in suits were being hung from the windows. You're pathetic. No one shapes their lives more than me. I decide who lives and who dies. Except tonight. No, especially tonight. Francis produced a shard of glass similar to the one Josephine had used. As he came for Josephine's throat, she grabbed his tie and pulled as hard as she could. His face was so close they were practically kissing. Ew. She could smell his breath and his cologne. It was fresh and elegant. She rolled over and pushed, and Francis fell. He caught the ledge with his free hand. Quickly, he discarded his glass shard and began climbing back up. Josephine stabbed his hands furiously again and again with another piece of glass, squeezing it as if it was cutting her own hand, but she didn't stop. I can stop the flames. They won't fall. You need me. I never needed you. You know, the funny thing is, Norbert would have argued that I should save you, despite everything. And you killed him. That's the lesson you taught me, that people like you can't be spared. Suddenly there was terror in Francis's eyes. The sheet of water that had been making rounds the whole time they struggled reached them. Josephine relished the feel of the ice-cold clear water. It did wash the blood away. Francis was spitting and turning his face away from the frigid shower. It passed him. Josephine took Francis's hand. She stabbed it into a bloody pulp. This date is over. I hope it was worth it. She let go. Oh, there he goes. Francis tried to say something, but then he fell. His body slammed into another ledge further down and flipped, falling all the way to the ground. Josephine looked around her. There was death and chaos everywhere. It wasn't just her vengeance that was being enacted. The rioters were connecting the towers with makeshift plank bridges and murdering everyone they found. Furniture was being thrown out of windows, as were computers. Large bonfires were being built on the roofs. The plaza below was filled with corpses. Was this what victory looked like? The tanks were pulling out, of course, the airstrikes. Slowly she got up and went back into the office. The interface wasn't difficult. She gave the strikes new coordinates and sat down in Francis's office chair. It wasn't even that comfortable. So expensive it was a crime to bleed on it, but not very comfortable. She was still sitting there when Rani found her. She was unconscious. Rani slung her over her shoulder and headed for the elevator when she heard thunder. Except it wasn't thunder. She turned to see the hulking spider-like mass of the CWS in the distance, its sharp edges outlined by a dazzling light. It was disappearing in a rain of fire. Rani had seen airstrikes before. Moving fast, she made it to the elevator and frantically slammed the buttons. The ride was long and she was tired. So very tired. Amy and Bob were waiting in the lobby. Quickly, she's bleeding, she needs help. As they laid her down, Amy backed orders to get someone with the barest of medical skills on site. They staunched Josephine's bleeding and bound her wounds. She'd been lucky, the bullet had gone through her arm. She needed a blood transfusion, a nurse said. Is anyone here a universal donor? A few hands rose up. Soon one of them was joined to Josephine with a plastic tube. She was breathing. Rani, the tanks are filling up. They did that long ago. Can you tell us what happened up there? I found you alone. We fought. I think I won. Wait, he fell. I definitely won. I knew you would. Did you guys win too? Thanks to these two ladies, you should have seen Amy lead them. Wait, there was chaos on the square. Are there still people out there? We got most of us into safety. The tanks left. We don't know why. Francis was going to bomb the square. He was losing it. That prick lost it ages ago. Is he dead now? Yes, he got what was coming to him. So did a lot of his friends, but we didn't get the contracts. I redirected the airstrikes to hit the CWS. Wherever that lump of metal was is a crater now. So then we've won? We still have to get out of here. None of us are safe in the city ever again after this. The army will soon occupy the streets, but I have an idea. We can get out of the way Joe and I came in. It's a good idea. Are you really in charge, Amy? Well, yes, but in all fairness, they think I'm you. You need to tell me that story on the way. I will. Wait, where's Norbert? Oh yeah, Norbert's dead. So dead. Ah, fuck. They shot him at City Hall. No. It was my fault. I missed my shot at his guard, and Norbert tried to help him, and... It wasn't your fault, Rani. That man was a cold-blooded murderer. He's one of the few I'm glad I killed. I can't believe it. He's smart. The doc knows not to get in a gunfight. He wouldn't just... He tried to help that man, like he tried to help everyone. Amy was crying. So many have died today. I thought I'd be numb to it by now. Josephine took her hand. It's good that you're not numb. She's right, the deaths of good people shouldn't feel trivial. Amy threw herself into Josephine's arms. We've avenged him. All those guilty are dead now. That doesn't bring anybody back. It doesn't even make me feel better. Me neither. Really? You've been obsessed with revenge for months. I know, but now that I got it, I'm just as wounded as I was before. The only times I didn't feel like screaming were those moments when we were all together at the house. I thought it would be like that when I got my paycheck, but... Now I'm just ashamed. You got nothing to be ashamed of. You inspired all these people. And then I left them behind so we can get even with Francis. Amy, I think you should stay in charge of these people. What? No, they only followed me because they thought I was you. They'll never follow Amy Sierra. After tonight, I think they will, but we have to get going. Where? We have no safe house and we aren't safe anywhere in the city. Then we won't stay in the city. You mean, we can't protect ourselves or any of these people here? We might die out there. We very likely will. I know a thing or two about drilling wells, if we can get some equipment. How are we going to convince anyone that they should follow us to live in the fucking desert? We won't pressure anyone to come with us, but there's not much of a life to have here. Many of these people will be wanted criminals by tomorrow, and it's our fault. We have to take care of them. Amy got up. I'll talk to them. On their way out, Rani directed some nurses to look after a young security guard brought up from the basement. He was bleeding but alive. You're getting soft. It's that or end up like that bastard who shot the doc. I know bandaging one wound after shooting and stabbing and blowing my way through the city makes no sense, but I had to do it. It does make sense. There's one less parent without a child because of you. Truth is, I think you always were soft deep down. Really? Absolutely. The kind of soft who takes care of the elderly and little kids and pampers their girlfriend. We'll see how much pampering there is to be done in the desert. Slowly in single file they made their way to the ruptured water pipe that led to the subway tunnel. They passed the piles of charred bodies in silence. Josephine and Rani shared a look. One child would come home after tonight, but none of these would. In the subway they were met by the looters from the other buildings who used the quiet moments to sneak underground into safety. Amy took over. Her flashlight bearers led the way as they trekked downhill in the silent darkness. Very few people spoke. Josephine was so weak that eventually Bob carried her on his shoulders. At every station, Rani organised a group of armed rioters to check the premises before they continued. They didn't meet any resistance. Instead, they found people waiting to join them. Bob and Amy were happy to see that Jim, though still weak, had found his family and joined the march. Apparently his last night of service had made him reconsider his career quite a bit. Just as people joined the march, many of the rioters hopped off at the station closest to their home, unwilling to risk the desert. The crowd emerged from the far end of the subway line just before dawn. They were so close to the desert that sand was piled up in the streets. There they They stopped to rest and resupply. They looted stores, water shops, and stole some trucks and ambulances. Josephine sighed with relief as she was plugged into a power source. After a few hours, the first car started out, and one by one, the column disappeared into the horizon. Oh, here we go again. Oh, we have another ticker again. Unmasking our protectors, the brave men and women of the security industry keep you safe. These are their stories. Ungrateful. Unemployed woman in debt, jailed after refusing work at an honourable pleasure house. Oh dear. The future of workplaces. Innovative architect proposes getting rid of suicide nets forever by simply not building windows. Ah, there we go. Good evening everyone, Metro News 411, I'm Chris Rivers. And I'm Tina McAllister. A memorial service was held today for the victims of the bloody riots 2 months past. Although thousands of lives were lost in the wanton slaughter that day, one loss stands above all others. Francis Brabeck, beloved innovator, philanthropist and visionary, was murdered in his office by unknown terrorists. Today the mayor lowered a wreath on his grave and announced that the square in front of the gardens would be renamed after him. Francis Brabeck isn't the only leader the city recently lost. Among those murdered were several dozen important stock owners and CEOs. The areas where 2 massive explosions rocked the city remain closed as bodies are being found and unexploded ordnance cleared. In his speech, the mayor thanked the engineers of the public sector who quickly restored the flow of water to all parts of the city. Questions have been raised on whether Neptis, whose heavy investment in the CWS turned out to be a loss, can be expected to pick up its former contract. City officials are currently exploring other options. Another deeply affected branch of the economy is the private security industry. Since private security companies bore the brunt of the fighting, its heroic personnel also took staggering losses. Therefore, in a blast from the past, public servants have taken over patrolling the streets for now. Although the rioting was savage, there have been few incidents since the unexpected burst of violence. We can only pray that this fragile peace will continue after so much bloodshed. Although the city has calmed down, nothing is currently known of the hundreds of fugitives who escaped to the desert. Authorities believe that the desperate criminals may have met their end in the unforgiving wasteland. To which I say, good riddance. There's no more poetic end to the end of murderers of Francis Brabeck than death by thirst. Now moving on to more cheerful news, are your days at work a real drag? In a new virtual theme pack, you can gamify your repetitive work to better match what you actually want to do. I guess from tomorrow I'll be reading spellbooks instead of news. Josephine turned the screen off. They had arranged their cars around the wells in a circle. For the first time in a few weeks, that had been their camp. The desert was everything it was advertised to be, that is, mostly dry and empty. But it wasn't monotonous, rolling hills, high rocks and canyons dotting the landscape. With a bit of digging, little streams were easy to come by. There were lots of birds and small plants that persevered. It was serene, especially at night when the heat dropped and it became pleasantly cool. But it was also stark. They hunted and gathered what they could, but mostly they subsisted on stolen canned food from allies in the city. And the wells that gave them water were fickle. On good days, everyone got their fill of water with plenty left over for coffee. But there were plenty of bad days too, and no rain had come their way yet. Her wounds hadn't completely healed. She couldn't take the long hikes she would have liked to. The worst was the gunshot wound in her arm. Sometimes she spent nights biting her lips not to cry out in pain. She got up and left her tent. It was about time. The camp was becoming a more pleasant place every day. Some of the more industrious residents were trying to build houses from mud bricks. Latrines have been dug and they had a common water tank above the well. She found Bob feeding the goats with some of the kids. A bloodless raid on an industrial cattle farm had left them with plenty of livestock to look after. The goats were enjoying the free air as much as the people did. There were about 200 people in their little camp, but news about their success was spreading. Another refugee camp had been founded a week ago. The camps kept regular contact. How are the fields, Bob? They're coming along, but the soil ain't great. Will we have a harvest next year? If nothing horrible happens and the water keeps coming, how's the arm? It's better. Hurts like a bitch sometimes, but it's better. And your heart? I could ask you the same thing. Mine's as good as long as I get a charge every other day. Oh, so that doesn't go that it turns without a charge then in this case. That's half of what you used to need. I know, soon I'll be as free from the power cord as you are. So it is happening. Can't wait to put you to work in the fields. Where are the others? Sorry I'm late. I was setting up patrols. It's okay. Have they found anything? The scouts found some tire tracks west of here, but it's probably nothing to worry about. I was thinking of sending another sabotage team. So soon after the last one? There are people in the city who need water. It's risky. Bosco won't let you. Won't let her do what? Sorry I was late. There was a squabble back there. Those two moms again. Yeah, I don't get it. Their kids get along so well. Anyway, shall we? They made their way out of the camp to a small hill. The sun was setting. You have it? I do. Bob produced a heavy slab of stone. He dug a shallow hole and laid the stone on it. On it was carved Norbert. The T barely had space on the slab. I wanted to write his full name, but I ran out of rock. It's perfect, Bob. Norbert would have loved it. Yes, he would have. Do you want to say something, Joe? Norbert, you brought me back from the dead. You believed in me when I didn't. You were the kindest, sweetest man I've ever known. On our last day, just before you got shot, I promised you there would be rest at the end. I know you're not actually buried down here, but this is me fulfilling that promise. Rani put a hand on her shoulder. You don't have to continue. Yes, I do. Even at the very end when you were so far gone, you didn't recognize me. You wondered if I needed help. You were the most selfless man to have lived. I loved you, Norbert. And I miss you. Anybody else? Doc, I think I had a crush on you from day one. I'll never forget how you never underestimated me. What, really? And how cutely clumsily you were with Beatrice on the phone, or how you charmed my parents. I'm not good at this kind of thing, I guess. Thanks for fixing my ticker and giving Joe here a new one. It was nice to hang out with someone as smart as you were, who didn't look down on me. We could have used you here, and in the fights to come, but I guess... Bob's voice was breaking. I guess you're now fixing tickets in some better place. Someone take it from here. Doc, I have to admit there were times when I hated your guts, but that was just because I was jealous. You were good to everyone you met, right down to the bastard that killed you. If someone deserved to make it out alive, that was you. So of course, you were the one they got. I blame myself that you died. I know you wouldn't blame me. But that's just because you were so damn good, all the time. I'm sorry about the last day. I'm sorry I punched you. I'm sorry I was so jealous of you that I didn't think to really befriend you until it was too late. Josephine held her. I'm sure he felt the same way about you. They stood in silence for a while. The sunset was phenomenally beautiful. Rani wasn't there. Oh yes, Joe, I get it if you're not in the mood, but I actually had something planned for tonight. Oh, we should get going then. Bob, thanks for the stone, it means a lot to me. I'm just sorry I couldn't make a bigger one. So, see you guys tomorrow? Absolutely, good night. Rani led Josephine away without saying where they were going. They're so cute together. I know, so what are you doing? I guess I have to go work. The hunters are complaining that they don't get enough bullets. and I keep telling them that we have to split them between them and the guards. I don't know, this leadership stuff is heavy and... Stop lying your ass off. What? I know you're seeing that guard boy, the pretty one, Jim, was it? You know, Jim was a sociology major before he became a guard and a shepherd. Explains why our goats keep running away. He's a good kid, sister's nice too. How's that going? He's nice, let's leave it at that for a moment. You know, you're really good at this. At what? Leading. These people will be dead without us. But it's thanks to you they ain't going hungry. I seem to recall that it was your idea I take charge. And for once I had a good idea. But I'll let you get to your date. See you tomorrow. Not so fast, while we're on the topic. Oh, don't start. I see you've shaven your beard, and is that cologne I smell? No, because we don't have any. It's just good smelling deodorants. So I tell you, you're seeing that cook. I'll have you know she used to work at a steel factory, but yeah, she's invited me for dinner. I'm taking it slow, I don't want to ruin it. She has kids and all. You're 52, Bob, don't take it slow. Bob laughed. Good point as always. Okay, I'll let you get to your hunter problem, and I'll go have dinner. Until tomorrow then. Until tomorrow. They walked in separate directions. It wasn't the same as it had been. They were together but not alone. Neighbours see each other less than roommates, but they would always share the months they had lived together, fought together. Up on the hill, Rani led Josephine to a shady grove. There was a set table with candles on it waiting for them. What is this? I figured I never took you out on that candlelit dinner. I owe you at least one. This is beautiful. Thanks, sweetie. They shared a kiss. How are you? That couldn't have been easy. It wasn't, but I'm glad glad we did it. What about you? You had nightmares again last night. Yeah, they don't seem to go away. It's just that last day was like I was back at war. It took a heavier toll than I expected. I'll recover. You know, we have other fighters. Amy will understand if you want to take a break from patrolling and sabotage. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should talk to her. What about you? I've seen you watching the city skyline at night. I'm torn. A part of me will always want to go back and fix everything, but the last time cost a lot of lives. Lives that are on me. Perhaps it should be someone else. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Amy let us back in a few years. I know she will. I'm proud of her. You left the revolution in good hands. So what have you prepared for us? The same food we ate with Mr. Kendrick. That's so... Thunder boomed suddenly. It was followed by a downpour of rain. The candles instantly went out. Crap, not now. I know we've been waiting for rain, but fuck. It's okay, get underneath the tablecloth. Laughing, they wrapped themselves under the tablecloth Rania brought and sat under a tree with their meals. Far away, lightning struck a hill. The darkness obscured the skyline, but the lights of the city were visible. A gust of wind rustled the leaves on the trees. Josephine turned to Rani and embraced her. This is the best date I've ever been on. Me too. I really love you, Joe. I love you too. They sat in the rain, eating their meal and drinking wine straight from the bottle. Across the desert, the city streets were whipped by the downpour that drove the wealthy indoors. Meanwhile, downtown, people flooded the streets with pots and buckets. Policemen huddled in their cars and construction workers decided collectively to take the rest of the day off. Back at the desert camp, the refugees rushed to collect all the water they could. The big tank was already filling up. By morning they would have water for weeks. Bob and Amy ran into each other in the yard. Soon Rani and Josephine made it back as well, and the four of them laughed as they stood in the rain. Children played in the puddles. Tomorrow will be a good day. Oh, the end. Yeah, the end. There we go. So that will be the other half of Chapter 8, so to speak. I was kind of surprised that there was so much that was different. I thought it was going to be like the Bob and Amy parts would all be the same. They would still go to the CWS. But they made it like a completely different storyline. And like didn't really recycle anything or much at all. Except maybe that part in the beginning. That seemed like similar. Maybe that was a bit different as well and just didn't notice it. but it seemed very similar as well. I'm really surprised that was the case, because normally with visual novels especially, they take like a common part of the script, and even if you make a choice and go into a different route, usually the only thing that changes is the character that route focuses on. Like the parts that you would normally not see in other routes, that's the part that comes forward. But all the other parts should normally be shared. So that's why I thought it was weird I couldn't skip it. I thought it was something wrong with the game for a second. But it's just simply that the text that they use, or well, the script that they used for that part is just completely different. So that kind of surprised me. That was like a lot of extra work, what you normally don't see in these kind of games. Normally it's just literally the like the common part of the route that's just recycled, and it's just it's just weird seeing that in a visual novel style game. I'm kind of surprised the second part of the route was so bloody as well. That was just really bizarre. That it just turned into all-out war with within the gardens, compared to how sneaky and like the rest of the story, the first part of chapter 8 would be. So yeah, that was kind of different. Although that probably is like you pick the route with the Doctor, and it'll probably be a lot more how would you say, a lot more reserved, because he's not the confronting type. Whereas with Rani, you'd have more of the war aspect. Hey, you're the player. So I'm assuming that's why this route was so different. We also have extras now, which we did not have before. We have the gallery. Oh, we get all the designs. There we go. About 6 months after sign development. Oh, no, pixel art phone. Yeah. Oh, there we go. And we get to see all the sketches. Oh, look at that sketch over there on the right. Oh, lovely. Yeah, you can see, change it with the skin tones. Oh, I wonder, was that different in the beta that I played as well? I can't remember now. Yeah, this is the final designs. Oh dear, that must be an old design. I grew to hate the old designs. I'd rejected this style. Yeah, it doesn't really suit it as much as these do they? Rani old design. Yeah. Then we have the original sketches here. I copied this pose and style from Police Notes. Oh, right, because that's a very well-known like PC98 style game. Like the art style that this game uses is very reminiscent of like the style that they use in PC98 games. And one of the biggest titles that was on, I want to say console, but it was more a PC, was Police Notes, which is a like a visual novel style adventure game, which I believe was one of Kojima's early games as well. So let's see. I keep drawing nipples on my characters in the sketch phase. Yeah, I noticed that. Why is that, Miss Hanuli? Why do you draw the nipples? Yeah, and that's how she started and progressed through development. Yeah, I believe that must have been from the beta that I played. That seems familiar. Norbert, old design. Oh, God, how that changed. How that changed. As a major part. Oh, yeah, he didn't have the arm first. Oh, yeah, and he was a bit more chunky in the early versions as well, wasn't he? Yeah, and he was a bit more, like his chin was more rounded. Like more defined, I should say. I guess the hairstyle does help with the way that they defined it a bit. That must be the CGs that they made. That's somewhere half through. Yeah, I know it's halfway through. That, in fact, just polishing shit. Oh, yeah, that's so weird to see that stuff from early in development. Francis, the old designs. Oh yeah, you can really see like, oh, that's very rough, and it just gets more defined as they went through the design process. Like, look how cleaned up the full version is compared to the first one. I guess just the pose makes a huge difference. Amy, she didn't change much. The only thing, yeah, it's lost her glasses. Yeah, that's the only thing that's different, really, and her hair, I guess. Is her hair just the other way around? I think it is. Yeah, her hair's just the other way around. Bob lost his tattoo, it seems. Ah, yeah. Well, he did. I guess the hairstyle changed as much. I wonder if the second, the top right hairstyle, if that would have been a better choice, though. Because, I don't know, that hairstyle looks a bit dopey on him. That looks a bit cooler, though. Chris and Tina, they didn't change much at all. Fake smile, yeah, they did the same smile as they did with Francis. Yeah, she didn't change that much, did she? Nah. Made her hair a bit less poofy and cleaned it up a bit. Give her a nice little hoagie to pop up there. He didn't change much even. Let's just check. No, not really. Hairstyle's a bit more cleaned up. The backgrounds change a lot though, and much more detail in the later versions. Yeah, you can just tell how much they changed it in between the versions though. Very, very good. Yeah, like if they just took that must have just been the rough sketch, the top one. And second one might have been what they might have been used for the beta, and then the last one is like, that's cleaned up for the full version. I guess that's just... I just like seeing how simple the original designs are. That looks so funny. Just a quick sketch of a bed. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Go to the next background. Yeah, it's just really weird seeing how that changes through development. Really nice that they added this, though. They didn't have to add something like this. But, yeah, no, it's just nice that they did. That's the control room. At the CWS, I believe. City Hall. Interior. Yeah, especially the statues are very defined. Very nicely made. That's it. It's the UI. That's the second UI, I guess. The hat design. Oh, wow, look at that. Mock screenshot. Ah, that's so good. I do like the original design of Rani, though. It does look nice. Oh, I believe that was it, yeah. So, yeah, that was Vengeful Hearts. We've gone through all the chapters now, did both of Chapter 8, so this will be an extra long episode. No idea how long this is going to be, but it's going to be a couple of hours. I hope you guys enjoy these episodes. I'm sorry the last one took so long. I completely forgot I didn't finish this. So I had to go back now and, complete it proper. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this. If you do like these kinds of games, buy it from the developer. Maybe see if she makes any games in the future that you enjoy. And, just play them, enjoy them. Help her create new stuff in the future. And we'll see you guys in the next episode. So goodbye for now.